Yokoso Namaste. With the new day comes new strength and new thoughts. With these lines, I, Nehal Mittal, extend a cheerful, warm welcome to all of you on the second day of this international virtual conference BICON 2020, which is running into its 15th year. Biani Group of Colleges has been NAC accredited with grade A. It has also been conferred with autonomous status by UGC New Delhi. In Biani Institute of Science and Management, we provide many professional courses such as MBA, MCA, PhD, in which Rajasthan Technical University has awarded Biani Institute of Science and Management as second rank for the excellence for 4 consecutive years. It came into mainstream of education in 2002 as Biani Girls College, and under the umbrella of Biani Group of Colleges, we have 15 colleges imparting its education to the youth in the field of science, management, IT, nursing, law, pharmacy, education, yoga and naturopathy, and most importantly, skills development. As a team, Biani Group works on the transformation of creativity to inventions and from inventions to innovations. The research outcome are biosolutions and bioseeds with their offices in India and Japan. I feel honored to welcome our esteemed guests and speakers from all over the world. Our chief guest, Professor Rajesh Kothari, Vice Chancellor of ICFI University, guest of honor, Sri Om Thanviji, Vice Chancellor of Sri Haridev Joshi University of Journalism and Mass Communication and Rajasthan ID Skills University. Honorable Organizing Chair, Professor Manish Biani, Chairperson, Dr. Rajiv Biani, Director, Dr. Sanjay Biani, Principal, Dr. Neha Pandey. Dean Administration, Dr. Dhyan Singh Gotwal. Conference Convener, Professor Tarun K. Kumawat. HR Head, Ms. Renu Tandon. All the HODs, respected teachers, and most cherished dear participants. A holistic perspective of industry academia alliance collaboration in the new normal in the post COVID 19 era, leading to change and think about things differently. The Biani group of collaboration with the partner institutes, that is, Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Japan, Saitama University, Akita University, Koisho University, Well Group, Kyoto University, ISE Food Incorporation, expresses its commitment to achieving the new normal goals in India by means of organizing BICON 2020. To surge forth into this victory, we commence this session on an auspicious note according to the Indian tradition. In this tradition, we bow down humbly before Lord Ganesha, who is known as Lord of Knowledge, to seek his blessings. I now request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate this ceremony. I request our Honorable Chairman, Director, Dean, Principal, and Conference Convener for lamp lighting ceremony. Please welcome all the dignitaries. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries. With this, it is my truly honor that on behalf of the entire organization, I'm given the opportunity to give you a formal welcome. Your legacy, professionalism, and prior achievements are all well known to us. I would like to invite our organizing chair, Professor Manish Biani, the torchbearer, Director of Research and Development in Biani Group of Colleges, and Associate Professor at Japan in Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Japan. Professor Manish Biani has worked for inventing several scientific international patents and developing new bio-nanotechnologies. Professor Manish Biani, from past 20 years, is contributing to the development of friendly ties between India and Japan, which has been recognized in 2017 by a commendation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. He states that education is the passport to future and it belongs to those who prepare for it today. So now I request Professor Manish Biani to give a welcome address and opening remarks to set the sparks flying for this international conference, Day 2, BICON 2020. Please welcome Professor Manish Biani.
Good morning, everyone. Uh, it's my again second day pleasure to start this another important event, which is organized by very two important department of our institutions, Department of IT and Department of Commerce and Management. Uh, because basically, being as a science field, now I can understand the uh, extreme importance of these two important departments. So I am very much agree that these two are very important pillar of our institution. So before all our esteemed guest today, Professor Rajesh G. Kothari from ICFAI University and Professor Om Thanvi ji from Haridwar Joshi University. I welcome all the chief guests and guest of honors and all the invited speakers, around 12 speakers we have today. So I invite and welcome all the speakers and all the members of Bihani team, because you are the proud of our team. So all the Bihani teams and ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is my great pleasure to open this 50th anniversary of India Japan Fest. Yeah, this is a proud feeling that we are organizing this event in a row uh, every year without of any break at 15th time. So congratulate to all the team members. I think this is a time when we should recall what we are achieving by this important event, India Japan event. Uh, I think this is the only beacon that we could able to establish such a friendly and sustainable relationship with a country like Japan. And this is the 15th time that we could develop relation in Japan. And now every time, every year, the Japanese delegates are participating in our event and trying to develop the relationship with us in last 15 years. Second, I think this is only the beacon event that we could able to host the personal visit of more than 120 professors in our campus in last 15 years. I think this is a very huge number to invite, because professors are always so busy. It's not easy to call them from such a country like Japan. So it's my honor to that we have invited more than 120 professors in our campus, and I think more than 65 students, the young Japanese students who visited our campus. So this is another achievement of this beacon. The third, this is only beacon that we could able to send our total 72 students from our girls colleges to Japan. So all these young students got transformed actually. Until they don't visit the Japan, they cannot visualize the country like Japan. So it's our honor that 72 students till now have been visited Japan with our efforts of this relationship. And among these, 13 actually awarded the prestigious Japanese government scholarship, and now under the master and doctoral course programs. So this is again our achievement by this Beacon series, that we develop relationship and our students can easily get the advantage to go and participate in bilateral programs and academic programs. And I can see the transformation of all these 13 girls Because I remember all these girls came first to our interview in our campus with their parents, were holding the hand of the parents. They was very dependent to their parents because without parents they was not able to move actually. So now I can see the transformation now after this coming to Japan, coming completing the course, and now they are very independent women scientists all over the world. Some are in US and some are few are in UK and many are in Japan. So I can see the real transformation by this event. If we have this event with continuously, we can see such transformation because our goal not just to give the education, but how we can prepare our student to be a independent woman in this world, to not to serve the family, but to serve the society or serve the world. So this is with the mission. I think this is one of the important event because of only Beacon that we could another one, this is only the beacon that we could able to establish some venture activity between India and Japan. So we could able to establish two important startups, BioSolution in India and BioSeed in Japan. And what is important is both these startups are actively working to find a solution for the current challenges. I would like to say three most challenging part which we are doing now. We are trying to find a solution. The first, uh, uh, as you are aware, in the recently what happened in southern part of uh, India in Andhra Pradesh, the name of the town is the Iliru, that more 600 peoples are suffered by a same disease which belongs to the epilepsy and seizures. So what happened? What happened in last 6 days that all the 600 come with the same symptoms, and after the blood report, we came to know that all are suffered by the heavy metal contaminations. So people are not aware what they are drinking every day and how it is badly affecting their health. So if such, this is like a tsunami, that if tsunami comes, disaster occur. So how we can get a signal from tsunami that tsunami will come so we can prepare ourselves. So if we have such a device that we have developed called Depser, if we have a portable device with our venture company, then we could serve the society. They can avoid such disaster. So this is one of the very important activity which our two startup are doing to solve such problems to from the such water contaminations. The second activity which our startups are doing to find a solution for COVID-19. Actually, we need the sanitizers. So all the worlds are using the alcohol-based sanitizers, and we have some limitations in our India, in our temples, in everywhere. So alcohol is not very friendly to you to our own body. So our ventures now developing a water-based sanitizer with the help of Japanese company, and we are developing a water-based sanitizer that can kill the virus in just few seconds. And our startup in India is going to launch this new product, water-based sanitizer, and I think this is another product of this BICON series. The third one, which mainly the BioSeed is doing, our startup in Japan is doing, to find a robot, to make a robot that can help to self-test your virus infections. And I'm very happy to see that within the few months, I think by the March of next year, we could able to launch this robot. This robot can be placed in any supermarket. You just go for shopping. Before entering, you just put your saliva in the robot and do the shopping. And after shopping, you just collect your answer. So it will be so easy for you to get the test of which type of virus you have, whether it is influenza, whether it is common cold, or whether it is something like coronavirus or maybe some virus X. So such type of activity between these two countries where we have human resources and in another where we have the technology can integrate and can find a better solutions. So I think this is only because of this beacon that we have such continuous relationship with Japan and we can develop such activities. So I really admire with this relationship that we are doing. So these are the fact. And now the theme of this year, we have decided the keyword that we have 2020, the new normal. So yesterday we discussed, our science department, nursing department discussed what is the new normal, and we realized that this is the new normal for science, that we should have such mask every day to avoid such infections. But what is the new normal for the commerce and management or for IT, that I want to little discuss here. I think, okay, if I give an example that for our these two department, if we ask to make a new startup or make a new startup business, how we can improve the success rate. If I ask whether it is idea, or whether it is investment, or whether it is marketing. Which three is more important to make the startup more successful? So I don't know what you select, but for me, the important is the not all of these three. The important part is the need, what we need in our society. If you have a clear vision, clear image of need, then you can better make a startup. So what we are recently experienced that those who are working in COVID-19, they can easily get the fund, they can easily get start make the startup, they can easily get the marketing and investment. So what is the need is very important. So I think these two department, IT and commerce management, also need to focus. I think the need is the new normal now. So all the new startup, new marketing strategy must need to focus on the needs. So I think this issue we are going to explore today with our expert, all the 11 speakers and the other guests, that how we can find the new normal for these two departments. So, with this, I would like to welcome all the speakers, all the guests. I think many have been connected now. I appreciate your active role. And please be assured that this is not just one day event that you speak and you forget, but we want to make a relationship with all of you. So please connect with all of us. And we really would like to, because this is the platform to attach, to join. And after that, how we can continue working together in an interdisciplinary environment, so we can nourish and we can flourish our activity, education activity in India. So with this, let me close the wishing you all the invited speakers and all the participants, a delightful and very stimulating knowledge and sharing in this next 2 days under this umbrella of BICON 2020. So I again welcome you all. Let's join me and to make this another second day, wonderful day for knowledge sharing with these two departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such inspiring words. I'm sure each and every one of us were mesmerized to every word you spoke so beautifully. Now, I would like to invite the one and only, the motivational guru, the master of thoughtful knowledge, a dynamic entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience. This his far reaching objective is to empower women and youth through his technical education. Objective is this, and he believes that there is a tremendous scope in each and every youth. Please welcome Director Academics Honorable Dr. Sanjay Bayani for presidential address.
Please unmute.
Thank you very much. It's a great moment. This is the 50th time we are organizing this Indo Japan Symposium. It's a matter of proud. I am very happy to note the inaugural remark of Professor Manish Biani that 120 professors from Japan, 65 students from Japan, and 72 students from India visited in this BICON strategies and BICON conference out. This is the best outcome because the knowledge, the important part, how to exchange our knowledge. So this time we are virtually connected, and it's a great moment. So today, I feel that 3 days program is we can define that the body, mind, and third important thing is emotion. On the very first day, we are discussing about the science. It means physical world. But in the second day, today, we are discussing about the mind because we want to earn, we want to celebrate the life, we want to enjoy the prosperity. This is the second day, phenomena of second day. But most important thing is the psychology. After the COVID-19, there is a great psychological impact on the human brain. So third day we will discuss about it. So today, it is very important that banking sector, the issues relating with the banking sector, what is the impact after the COVID-19 on the banking sector? What is the impact on the education sector? What is the impact on designing, supply chain management, IT sectors, technology, startups, and big data management, that is a security and privacy issue. These are the very important areas. And students from the commerce management and ITs, they should they should enjoy this seminar. They should update their knowledge. And this is an international platform. So it's a great moment. I'm very happy, and I appeal all the students and all the teachers, please update your knowledge. We should be very good listener. Today we prayer, uh, Lord Ganesha. Ganesha says, listen carefully, because it's a big ear that shows we have to listen carefully. Listening is the skill. Listening with the cool mind. It is very important, because nowadays this is a time of social media. We are moving here and there, but the concentration is very important. So I appeal all the students. I congratulate all the students. You all are very good listener, but keep associate, keep integrate yourself with this BICON 2020 second day. I uh, welcome our chief guest Rajesh Kothari ji, who is the Vice Chancellor ICFA University. He will join very soon. I would like to say my warm welcome to the guest of honor, that is Om Thanvi ji, who is the Vice Chancellor Hardev Joshi University. I would like to welcome our, Dr. Neha Pandey, who is the principal of our college. I would like to welcome Tarun Kumar Gupta, who is the convener of this BICON symposium. And most important thing is, I would like to say big thank and big welcome to all the participants, because listening is very difficult, because listening need concentration. So I congratulate all the students from Biani Group of Colleges, all the students from the abroad and other institutions. They are very lucky, and I am very confident that if we can listen well, then we can make a wonder, because listening means knowledge, listening means wisdom, listening means enhancing the energy. So with this, I would like to say again, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Manish Biani. Your cooperation, your involvement, your devotion, your dedication, it's very important, and it is only your effort, because you are the key and the concept provider. Um, um, so thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Bayani, from the depth of our hearts for all the words of wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Neha Pandey, Principal of Biani Girls College. Ma'am has 25 years of professional experience as a motivational speaker, career and psychological counselor, life coach for spirituality and personal development, designing strategies and policies for examinations and marketing, corporate marketing, business marketing, and many more. Ma'am has worked as a controller of examination and handled all the pre and post examinations work. So now I invite our principal, Dr. Neha Pandey.
Good morning. Konnichiwa. I wish and welcome all of you to the 15th anniversary of India Japan International Conference. But this year, we have gone beyond India Japan because we have many speakers from USA, West Indies, uh, and we have from Oman, and many more countries this time, because virtually it is so convenient and so easy to connect. whatever were the challenges earlier regarding traveling have become very convenient. We can virtually, connect and attend these conferences all across the globe. So, to pay my tribute and to pay my vote of thanks, I'd first of all convey my hearty thanks to the chief guest, Professor Kothari, who agreed to join us. Due to some issues, his urgency at this moment, because he's holding a very senior post, he's stuck up somewhere. He'll be joining us very soon. And same is with Professor Thanvi, who is also the vice chancellor of Government University, which is for journalism, and for Skills University too. So they'll be joining us very soon. But I really extend my wholehearted gratitude and thanks to them, because they have agreed to join us for this mega event. The most importantly, my thanks goes to the management of Biani Group of Colleges, who has been always supportive for any academic program, be it a conference, seminar, or any academic activities for the students. They are more than happy to organize it, and they are wholeheartedly supporting the colleges and all the activities we are doing under their guidance and leadership. As we know that the vision of our organization is that to be a global institution which is committed to the passion for innovation and knowledge, sharing through multidisciplinary research and development. So keeping this vision in mind, we have been organizing all through last 15 years this international conference. And as Dr. Biani already, reiterated in his welcome address, and also Sanjay Biani sir also said, the outcome of these 15 years of hard work is that more than 13 of our students who have got great scholarships from Japan universities, government, and many other private organizations, they have made their beautiful career, and they are placed in USA, Europe, UK. So that is the outcome of these 15 years of hard work. Then sir also mentioned about the exchange program, and the exchange program is that we are giving the platform to the students so that they can get the experience, the exposure. Not all girls would be able to go to Japan, but when Japanese professors are coming here, they exchange the ideas, the innovative technologies that they are using, and our students are getting that platform. And that is the outcome, is that they're motivated enough to do their masters and PhDs from that country, which is the land of rising sun and the most technologically advanced country. So I sincerely convey my thanks to Manish Biani sir, who has been working so hard for last 20 years. He's been placed in Japan, and his great efforts have been recognized by Ministry of External Affairs of Japan also. And in that sequence, in 2017, the Ministry of External Affairs of Japan gave the Commendation Award for building, mutual beneficial relationships between India and Japan. And that is a great, great achievement, because not many, universities would have got that. And we being among in the private sector were, I can proudly say that I'm sure none of the private colleges would have got that kind of a commendation. So the hard work goes to the management team, Rajiv Biani sir, Sanjay Biani sir, and Manish Biani ji, who's been kind enough to always support the academic events. And the theme for today is about the challenges in the new era for the entrepreneurs. And this era is certainly going to be for the entrepreneurs. As we've seen in the COVID era, most of the students, most of the industries have been doing low business. But when we see IT industry, this is one of the flourishing industries. Or for that matter, healthcare industry is also, booming in this particular era. So we want to discuss and guide our students about the various challenges and the opportunities the management students, the IT students will face in these years to come. So our complete focus for today's conference will be on post COVID opportunities, challenges, be it in the area of IT or be it in the area of management. So I also would like to convey my thanks to Professor Rajeshwari ma'am, who has joined us for this, and she's the first speaker in the first technical session. And ma'am is from IIM Udaipur. So I heartily welcome you all, welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us. Thank you, ma'am. And with this, I would like to conclude my vote of thanks, and let us quickly go to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Now, coming to the conclusion of inaugural session, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Biani and Dr. Neha Pandey for their presence and blessings. Before moving ahead with the technical session, we are going to show you glimpses of our Indo-Japan International Conference from 2013 to 2019. Let's go to the memories and look back. Can we have the glimpses, please? What lovely memories these were. I hope next year also we are going to experience the same with the presence of our distinguished guests and speakers in Biani campus. Now, moving ahead, I would like to introduce Biani Biosolutions. It is an Indian company founded by Professor Manish Biani in 2015, and Bioseeds Corporation originated as a venture business laboratory from Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, founded in Ishikawa, Japan in April 2018, with Professor Manish Biani as representative director and president. During this pandemic situation, Biani Research Group invented Rose Aqua alcohol free hand sanitizer based on Japanese functional water technology. Apart from this, other inventions were under Depser technology, that is Depser TVC and Depser M. Currently, the research team is working on water filtration and healthcare technology. Now, to commence the invited talks of BICON 2020 second day, let's start with our first technical session. We have Professor Rajveri Narendran, Ms. Satyan Modi, Dr. Sachin Gupta, Dr. Gunjan Soni, Professor Uma Shankar enlightening us on this technical session. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that Professor Rajeshwari Narendran is here with us as our first invited speaker. She is a professor of HR and OB in Mohan Lal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, and visiting professor of IIM Udaipur and IIM Ahmedabad. Board member in International Federation for Training and Development Organization. Title of Professor Rajeshwari Narendran talk is Challenges of Entrepreneur Post COVID-19. Please welcome ma'am.
May I just interrupt, Ms. Neha? I would like to capture the memory. So, can you ask everyone to open the
Sure, sir.
place and we can take a screenshot so we can continue our memory for next year also. This is important. So, please keep continuing taking the images, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can we do now? Can you ask everyone to please turn this video on and we can take a picture? Yeah, I ask all the members to please turn on your video so we can take a picture.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay. Okay, before we start, Dr. Rajeshwari, let's have an image. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Now, mic to Dr. Rajeshwari, please.
Yeah, good morning, Manishji, and good morning, everyone present here in the beautiful morning, which is, cold and sunny, bright at the same time. So it is such a proud privilege to be associated with this venture because when last year also I was supposed to be there, but somehow certain conditions were not allowing and so this time again, when the request came, I said, yes, definitely, I would be a part of this beautiful journey. Um, for me, the entrepreneurship has been a journey where we have started about 117 self-help groups with the tribals, working in various spaces. They were not at all literate, but hand-holding them and bringing them into a mainstream was one of the larger satisfaction which you derive from such kind of help which you can generate for the masses. And when IIM Udaipur in 2011 started, at that time also the first priority of the director, Professor Jarat Shah, was to create some MTP. And when I proposed that we should have a women entrepreneurship program at IIM Udaipur, so definitely he was very happy and we started that program over there, and we now are having almost, it is connected with the Goldman Sachs now, and we are training almost 3,000 women entrepreneurs every year through Goldman Sachs. So it is a wonderful journey. And when we speak about the entrepreneurship, what I see is, the scenario completely changed. I have certain issues of network at my end. So may I ask somebody from the host to start my presentation? Here the bandwidth is not there. The moment I start my PPT, that the entire screen goes up. So I had already shared my PPT. So if someone can help me with that.
Yes, ma'am. We are sharing your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much. Thank you. So definitely, what has happened? Like come January 2020, we were all celebrating the New Year. Suddenly, by February and the month of March, we started having lockdowns. We started having fear. We started having, the kind of anxiety levels which were never experienced in a century by the mankind. And we all the dimension changed. Everything changed around us. When it changed, it has brought a disruption. We were only talking about VUCA world till February 2020. We were all the conferences were around VUCA world. It was like volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. But I think this came as a tsunami. It came like a big thud. It came like a big thunderbolt, and we were really, really, taken aback. The entire humanity has paused for this, and it is now still it is continuing. So now we are experiencing the pandemic fatigue because everything is going online. Everyone is not able to travel or to think beyond certain levels, and lot of things are challenging us. And when I say that business, entrepreneurship, trade, commerce, industry, and the award goes to disruptive COVID-19, the basic objective is that everything has been taken up by this disruption. Next slide, please. So what I would like to tell that till February 2020, the sunrise sectors were considered as airline industry was blooming like anything because domestic travel, international travel, everything was going on in a wonderful manner. The tourism, hotel and restaurants were flourishing. The luxury, fashion and automobile industries were going gaga over entire globe because that was the key to, that was the thing which was everyone was having the passion for. And textile industry, the garment, the construction industry, mining, or whatever. And India was having the startup processes. The government was encouraging, and 80,000 plus startups had come in 2018 and 19. And everybody was thinking that now I am the king of my venture. And so many things were there, but the darkness of pandemic has taken over, and some of the business completely stopped. Some of them have stumbled and could not get through, and many of the businesses have slowed down beyond imagination. So many industries went into dark, and this dark zone has made the entire economic progression into a standstill. Now somehow we have started picking up threads, we have started moving in, and we are now looking into a world of difference under the new normal. Manish was already talking about the new normal. Yes, it is the mask and beyond mask, so many other anxieties. Next slide, please. So business is on a huge rise after February 2020. Though the pharma sector was already growing, but the sudden third of the increase is so much in pharma sector because from all types of medication, the entire pharma industry has shifted towards becoming the apple of the eye for everyone that, oh my God, I need this. So it was one thing which was an equalizer. गरीब हो चाहे अमीर हो बहुत बड़े हो चाहे छोटे हो whether they are poor or rich or whosoever they are, everyone was depending on lot of pharmacy. So pharma is a sunrise sector. Medical, hospital, caregivers, everything has come on the boom. The basic thing like the lockdowns and the other things have created a lot of stress, anxiety, fear, and psychosomatic diseases, and hence the counseling, mental well-being, other well-being like health, yoga, Ayurveda, all that has gone up like anything. The medical shops, of course, because of the and the sanitization, the chemical factories to produce the sanitization, that has gone up. Even very jokingly, somebody has shared, but it is true that the matrimony services in India have gone into 3 times faster than anything else as a business rise in business. The internet services, the online educational platform, you name anything like even the fresh vegetables, grocery and essential supplies, everything has started going up because of the pandemic fatigue which we are experiencing now and the kind of disruption it has brought into our life. Next slide, please. Yeah, as you can see, it is written over there that as Einstein had said, that in the midst of every crisis lies the great opportunity. Definitely, yes. I would very strongly believe that there is a great opportunity, and I would like to give you very quick examples. Digitization definitely of everything from banking to insurance to normal people were just thinking that we would go for mobile banking, we would go for this thing, that thing. But at the same time, it is so important that, it has reached to the less literate people also. People have started having all kinds of Paytm and Beam and all those app-based payment systems and the studies. Even the government teachers who never even opened a PPT in their lives ever in their teaching have gone into Zooms and Google Meets and Microsoft Teams and whatnot, and they have learned by themselves. And that is the next normal everybody experienced. But at the same time, all the organizations who were just into the rat race of the competition, they have started looking more compassionately towards their policy. Work from home, allowing the 14 days of quarantine period with all the support, giving them whatever gadgets are needed, and be it the smallest of the person, the tiniest of the contributor, the compassion, care, and I am there for you have started coming up. So more humane, there was an increase in the humane philosophies in the organizations, whether small or big. Everybody started thinking that we are ultimately human beings and nature is a superpower. Let us create better world for each one of us. So environment cleanliness, the health, the hygiene, caring for others, everything increased to a great extent. The fastest response system, or what we call as a rapid response systems, were developed in every organization. It was so important. Like I would just like to give you the example of Louis Vuitton or Hennessy, which is one of the largest luxury retail of the world. Immediately they shifted to making fancy masks. Immediately they started working on to certain things like they were all to the perfumeries which were all the fragrances which they had. they immediately shifted to the same technology to be used for sanitizers, the spray sanitizers, handy sanitizers, and everything. So immediately you have to think that now what? My business is not going to work as a luxury retail for next 2 3 years. People are all having panic strict, are not going to buy the very costly, very highly priced products. So what should I do? So rapid response systems are to be developed, whether it is a small business in India, Japan, Korea, or let it be in US or France. Everywhere you have to be in a very quick mode. You have to change the entire philosophy and change towards whatever is needed and is in hand. Innovation started coming into its peak because to meet out and to mitigate the risks which were entering into the business world, everybody started thinking in a very, very different way. Like having a spray based sanitizer to pumping it from a leg. Even a local metal worker created stands where they could press the pedestal and can get the sanitization without touching any surface. The engineering students started making the sensor based the sprays where you don't need to touch any surface. You just show your hand and it drops in your hand, and you can rub your hand and do like that. So anything and everything started coming in a fashion. Like you would see the marriage market, the marriage number of people participating in marriage were very less, but the fancy lehengas and dagras and coats and sherwanis were also accompanied by fancy masks so that they can come out. So anything and everything, even the tailoring units, they who were stitching everything a ready-made garment, they quickly shifted themselves to mask, PPE kits, and all those kind of things. The stationery shops had all the cardboard boxes converted into remolding furniture, which can be used and thrown very easily. You can go and watch the honeycomb furnitures on any YouTube channel, and you would find that what kind of new thinking has emerged because you wanted quick solution to the things. I would like to tell you one of the very interesting entrepreneur from down south, Lakshmi Menon, who is a very very interesting person to me because when she saw a lot of plastic is being wasted out of creating the PPE kits, which were like side cuttings and everything, the shreds of those plastic PPE kits. So what they did is immediately she started weaving it into braid, and those braids have been created as shaya, which is bedding, temporary bedding with a cushion of those PPE kits. And what has made it, it has been made to be useful to the society. It was given to all the weaker society, weaker segment of the society. So you can see that how disruption can make you think in so many ways. My next slide, please. So here I would say that any businesses, those who are still finding their grounds to stand on, you still have to think with compassion that how can you make your world change. You have to see that how can you be the caretaker of those who you are responsible for as your employees or contract or whatever. You will have to display a lot of hope and optimism to the people. If you do not do it, if you tire, your entire system would get tired, and maybe the ship sinks. So the ship should sail on, and that's why a lot of hope and optimism has to be there. Communicate, communicate, and communicate. It is so important to remain connected to your people, your suppliers, your vendors, your bankers, your insurance people, your all stakeholders, and give them the confidence we are there, we are there, we are there. That kind of pumping of energy has to be there and continuous. And it is okay to be not okay. Accept if you have any kind of failure, if you have any kind of thing, that transparency would give you more trust. And it is absolutely okay to fail. Not everyone is going to be winning the race. But when you accept your failure, you find the ways to emerge soon gaining back. This is very important. Adaptability, resilience, capacity building, these are all the new words. But at the same time, for all these startups, I would like to finish my talk by focusing on all these startups. Think that it is very important to sustain your efforts. Maybe, as I always say, the sun can be, dark by the dark clouds around it, but it is only momentary. The sun would again emerge, it would again come back, it would give its shine and glory to the entire world. And that hope has to continue. Don't give up, keep on moving. And you would see the sea change around you, and pretty soon things are going to be back to the normal because now we have accepted this new normalcy as a part of our life. And hence, I would say that the startup businesses, you have to think in very many innovative way, have that inclusivity, have the sustainability. Don't think that everything is only profit, but yes, profit with more, compassion, profit which is sustainable, the profit which would give the society its edge to move on. These are, I'm just because I know I'm the first speaker, I don't want to give all the prescriptions which others may be giving, but at the same time, I'm here to tell that these are the beams of thought which may be taken up by the young energies who are thinking to go for the businesses. It is going to be, soon a very, very positive thing coming up. So keep these energies up, keep moving, stay safe, and stay blessed. Thank you so much. Has anyone any questions or anything would you like to ask, or shall I stop here?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Indeed, your presentation gave a real insight. And as we all would have realized through this pandemic, that whatever was the normal thing earlier, we were all after clothes, the accessories, the fashion things, the additional aspects of the life, which they were like obsolete in this pandemic. We had observed no
Yeah.
shopping, all the lovely, big cars were parked outside. We were not allowed to move out. And what was important during that time was compassion, and
Yes.
that you very truly and very correctly mentioned in your presentation also. And as you said that all the industries which were on a rise suddenly came down, and which were doing very low and suddenly those came up. Like, as you said, the government teachers were hardly using the electronic gadgets and the computers and the online platforms, but that's become a new normal today, and we all have adopted to it. And thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your insights. And any question, if I can have from the participants, you can just write down on the chat box. Ma'am, this is on this platform. We have very limited, persons. We have allowed only by invitation, and
Yes.
most of our viewers are on YouTube at the moment.
I
More
can
than
understand.
1,000 students who have registered for this conference are
Wow.
watching you live on YouTube. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. And it was really wonderful to connect like this. And yeah,
I hope the situations improve next year, and we'd like to have you
so
in our
yes, yes, we all are wishing. That is a wishful thinking. That's the wishful thinking. Thank you so much. I sign off.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Can we move to the next speaker now, ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am. With immense pleasure, I would like to introduce our next invited speaker, Mr. Satyan Modi. Mr. Modi is a senior vice president and zonal head of HDFC Bank, having experience of more than 24 years and have worked in various departments of banking, including corporate banking, investment banking, foreign exchange department. Mr. Modi is going to deliver his talk on banking career opportunities and challenges in banking sector, the new normal. Please welcome Mr. Modi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, you're audible.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. I think thank you very much for the fantastic opening remark. Before I go into the career in banking, obviously, I think this is one of the great field banking, and there is a huge scope to grow in banking sector. But before that, I would like to touch upon few aspects of banking, why banking is required, and what is banking all about. I think all of you would have heard this name called as BFSI sector, which is banking and financial sector and insurance. Now, this sector is one of the prominent sector of the nation. I think probably if I say this is one of the biggest sector of the nation, and not only of India. I think globally also this is one of the very prominent sector. And all of you understand, and especially in that BFSI, banking is very important for any nation, and especially for the underdeveloped countries, because you understand bank is required by each individual, whether you are a salaried or you are a businessman, self-employed, whatever you are, you require a bank. And that is why there will be no recession in this sector. This sector will continue to grow. The only thing will happen is the professionally run organizations will do well, and the organizations which are not professionally run may not do that well. So that is the only thing which is going to happen in this sector. But the sector will continue to grow because India is growing, and if country grows, if the economy grows, banking sector will also grow. Um, Banking sector, as you know, banks are governed by Reserve Bank of India, who's our regulator. Reserve Bank of India governs all the banks and issues various policies, have various guidelines to control the bank, because obviously we deal in public money and there has to be a regulator to control the banks, and that is why the RBI plays a very important role in Indian banking system. Uh, under RBI, I think there are various types of banks which exist in country. The first are the public sector bank, or we call it as a nationalized banks like State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, PNBs, and all. Then we have private sector bank like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and so on and so forth. Then we have cooperative banks, rural Grameen banks, small finance bank. Then we have payment banks like a Airtel Payment Bank, and I think this is the entire spectrum of banking. I think RBI's keen interest is to ensure why all these types of banks are being given, and obviously we have few foreign banks also in the nation, but those are very less in number. So the RBI's intention is to ensure that we give financial inclusion in the nation. Financial inclusion means that the banking facility reaches to the last man in the nation. So every village, every citizen of the nation is covered by the banking facility, and that is why so much emphasis has been given to give licenses to some of the banks. And obviously, not only that, when we open our branches, I think RBI has given us mandate to open select branches into unbanked areas and into small rural areas also. So we cannot open branches only in bigger urban areas or bigger metros. We have to go at that mile also. Not only that, we have to open the banking correspondents also, where we cannot have a physical brick and mortar branches. So banks try to cover the entire nation through brick and mortar branches and their correspondent, which we call it as a banking correspondent. Uh, and that is why I think each bank has a different strategy for the rural market and for the metro or the urban market. Obviously, there are two strategies for rural area, because the requirement in rural area is completely different, and the demand and the requirement in urban area is completely different. So, hence, banks has two different strategies. One is for the rural market, and one is for the bigger centers. I think all of you understand, initially banks were formed about 70, 80 years back. The major purpose of bank was to take deposit from the customers and give lending to the customers who require loans, and the margin between that used to be the bank's profit, which used to go into paying the salaries of the employees or other expenses of the bank. Today, I think this is not the only thing which bank do. Obviously, this is one of the important things which banks do. But apart from that, banks have become a financial supermarket where they provide you all the financial services which are required for a customer. And customer can be of any type. You can be an individual, a salaried customer, you can be a student, you can be a businessman, you can be a big corporate, you can be a agriculturist or anything. So you have products for every type of customer who exists in India, and that is why these big banks have become a financial supermarkets. Today, today, apart from deposit and lendings, there are various products like credit cards, debit cards, advisory services, demat account, online trading account. You have a complete product for rural ecosystem, uh, POS machines when you go to a merchant to, and you suppose you go to a restaurant and then you want to pay a bill, the machine is provided by a bank. Not only that, I think the QR codes, the payment, if you buy a ticket online, a airline ticket online, the platform which is used has been provided by the banks, so that you can do online banking and all those. So all those things have also come up. That is why I think banks are called as a financial supermarket. These are not only the traditional banks which used to take deposits and give advances. One thing which has become very very critical in banking, and I think it is not only in banking, because I have an experience of 24 years, and obviously I have seen various industries as a banker. You are in touch with various industries. I think technology is playing a very very crucial role in banking, and not only in banking, in other sectors also. So let me restrict my talk to banking. I think technology is playing a very, very critical role in banking. And I think in last 7 8 years, technology has taken over. And obviously, after Corona, this pandemic, I think technology has gone to a next league. Probably the solutions which we would have made after 5 years, we were forced to make now. And that is, I think, that is, I would say, one of the positive thing which has happened due to COVID is the technological advancement which has happened is all because of this pandemic. Uh, I think there were times when customer used to go to a bank to open a account. Today, there are digital solutions where you can, sitting at your home, you can open the account. There were times when customer used to go to bank branches to do transactions. Today, all the transactions, if you are a big corporate house also, all the transactions can be done digitally, sitting at your office or residence through your own instruments. There were time when you used to approach a bank for loan, and it used to take long number of days to approve a loan, because file used to flow from one office to another office, and then loans used to get sanctioned. Today, digitally, most of the loans get sanctioned, and the turnaround time has reduced considerably. um, Also, I think due to technology, we have been able to customize the products basis the customer requirement. So whatever your requirement is, we can customize the product basis the customer's need, and that is the beauty of this technology, that we are being able to customize the products basis the customer requirement. And that is why I think in banking system, technology is playing a very very critical role. Obviously, some of the customers come up and say to me that yes, there are threats of technology also when you start using it, because you are a financial sector, you deal in money. So then there are threats of using it also. There has been some frauds also, while fraudster has used or have taken out money from our account. So how to prevent that? And my answer to them remains very simple. Trust me, the systems of the banks, in fact all the banks I would say, are very very safe. It is that you have to be slightly vigilant, you have to be slightly careful while doing the transaction. If you share your customer ID or a password or a OTP, we have different layers of security. So you have a customer ID, you have a password, and then obviously a OTP comes on your own mobile number. If you compromise that, if you share that information with somebody, obviously frauds are going to happen. So you need to be slightly careful. The systems of the banks are very robust. Chances of having fraud within the banking system are almost negligible. But be slightly careful. Do not share these informations with anybody. Some of the customers may say to me ki yaar, I may get into that trap of a fraudster, so why should I use it? And my reply to them also is that when you drive a vehicle on the road, the chances of accidents are there, but it does not mean that you stop driving the vehicle. You will have to go with the technology. The only thing is you will have to be slightly careful while driving. Same goes in the banking also. You will have to change. You will have to change with time. You will have to adopt technology, but be slightly careful and do not share your credentials with anybody. The systems of the banks are completely safe. The second question which most of my customers ask me, and obviously all of you are seeing the stock market is growing and everybody today is investing into stock market. So a lot of my customers ask me, sir, give us the list of the banks or the financial institution in which we need to invest money, and which are the better banks who can give us a good return. And obviously, HDFC Bank is one because I work in HDFC Bank and we have seen the kind of returns HDFC Bank is given in last 25 years. I think HDFC Bank has given a return of 350 times. The stock of HDFC Bank has given 350 times. But I will not talk. I will only say, please, please see these 4 points in any bank or a financial institution before you invest into that bank or a financial institution. First is the non-performing assets. Now, NPAs are the backbone of any bank. If there are high number of NPAs, obviously the asset quality of the bank is not good, which means I think the money which they have lended to customers have not been lended properly. So if money is not going to come back, obviously it will have a huge impact on their operations and they will not be able to repay to their depositors. The second is, please see the profit, year on a year profit, how that year on year profit is growing. The third is, see the balance sheet size of those organizations. And all these three informations are available in the annual report or the quarterly report which banks publish, and it is on the public domain. So you can all download that, see that. You don't have to ask anybody. And the last and the most important thing which you need to see and which is going to be the future is how they are adopting the technology. Technology adoption has become very critical because the organizations which are going to adopt technology properly or which are going to invest more on technology will be the leaders for tomorrow. So please see, and that you can understand by the statements which are coming of the banks, and obviously you can read the newspapers and all. But trust me, I think technology adoption and investment in technology is going to be very very critical. The products which banks are going to bring to customers are going to be important. I think the complete transformation has happened due to digital in banking sector. The products which we would have never thought have become digitally. Today, we can process loans without customer visiting the bank branch, without taking a wet signature of the customer. Wet signature means a physical signature of that customer. We are still able to disburse loans. That probably 6 7 years back we would have never thought कि we can disburse a loan without even taking these physical or the wet signatures of the customers. Today we are able to do that. We are disbursing a cash credit loans, or we are sanctioning a cash credit loan in say an hour's time from the and the time starts once the customer gives us the complete set of documents. That we would have never thought is going to happen. It used to take 2 3 hours minimum to sanction, 2 3 days minimum, or sometimes more to sanction a loan. Today, in 1 hour, we are being able to sanction a loan. So that is the beauty of the technology, and that is what I think is a complete transformation in banking industry. Now comes the most important, and the I think because a lot of students must also be there on this call, is career in banking. I think, as I told you, banking is growing. Bank will continue to grow. There is a huge demand in Indian market of banks. Still, I think although we have achieved the financial inclusion target, but I personally feel still a lot of bank branches to be opened in the nation. The rural economy of the nation is growing, so we will have to go more deeper. We will have to open more branches into the rural areas, and obviously urban economy is also growing because the nation is growing. So there will be demands of banks. There will be new products which banks are going to launch. There will be more number of bank branches which banks are going to open. So the sector is growing, and if we open a new branch, we require manpower also. Without manpower, you cannot open a branch. So there will be requirement of good people also in the bank. So, and the second thing which I have seen is there is a huge growth in banking sector also. The banks are growing, so if an organization grow, a employee also grows, and that is, I think, that is the power of this sector, that you can grow in this sector. I still remember HDFC Bank started its journey 25 years back as a startup. We opened our first branch. Today, we are the third biggest company of the country in terms of market capitalization, only after Reliance Industries and TCS, and which has given huge growth to the employees who had worked in HDFC Bank. And I'm sure this would have happened in many other banks. So there is a huge growth in banking sector. Thirdly, I think this is a white collar job where you have been treated respectfully by the citizens or by the society. So when you go and speak that I am a banker, I think society gives you that respect. So obviously this is a very respectful job also. So these are the positives I think we should be seeing for banking. The next question comes: what is the required qualification to join a banking sector? Actually, any postgraduate degree or any professional degree, if you have, you are eligible to join banking, because we have different departments, and where we require people with different skill set. But majority of the hiring happens for MBAs and for the chartered accountants and company secretaries, because I think the biggest department or major requirement happens for those individual. It does not mean that if you have any other professional degree, you will not be able to come into the banking sector. You can come into the banking sector. The next questions come: how can we apply into the banks? I think you can go to any bank official website. There is a career section. You can go into that career section and you can post your resume. Obviously there are few vacancies also which will be there. You can see where you fit in that and you can apply, or you can post your resume, and as soon as there is a vacancy, you will get a call from bank. For public sector banks, they release a advertisement, and advertisement comes not only in newspaper, in different sites also. You can see that advertisement and you can apply it. What are the skill sets required? And I think the next question in this series comes is: what is the required skill set to be doing well in a banking sector? Suppose I have joined bank, and what are the skill sets are required that I will be able to grow in banking sector? I think there are not too much skill set. We do firstly, please do not think that if you are not technically qualified, technically means if you have not done a great degree, if you are an MBA from a normal college, not from a IIM, you will not be able to grow. You will be able to grow. I think we require basic skill sets for a banker, and if he or she possesses those skill set, I think they will be able to grow. Before I come into skill set, one thing which came into mind is banking also gives a great career opportunity to women also, because it is a very very safe sector, and a lot of women are employed in this sector. So I think it gives a lot of growth to women employees also. So the girls who are watching this webinar, I think they can also apply it. We have seen women employees growing immensely. In fact, the erstwhile chairman of State Bank of India was a female. The erstwhile MD of ICICI Bank was a female. The erstwhile MD of Axis Bank was a female. In HDFC Bank also, we have couple of group heads, which we call it as a deputy managing directors. We have females. Also, the females are doing extremely well in banking sector, and because obviously it is one of the safe sectors for the women. The three or four most important skill sets which we require is: one, you need to have a high integrity level, because integrity is required because you are dealing in public money. and obviously we deal in money. And if we do not have an integrity, if our integrity is low, then you are not fit for the banking sector. So the first most important skill set is you need to have a very high integrity levels. Second is you need to be hardworking and should have a positive attitude towards work. The third is you should be mobile. So if you want to mobile means you should be willing to work in different parts of the nation. And obviously if there is a overseas posting, you should be willing to go there. If you do not want to get relocated, and then probably your growth will be limited in banking sector, because in banks there is a policy that we rotate people. And once you rotate people, I think when you go to a new geography, you learn a lot of new things, and which improves you as a human being, and which also improves you as a professional. And the last and the most important thing which in last 4 5 years which has developed is that you should have a knack of technology. A knack of technology means you should be willing to learn technology. You should be willing to adopt technology. I am not saying that you need to have a professional degree for technology. If you have a professional degree for of technology, it is great. But if you do not have a professional degree for of technology, I think it is not a hindrance. The only thing is you should be clear that I am going to learn technology and I am going to adopt technology. If that you start doing it, you will be able to grow. See, if you shy away from technology, you will not be able to grow in this era. And not only in banking sector, in any sector, because the way technology is growing, you need to be hands on technology. So these are the important skill sets which are
Sorry
required
to
by a
interrupt you,
banker.
sir.
I know my session is over. I understand you have ring the bell, and thank you very much. Anything else? So I'm done. I think all the
Thank you
best
so much,
to.
sir. Thank you so much for the session. And it was indeed a very comprehensive session where you covered with the banking sector opportunities for the students, how they can make a career in that. And as you said, in the COVID pandemic, only those organizations will sustain and grow which are professionally managed. So this is a big learning for the students also who are aspiring. They're looking for their career in the banking sector or BFSI sector, as you mentioned. And the student should understand that why this industry is growing, because they have done a very good need assessment, and you have everything to cater to all individuals of the society. So even the students should understand and learn, and all these research scholars and the professionals who are in this industry must understand this, that you have to do the need analysis and then deliver the product as per the requirement of the society. And in our organization, in our college, we really pay good emphasis on the students who are doing MBA, and we advise them to go for CS. And as you mentioned in your talk just now, that CA and CS are the ones who are likely to be employed. But if I say, if you're having an MBA degree and the student can pursue CS along with that, certainly they'll have a very good career. And it is very evident from coming directly from the vice president of HDFC, that this is a must kind of a skill. So I think all students should make a real good note of it, that if you are doing MBA, do your CS along with that, and then you can have a great career with the flying colors. And for the next session, we are joined by Professor Kothari sir. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. A very good morning to you.
So,
And
it's a great moment. Professor Kothari is with us. Uh, Sir, your extensive knowledge, your smile speaks a lot. You are a very knowledgeable person, and we are fortunate enough. I wholeheartedly welcomes you. And the basic intention of this symposium is to make a interaction between Japan and Indian scientists, industrialists. uh, so this is 50th time when we are organizing this types of the symposium, and this is a virtual symposium this time. 14th, it is a physical, but this is now virtual platform. So it's very convenient, and it's a very simple and with a great simplicity. And we welcome you from top bottom of my heart. And it is very pleasure to note that you are leading the university like IFI, and very soon I will meet you. I would like to visit your university. So thank you once again, and we invite your kind words. Thank you so much. Oh,
Uh, Namaskar. At the outset, I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Sanjay Biani for having me with you this morning.
thank you.
Feel happy, feel privileged to talk to you every time. And whenever I talk to you or happen to meet you, I always feel inspired. And to the extent that what a wow you are going to create in this field called education.
Thank you.
My heart goes for you all out to appreciate the way you have put a Biani before the students, before the society, before the stakeholders. Indeed, to be copied, to be followed, and to be inspired. Million of young people only. Thank you, sir. So soon we are going to meet it. We are going to meet. Yeah. Welcome, ma'am. Principal, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Happy to learn that you're doing great job to
Thank
make
you.
this institution as
Thank
an
you, sir.
institution of excellence only. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Hopefully,
you,
one
sir.
day we'll sit across the table and we'll talk about.
Yes, sir. Sure. Very soon, sir.
And I'm so deeply touched by Sanjay ji, his simplicity, his kind of concern and care, and of course, easily accessible. बहुत कम लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो मिलना पसंद करते हैं. Especially when you achieve something in their life, the first thing you do is you create artificial wall around you. Clear? टाइम लेके आओ, 3 बजे आओ, सेक्रेटरी से मिलो, अपॉइंटमेंट था क्या आपका पहले. But with Sanjay ji, I think whenever he had a chance, just he's available across the phone, and that is sign of a big person in making. Good.
Very nice.
Sir, I always salute to the efforts being made by Biani. And when I use this word, I'm using it that you always think ahead of time. Who is wise and who is wiser and who is the wisest one? The wisest is the one who think ahead of time. He's capable of reading the writing on the wall. And not only this, he acts what's going to happen. He who saw that technology will change the world in the year 2000. Sanjay ji, if you remember, there was a crisis of dot com. Dot com crisis was used to be in 2000. He who can read the writing on the wall, and not only this, welcome ध्यान सिंह जी. ध्यान सिंह जी बिल्कुल एक अनुज है मेरा, स्नेही है, अफेक्शनेट है. और normally if I'm here today, thanks to Sanjay ji, but more important to ध्यान सिंह जी. इस बच्चे को मैं कभी मना नहीं कर सकता यार. अगर आधी रात को बोले सर चलना है, चलो. He is so affectionate to me and so caring and so concerned to me. Okay. So, मैडम इशू ये है, हमें से कितने लोग वक्त की इबारत को पढ़ लेते हैं और पढ़कर अपने आप को ढाल लेते हैं. He who could see the writing on the wall and could implement, he is ahead of time. Clear? कि जिसने सोचा कि मैं पानी को बेच सकता हूं. संजय जी सुनिए, हिंदू शास्त्र में तो पानी को बेचना सबसे घोर और जघन्य अपराध माना गया है.
Yes.
कहते हैं तुम्हारे पुरखों ने प्याऊ लगाई और तुम पानी बेचोगे.
Mhm.
But he saw a business in it. And today, this packaged water, this processed water industry is worth few thousand crore. Clear? He who saw and could read, यार एक 200 ml की शैम्पू की बॉटल या सॉस की बॉटल को मैं अगर 1 ग्राम के पैकेट में कन्वर्ट कर दूं, I can be the winner. And recently, if you have interest in stock market, there is company which does the same thing. This is Mrs. Baxter and company, which has just been making the public issue right now. So what I'm saying, who are we, by the way? We are the one who read the change, and we are the one who makes other to accept the change, and we are the one who make our students ready for what? For time to come. Time is absolutely uncertain preposition. Clear? But at the same time, is the time that connects, is the time that disconnects, is the time that makes us to be what we are and what we are not. I'm happy that you're organizing this kind of conference. कम से कम जब पेंडेमिक में सब जगह निराशा है, हताशा है, उम्मीद खत्म हो चुकी है, वहां एक कॉन्फ्रेंस, मैं फिर कहता हूं, ना उम्मीद से उम्मीद, अंधकार से रोशनी, हताशा और निराशा से आशा की नई किरण की ओर हम सबको लेके जाएगी। बिकॉज इवेंचुअली वी एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग कैन नॉट टेक ए बैक सीट एंड रिलैक्स। आदमी की सबसे बड़ी फितरत क्या है? उसको आप जिस परिस्थिति में रखोगे, कुछ असहज होगा, फिर सहज होगा, और उसके बाद वो सबसे आगे निकलने की उसकी जो एक बेसिक इंस्टिंक्ट है ना, he'll capitalize on it. So my simple understanding is, a, we never thought pandemic will take place. Clear? We were all anxious, anxiety level was too high, and we were all almost hopeless. Now in the 6 month, I think we are going to revive everything slowly and gradually. We are not as fearful as we used to be 6 months back.
True.
We were not as uncertain as we were few months back. And today, again, we have bounced back. Clear? Let 2 months pass away. Let's enter the 2021. Again, everything will be normal. But my understanding is very clear कि जब भी कोई संकट आता है, राइट, ये बहुत कुछ सिखा के जाता है. Every crisis makes us to learn several things. And to me, every crisis is an opportunity. If you look at this pandemic, uh, what we have learned, number one, जिसको लेकर मैं बहुत संजीदा हूं, मैं बहुत कंसर्न भी है मेरा. नंबर वन, जिन रिश्तों को हम खो चुके थे, या जो हाशिए पे आ चुके थे, या कहीं विलुप्त और खो गए थे, उनको एक बार फिर हम ढूंढ निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. Kind of money that we have, kind of opulence that we have, kind of wealth we have, made us to believe they are just nothing. So first learning to me is, I feel extremely connected with my family. Right? Earlier, I would run. And here incidentally, let me quote what the thinker of his own time, Rajneesh, उसने एक बहुत बढ़िया बात कही है, and which I think I like to quote as platform only. ये धन भी बड़ी अजीब चीज है. ये धन भी बड़ी अजीब चीज है. युवा, जवान, वृद्ध, महिला, पुरुष, सब इसके पीछे भागते हैं, पर ये किसी के साथ नहीं जाता. Sir, got the point? So what I'm saying, कि इस पैंडेमिक में मेरे को समझ में आ गया, लाइफ कैन बी सिंपल, लाइफ कैन बी मीनिंगफुल, राइट, एंड लाइफ कैन बी एनरिच. वी मे बी रिच, बट आर वी एनरिच्ड? ये मैं बहुत बड़ा सवाल आपके सामने छोड़ रहा हूं मैं. Are we enriched with a thought, with a vision, with bringing a smile on the faces around us or not? Clear? Are we Hitler or are we Mahatma Gandhi? That's your choice. That's our choice. Number two, what I've learned? I've learned that I can lead a decent life with not so much resources. Clear? That means resources extra, resources more than are of not use to me, and that can be given, that can be deployed, that can be invested for creating social wealth. Clear? I know Sanjay ji is very good so far plantation is concerned. Clear? अब वो जो plants हैं, जो पेड़ हैं, वो संजय जी अपने लिए लगा नहीं रहे हैं. He is creating this social wealth for generations to come. And this is again what? The channelization of resources from what used to be economic end to social end. Clear? So we learn what? What we require more than is everything is of no use can be given to those who really need it. Third, when there was a crisis, you learn to survive. A new set of uh, a new set of industry, a new set of business enterprise, a new set of thoughts have emerged. Clear? संजय जी, लॉकडाउन में कुछ भी लॉक नहीं हुआ है, सारी उम्मीदें फिर से जमा हो उठी है. Everything is looking up now. Clear? We have stopped going to restaurant, right? So restaurant has come to our place. What do you strengthen? The delivery mechanism. Clear? पहले आप और मैं एक अच्छे रेस्टोरेंट में जाया करते थे. अब रेस्टोरेंट वाले बोले सर आप मत आओ, मैं भी नहीं आता हूँ. So let's call Zomato, Tomato, whatever you call it to be, and they're with us. Clear?
Yeah, yeah,
You used to go to the medical shop. Ki, sir, we need medicine. He said, don't come, avoid, because what government says is essentially, uh, what essentially required, the medicine would be made available to you at your place. So, जब जब आदमी के सामने क्राइसिस आया है उसके पास उभरने के तरीके भी आए हैं और यही मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ. This
yeah.
is not the end of the life. This is not the end of the world. The world is extremely beautiful. The world is extremely beautiful, meaningful, sensible. It's up to you what sense you can make out of it.
Yes,
Next.
very true, sir. What I understand that everything is one. So stress and happiness both are not different. That is two side of one thread. I personally
Yes.
feel. So if there is some stress, then definitely some happiness will automatically come
Well,
because
sure.
both are
But
not different.
no, संजय जी, but are we ready for it? सवाल ये है, happiness कब नहीं थी और
Yeah.
कब नहीं है?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
We are engrossed in our tension, stress too much that
Yes.
we
Yes.
forget the happiness is around.
Yes.
Clear?
Yes. Yes.
See,
Yes.
I personally feel and believe and practice.
Hmm.
If there is stress, happiness is also there.
Yes.
रात है तो दिन भी है.
Hmm.
ठीक है सर?
Yes.
हम
Yes.
किसी भी existence को, see, we cannot lie down the existence of other things also. मैंने कहा ना आपसे, हम लोग इतने engrossed होते हैं अपने thoughts के अंदर कि हमें मालूम ही नहीं चलता कि what is there. क्या when you are tense because of work, when you are tense because of your excessive classes, regular reform, but and when you go back with the stress and the tension, what do you create? Goodwill?
Yes.
No,
Yes. Yes.
but but uneasiness in the family. And at the
Yes.
same time, when you look at your small daughter or small son, with the stress disappeared.
Yes, sir. So very true,
Okay,
sir. In
clear?
conclusion, I would like to say that Professor Rajesh ji is rightly uh, expressed that everything is one. So there is no two thing. So we have to wait for some time, and we have to believe because ignorance is our problem. So we have to believe that both are the same thing. Then we will wait for some times. So thank you, Rajesh ji,
Thank you.
Professor Rajesh sir, and. As I told, I will visit your institution very soon.
Look forward.
Thank you, sir. And
Thank you, sir.
now
Thank you.
Professor Pankaj Srivastav is waiting for talk. So over to ma'am, please.
With immense pleasure, now I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Pankaj Srivastav. Professor Srivastav is working as a professor in Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology. Professor Srivastav is a RDC and BOS member of VBS University, Jaunpur. Professor Srivastav is going to deliver his talk on the topic Design and Development of Intelligent Diagnostic System. I request you, sir, to kindly conclude your talk within 15 minutes so that we don't run out of time. Thank you. Please welcome Professor Srivastav.
Thanks for the introduction, and I'm waiting since last 20 minutes because I have another talk at 11 o'clock that is scheduled.
We
So
are
don't
very
worry,
sorry for the delay, sir, actually.
I
Very
will
sorry
finish
for the
my
delay.
talk within 5 minutes. Don't worry about that because they are also waiting at 11 o'clock there. So only I have 5 or 6 minutes with us. Actually, I thought that let me inform you that I will talk later on. But in the meantime, I heard that the talk is going to finish and you are going to announce my details. It's okay. Uh, in this particular discussion that you have shared here under the domain of the new science and technology, I was very much interested to share the concerned issue that is involved with the data science, the data analytics, and especially I was very much interested regarding the medical analytics, how this medical analytics with a very super specialized domain of the fuzzy analytics based, how we can develop the systems, how we can detect the diseases, how we can make an attempt to capture the diagnosis process that is usually done by the physician. So that theme I was very much interested. So due to the limitation of time, I think it is, I'm already, let me check, accordingly I will try. Okay, 5 minutes with me. So let me just give a clue of this one, because the various so basically I'm concerned with the how the data science and the data analytics, especially the fuzzy analytics based medical analytics issues, that is a very much interested to discuss with all of you. And that's why I shared my the details concerned with the abstract part, that design and development of intelligent diagnostic system. So in this particular approach, the attempt has been made to capture the diagnosis phenomena that is usually carried out by a medical person, a physician, how they used to capture, how they detect the disease process by interaction mechanism. So that thing we have developed it. And this one that is I'm sharing with all of you is so this medical diagnosis phenomena, under this medical
Sir, sorry
diagnosis,
to interrupt you, but your presentation is not visible.
not visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I request you to please click on the folder. I think then it will be visible. Sir, please stop the sharing and do it again. After that, it might be visible.
Okay. Is it shared on your screen?
No, sir. I request you to kindly open the PPT first and then do the screen sharing.
So uh, my request to all of you that I would like to meet all of you at 11:30, if it is possible, because the another panel is already waiting at 11 o'clock. So it will be better, because otherwise it will be merely a formality of my appearance, just like a guest appearance, without any discussion and without sharing any information or knowledge domain that is
Sure,
essentially
sir.
required for the students. My simple suggestion to all of you, permit me to leave, and I will join all of you at 11:30.
Sure, sir.
Right,
Yes,
sir.
of course,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We'll
Thank
meet
you,
you
sir.
at 11:30.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So we have another next speaker, Dr. Gunjan Soni. May I request the anchor to please introduce Dr. Soni to all the audience?
I feel glad to introduce him. Dr. Gunjan Soni is an assistant professor at MNIT, and some of his professional affiliations are Senior Member of Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering, Honorable Secretary of Jaipur Chapter of Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering, reviewer in many journals and editorials. His topic for today's talk is Challenges in Supply Chain Management post COVID 19. Please welcome Dr. Gunjan Soni. So kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
thank you.
you.
So I congratulate all the organizers for the conference, and it's a good topic that you have chosen. And I would like to contribute a few of my thoughts in the conference. So I'll be sharing my screen just a second. Yeah, oh, I hope my screen is visible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we all know that whole world has been dilapidated with the COVID, and none of us are spared from its adverse effects. So, uh, how are supply chains going to adapt themselves? Because none of us thought that this kind of pandemic we are going to see in the coming time, and same thing was with the industry as well. So, how the industry is going to cope up with the effect of adverse effect of supply chain, and how can they be better prepared for the post-pandemic world? Some of my thoughts are there on that. So will be the basic outline is what are the consequences of COVID on the business, and the trade war which has started, the challenges for the manufacturing organizations, and what steps they can take to avert such. I mean, it's not that it's not going to happen again. If it goes post COVID, means that we should be prepared for any kind of disruptions or pandemics which may be impending. Okay, so that's what the whole thought around this presentation is about. So we see that main consequences of COVID and the US trade war with China has led to uh, thoughts among various manufacturers around the world that we should have more home production. At least, like we can say in India that during COVID, we have seen government pushing towards doing home production or calling other nations to participate in the production process happening in India. So the emphasis on home production is going to increase definitely. People would know that we should have more contingencies in place rather than depending on sole suppliers. Also, there'll be an emphasis on increasing employment in home countries around the world. Uh, so there'll be more, consequently, the manufacturing organizations or the organizations which are dependent on first tier or second tier suppliers, they would try to reduce or eliminate their dependency on risky suppliers. So risky suppliers could be like places where there's political instability, or where there's a chance that like in China, although there's no political instability, but then there is continuous thought around the world that we should be less dependent on China for its production. Similarly, there'll be more emphasis on minimizing inventory and moving towards lean manufacturing. Although that's something not new, but then this has accelerated now. Pandemic has led to acceleration of many uh, philosophies, adoption of various philosophies in the industry. Some things are going to remain same. That is, consumer would always want to have lower price, and the competition is never going to reduce. It will always be there. Then, what are the challenges for manufacturing organizations? They would want to have more production efficiency. I mean, they are still having more production efficiency, but now the impetus is more shifted more towards virtual things. So mm, we can see that data analytics are coming in the gamut, and then your 3D printing is the use of 3D printing will be accelerated for the same reason that we want to be less dependent on suppliers. So 3D printing actually empowers the manufacturer to produce at least pairs on their own. Yeah. uh, and the emphasis will be more on making supply chain resilient, competitive, and robust. So by resilient, we mean that it should be they would want to make their supply chain uh, more adaptable to the shocks which come in supply chain, like disruptions and all. Competitive, of course, because now the focus will be on developing their own national level supply chains. So they would have to compete on the global scale so that the national product could be purchased. We can see that happening across the world. And the robustness in supply chain, which basically means that your uh, no matter what conditions are happening, you anyway are going to adapt to it, but then adapting it not at the higher cost, adapting it within the optimal range. So that's the robustness part. Various steps which can be taken by manufacturers, uh, which probably it's not like they were not doing it earlier. The idea was always there, and now the emphasis could be more on these steps so that they can be more prepared for it, because there has been major setbacks around the world in manufacturing organizations where the labors were not there, main orders getting cancelled, uh, uh, closure of the factories, closure of tier 1 tier 2 suppliers, like that. So um, they should try to uncover and address hidden risks, because before COVID, many of the risks which were hidden were not addressed to that sense, because they didn't seem to be too much concerning. But suddenly, with COVID, all those risks emerged and shown their face. So there's a need to uncover the kind of risks which are latent in the system and which could arise because of conditions like COVID. Identification of the vulnerabilities, which basically is a result. Vulnerabilities results from risk. So we need to identify, these manufacturers need to identify the vulnerabilities which are existing or latent in the system. Um, Nowadays we have a good access to the data storage and data capturing facilities, so they can be well captured. Even like blockchain technology is there, where we can capture the data and analyze and uncover the vulnerabilities in the supply chain. Diversification of the supply base, like not dependent on same supplier, or try to diversify your product so that you are once a supply chain of one particular variety is averted. uh, you can take up a different product, or the product could be substituted with another product for which supply base is available. Hold immediate inventory or safety stock. I mean, that's always been there, but with the advent of lean manufacturing and other Six Sigma, lean, these kind of philosophies have led to an idea that we should be working on the minimum inventory, of course. But then what was happening is that they were even cutting on the safety stock. Now, the again, with the emergent situation, safety stock has become again more important. Uh, Taking advantage of the process innovations, like if some innovative idea has been revealed, and we should not just be sitting on that idea, and rather try to implement that idea. Trade-off between product variety and capacity flexibility should be sought out. So product variety and capacity flexibility, we'll talk about that as and when time comes ahead. So modern uncovering and addressing hidden risk. I'm just going through the some of the points which I might have missed. So modern complex products consist of specialized technologies and subcomponents that are owned by different companies located in same or different. So especially in the automated vehicles, where if your technology is sophisticated, you might depend on a certain supplier only. So you try to develop indigenous technology so that these risks can be averted. mapping of production process with the supplier base. Like if you have a bigger supplier base and over a period of time you have developed this supplier base, it's quite possible that there may be alternate suppliers already available in your supply chain, but you have not uncovered them yet. So if certain situations arise, this kind of database of mapping could be used. This I think we had already talked about diversification of supply base. I mean, heavy dependency on single source. We know that it's not good anyway. And China plus one strategy should be there. China plus one strategy means, of course, most of the companies have their suppliers in China. Now that you can see that Vietnam is coming up, even Philippines, and all these many countries in the South Asia are coming up to be uh, better supplier bases. Of course, in India, we since we are in India, we can obviously promote ourselves that we should be competent enough to be a supplier, tier one supplier to the Western countries. Hold immediate inventory or safety stock. How much? I mean, this is a basic that we should know how much safety stock we should be having, and we should establish a balance between cost of shortage of material in case of uncertainty. I mean, this is all basic, but then what why this point is coming is because over a period of time, the philosophies Lean and the Six Sigma, they have cut down on the safety inventory. So, but then in such situations, we should be ready with the safety stock. Taking advantage of process innovations. Process innovation, what we mean is like automation, or we have artificial intelligence now, artificial intelligence enabled technologies, machine learning, new processing technologies. So soft part, we can have AI and ML, but then on the hard part, we can obviously see this additive manufacturing, 3D printing is there, where we can very well use 3D printing to as a substitute, especially in case like pandemic. I'm doing, let's say I'm producing something and suddenly uh, and right now, of course, metal 3D printing is not that popular, or is not that feasible also. But then like in airlines, they have spares. Many of the spares could be replaced with non-metallic components, which could be easily printed using 3D printing. So rather than simply depending on supplier, we could develop our own capability of supplying the sub-assemblies or the raw materials, or sub-assembly, small sub-assemblies which could be used to complete the product or maintain the product. And trade-off between product variety and capacity flexibility, where there's a term called SKU proliferation, which basically means that addition of different form of same product to serve market segment. Like if certain variety, supply of certain variety has got hindered, we can use SKU proliferation technique to, I mean, you just create a substitute product for a product which you are not able to make, and then you can satisfy your customer. So in conclusion, I would like to say that COVID-19 has exposed many vulnerabilities of global supply chain and raised a doubt regarding globalization. Because I mean, we all know that when most of the countries were under lockdown, uh, and I think in every nation they were thinking about whether we should be going for globalization or not. Many said that that's the end of the globalization, with the President of United States stating that we are cutting down our ties with the China and we are going to make everything. Same thing is we saw in India that let's make everything in our country, and rather than um, importing it from anywhere else, we should be asking others to come and establish plants over here. So so globalization, the thought of the globalization has taken a setback basically. So one should be ready with such kind of philosophies. And uh, of course, it's always good to be self-reliant. And the next is objective is to build a robust supply chain. So most of the supply chains around the world would now be thinking about developing their supply chain in such a way that their profits and their revenues are not affected if such situations come up. And leveraging their own capabilities, many companies over a period of time, what, because this outsourcing was become a norm, so many companies, I would say, like national engineering industries, they had all the capabilities from basic raw material till the end product. Everything they were able to do on their own. But then over a period of time, they realized that there are some of the things in which they are not most competent in, so let it go, and then they start producing elsewhere. Means getting it procured from their suppliers. Now this thing might again come back, where you like to have all the capabilities with your organization rather than outsourcing. Could be possible. So companies are still uh, I mean, they are looking towards these strategies also. They are looking towards improving resilience, and it has to be continuous process. Before COVID, resilience was anyway there, but it was not given that much attention. But now, prime prime concern of companies around the world, especially manufacturing companies around the world, is how to improve the supply chain resilience. We see that uh, being addressed in academic literature also very much nowadays, and how to reduce risk from future disruptions. So these are some focus points we can say for, I mean, takeaways from the whole COVID situation, that the manufacturing organizations around the world, I'm not taking service, because I'm not talking about service, because service anyway does not have that many suppliers in it, service supply chain. But manufacturing, or you can say product, a tangible product supply chain, does have many stakeholders in it. So that was my whole presentation about that. What are the things that companies should be looking forward, especially when you're designing your new supply chains? I think that's it from my side, and I
Yes, sir.
thank
Thank you, sir.
the organizers for keeping such a relevant topic in the conference.
Thank you, sir. You've given truly in-depth knowledge about the supply chain management, wherein the stress is on now reducing the, risks which have emerged during COVID pandemic, and also about the self-reliant, less dependency on China and other countries. Atmanirbhar Bharat, ये जो
Yeah,
बोला गया
that's
है,
it.
local for vocal, So I
Yeah,
think that is truly very apt in this particular era. And so thank you so much for joining us. And since you are in MIT Jaipur, I wish that we could meet sometime, maybe in some
yeah,
exchange
definitely,
programs, some workshops. I'd
definitely.
certainly love to have you in our campus, sir. Thank you so
Sure,
much for
sure.
a very, very relevant talk. And I think without wasting much time, let's switch over to next speaker. The anchor can take on now.
Thank you, sir. With immense pleasure, I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Uma Shankar, who has experience of more than 32 years in academics and industry. Professor Shankar is an educational entrepreneur who has helped to launch many institutions of higher learning in his career. Currently, he is a professor and director in PGPM at Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. It is pertinent to note that he was one of the three founder faculty members of the Department of Business Administration at VBSPU. He is also an editorial board of various research journals. Professor Uma Shankar's topic for today's talk is Challenges for Digitalizing Education in India. Please welcome Professor Uma Shankar.
Thank you. Um, Thank you. It, is this audible? Can somebody?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you're
sir, you're
perfectly
audible.
audible,
Yes.
sir.
And I hope the screen is visible as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfect.
Right, right. So I think I have 15 to 20 minutes, I think, right?
Right, sir.
So what I have tried to do is there are 200 things that can be included in this context of digitalization. And this seems to be the buzzword as far as the technology bit is concerned. uh, I wanted to connect this with the context of higher education in India specifically. I am not going to touch upon K-12 or school education because apart from being a student in Indian schools, I have very little experience of schools, right, and education in schools. So I will limit myself to higher education, right, which is tertiary education. And I will try to conclude with one broad thrust area that, in my mind, is a clear threat for us. And to me, that sort of overwhelms the technological aspect because I think we have enough natural energy and expertise, and I don't see the technological divide being a big challenge to digitalization. I think the challenge lies somewhere else. And at the end of the 15-20 minutes that I will spend with you, I hope that I will get some agreement on that, right? And many of you who are in the position of managing or administering educational programs at the graduate and postgraduate level, and I'm sure you will instinctively latch on to what the hell am I saying, right? So to me, the challenge for digitalization of higher education in India specifically lies actually outside the domain of technology. And I don't think that technology is the limiting factor here. Something else is the limiting factor. And I would like to conclude with that. So let me, without much ado, start with. So what I've done is I've taken a data centric view on the problem that I'm trying to focus upon, right? Let me see this. So, so if you look at some of the data, this is coming from the latest AISHE report, right? The latest AISHE report that was available from the government of India, right? And so we have currently, this is 2019, we have currently 993 universities across India. Sounds like a large number. Around 40,000 colleges and about 10,725 standalone institutions. Out of these 993 universities, 394 universities are located in rural India, right? So if you look at the split, it is around two-third, one-third. Sounds slightly illogical because obviously the split between rural and urban is around 69%, 30%, 31% population. So for 69% population, 394 university, and for 31% population, 900, or the rest 600 odd universities, already tells you some story about where our priorities have been, right? I won't even touch upon the first CAB report that came, I think, in the year 2008 or 9. And that at that time had predicted that by 2015, we will need about 1,500 universities. By the way, this 993 number is from 2019. So 2015 has long gone past, and our target of 1,500 universities is not at all achieved. So the total number, that 993, so on and so forth, sounds large, but frankly, on our own estimation, it is not large enough. The college density, that is the number of colleges per lakh of eligible population, and the eligible population for higher education is estimated by the government of India as 18 to 23 years, right? Between that age group. Varies from 7 in Bihar. So 7 colleges per 1 lakh students to 53 in Karnataka, 53 colleges for per 1 lakh students. And there is another story here. The All India average being 28 colleges per lakh students, right? There are about 35% colleges which run only single programs. And that tells you the other story. That we may say that we have large number of colleges, But look at about 35% of these colleges are single program colleges. I won't even tell you what happens in the name of bachelor's of education program in some northern states that I'm aware of, right? Which run only single programs, out of which 83% are privately managed. So what are these colleges doing? You know, and I know, right? Should we talk about digitalization or should we talk about education first? Right? Right? Among these privately managed colleges, about 38% colleges run only B.Ed courses. Here comes the cat out of the bag, right? So these are basically factories who are interested in doing only something very, very specific and no more. 16% of the colleges have less than 100 students enrollment. So that tells you the story that, we may say that we have 40,000 colleges, right? But there are a large number of colleges where the number of students per college is less than 100, right? And only 4% colleges have more than 3% enrollment. So it is actually creating a clearer picture of the gap between demand and supply. Clear. Okay. Let's look at some more data. So when you look at the total enrollment in higher education, what we call the gross enrollment ratio, a very highly debatable point. Total enrollment in higher education is estimated currently in 2019 by the AISHE report is about 37.4 million. So to the Indian mind, it is 3.7 crore. All colleges, all universities, everything put together, 3.7 crore. And the split between male and female, thankfully, is absolutely almost balanced. It's not, there is not much disparity left. So the gender divide, which used to be disadvantageous to the female gender some time back, has been sort of recovered within the numbers that we have. Right. In 2019, the gross enrollment ratio was 26.3%. So can you imagine that the 3.7 crore that we are talking about is amounts to about 26% of the total population between the age group of 18 to 23. So that tells us that about 75% of the college and university going age group is not in the universities or colleges for one reason or the other. Is it a challenge of access or is it something else? We will discuss that. Distance education is also sharing this load, and the enrollment in distance education constitutes about 11% of the total enrollment in higher education, of which 44% are female students. So again, the split between gender in the distance education also is reasonably equitable. So the question of equity as far as gender is concerned has been more or less seemingly been answered. Look at the numbers of PhD. All India, about 170,000 PhD scholars, which constitutes less than 0.5% of the total HEI student enrollment, right? Standalone numbers may not sound good or bad once you compare it with, let's say, a country like China. When you compare it with a country like China, which has emerged in the last 20 years as a educational powerhouse, then it becomes clearer. Look at the last point, which is damning. Maximum number of students are enrolled in BA, followed by BSc and BCom programs. So the maximum number of these 3.7 crore, right? And it is as bad as 80% of the total HEI enrollment is across only 10 programs, right? Right. So this is the sort of phenomena wherein we say that uh, even in the national capital, University of Delhi, there are many prestigious colleges where every year students in very large number take up subjects like political science, by the way, Sanskrit, right? And history, archaeology. Sometimes I'm forced to wonder, and I've said this in a TV interview also. Sometimes I'm forced to wonder, is it the subject that is attracting them? or is it the college, right? Is it the subject that is making them interested to come to study, or is it the charm of a college? And people are willing to, and I won't even go to engineering. I won't even go to engineering, right? And you understand how choices are made as far as branch is considered in engineering in India, right? Somebody who aspires for computer science gets out of the engineering program having done a degree in civil engineering, right? So most probably the importance is the engineering tag rather than an interest in a particular branch, and the willingness and the access to that branch, right? So 10 programs out of the approximately 187 programs in India other 170 odd programs have very small population of students, right? The classic problem, I'm quickly coming to the crux therefore. uh, I was a student in university when, too long back now, I think 30-35 years, right? UGC, the purveyor of higher education, used to talk about access, equity, and quality. Let's see where we have come as far as access, equity, and quality in higher education, right? Where India is currently. So let's look at access, right? The gross enrollment ratio in 50-51 was 0.7%, right? In 2000, it had grown by 2050 years, it had grown to 8%. And in the next 20 years, it has grown to from 8% to 26%. So we have shown some growth. Is it sufficient or not? That needs to be tested. Today, 60% of the colleges are in the rural areas. That's also an additional strong point as far as access is concerned. How do you build access, right? How do you build access? So if you say that 69% of the Indian population lives in rural India, and you provide colleges and universities largely in non-rural areas, then obviously there is a simple physical problem of access, right? Let's look at inclusion. Let's look at inclusion. So like I said, that as far as the male female gender disparity, or question of disparity gender wise, I think we have been able to address that to an extent. 51% male, 48.5% female, not too bad, right? But do remember, 80% of this population is only in 10 programs, and the top program out of that 10 program is the BA. Many of you are administrators who are running, let's say, science STEM programs, science and technology, management, medicine. I run a management program, right? This year we have hit the best male female composition. In a class of 100, I have about 39 or 38, 39 girls. This is a postgraduate 1 year full-time program for experienced professional. But if you look at some of the top institutes of the country, I won't name them, you know them all, right? Look at the male female divide. Suddenly you will see that the female portion drops down to lower than 20% most of the times. So this national average of 48% female, 51% male is largely dependent upon the BA, BSc, BCom kind of courses driving the percentage split, rather than the contemporary programs, which may be in STEM or which may be management or whatever. The scheduled caste enrollment is about 15%. The other backward class constitutes about 5.5%. And sorry, the scheduled tribe constitutes 5.5%, and the other backward class 36%. So obviously, amongst the backward classes or deprived segments, as declared by the government, the scheduled tribe is lagging behind. Gender parity within the total enrollment is equitable. Going by this data, I won't conclude anything else. So I've given you some data about the GER and how it has grown over the past 4 decades. Okay. Let's look at quality, right? Only 8 out of the 993 universities, 40,000 colleges, etc., etc., only 8 higher education institutions of India are in the top 500 universities ranking of the QS World Ranking 2020. This is the latest data I could lay my hands on. But then we beguile ourselves because out of these 8 HEIs, 7 are non universities, 7 are the Indian Institutes of Technologies, right? But do look at our ranking, do look at our ranking, right? Uh, so if you look at 8 HEIs in the top 500, out of that 8, 7 are the IITs, right? So Delhi University is the only non-institutional what you call participant in this top 500, and the rank is 474, very close to the 500 number. The India Skills Report 2019 suggests that only 47% of Indian graduates are employable, right? Only 47% of Indian graduates are employable. The more damning number as far as higher education is concerned in terms of research, India represents 0.25%, not even half a percent, 0.25% of the 6,216 most highly cited scientists across the globe. And this is latest data from Clarivate Analytics. What is the criteria of selecting this 6,216 across the globe? It is based on a complex metric of citation, right? Citation, right? And not only number of publication and the journal rating. So it is a combination of journal rating, number of citations that somebody has got. Based on that, globally around 6,200 odd scientists have been across all areas. It's not only sciences, it is across all areas. Out of that, India constitutes 0.25%. China has about 10% of this 6,216. Yeah. And finally, we know, we must have experienced this if we have been teaching in India. There is a severe shortage of teachers, right? And what we have done is to sort of take care of this in many public and other universities. We have hired ad hoc or part-time teachers, right? So the priority for a teacher who is part-time, I recently was speaking in a public university in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And I went back to the university where I started my journey, and I delivered a seminar 2-3 days back. And I met faculty member who for the last 20 years have worked in that university as faculty, but as ad hoc faculty. Can you imagine? The definition itself of the word ad hoc for India is very different. Ad hoc is, to my mind, a temporary measure. It is a short-term measure. And this short-term, for this particular person I'm talking about, was more than 20 years. So for the last 20 years, faculty members have been serving in a university, a public university, right, who are still ad hoc. Tell me, if somebody is ad hoc versus somebody who is tenured, what will be the mindset? What will be the mindset towards quality teaching, research, publication? You can draw your own conclusions. And these are not very happy things to talk about, right? So severe shortage, which is further accentuated by hiring ad hoc part-time faculty members, right? Elite higher education institutions like the IITs and IIMs, they report up to 30% faculty shortage, where, at least from the outside perspective, we know that money is not the issue, resource is not the issue. So
Sorry to
if
disturb you,
capital
sir,
or
but
yes,
kindly conclude the session as soon as possible as we are running out of time. It is my
you gave
request.
me 10 minutes less, you want me to stop, I will stop right now. I have no issues,
No,
right?
sir,
I have
please
only one more
continue.
slide left,
Yes, sir, it's
right?
okay. Yeah.
I was supposed to start at 11:10, right? I started at 11:20, right? So as far as the Indian higher education institutions are concerned, the student teacher ratio, if you look at that as a perspective, that as a metric of quality, right, it is 29, which in 2014-15 was 21. So our teacher student ratio has actually declined, right? Look at the numbers. So the moment I say USA is a developed country, we should not compare it with that. But if you look at Brazil, right, which is like to like our kind of a country, economically, socially, they have 19.4. So they are doing much better than us. Concluding this, concluding this. So what does digitalization mean for HEI? To my mind, as far as the access or equity question is concerned, and we have defined access and equity by the numbers that I shared with you, digitalization can tear down barriers quickly, more quickly than any other government policy, norm, etc., could have done in the past. To me, therefore, digitalization is a minimum requirement if we want to bridge this gap as far as access and equity is concerned. Digitalization can provide wide and instant access to teaching learning resources. Again, it addresses the problem of equity. It can enhance research capability irrespective of resource and logistical constraint. For example, we are no more tied down to physical libraries. We can work on electronic databases. We just need to be provided with access, right? And an internet connection and access, which is a registration in that portal, right, which allows a researcher anywhere in Imphal to, wherever he or she is sitting, they can access whatever resource is available in their subject area wherever they are. So it can enhance research capability. It can bridge the gap of shortage of quality teachers. Why? For example, I'm able to speak to you. I'm sitting right now somewhere else. I'm able to speak to you. I think there are enough experimentation done in B schools in this year, in the last 6 months, that we had not done in the last 40 years, right? In this, in one semester, we invited 15 global professors from Harvard, from Columbia, etc., to speak to students, which could not have been done if we wanted to do that physically. So it can bridge the gap of shortage of quality teachers. It can make quality norms implementation, audit, and and teaching learning processes transparent by benchmarking with universal standards. This will address the quality and equity aspects. It can reduce the immense pressure, and to me, this is very damaging. Reduce the immense pressure on universities being seen as the only employment generating centers. And that's the unfortunate part, because we have sort of destroyed the skill development part, let's say the ITIs and the polytechnics, right? And everyone aspires to send their children to universities because there is no other option, right? And finally, digitalization can modularize learning. Modularize meaning people can take up learning in bits and pieces which they can manage. Imagine somebody who is working to be asked to attend a part-time program for a MBA degree for 3 years. Instead, offer them that, you do this 20 courses on your own pace, and if you cross all these 20 courses, you will get a degree. So that brings me to the final 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, right? To me, therefore, infrastructure and technology is not really going to be the stumbling block for India. We have enough energy, we have enough mind power, we will be able to do it, right? I'm sure you have seen on WhatsApp and others social memes where teachers are using mobile phones to teach classes of 20, 30 class 3, class 4 students. I think there is enough energy. So I don't think infrastructure or technology uh, can be something behind which we can hide, right? The biggest impediment to me, and this is my final point, will be our own red tape and bureaucratic higher education regulatory and management systems, right? What do I mean by this? First, we have to shed our elitism of degrees and diplomas being the only approved qualification. This approved and recognized bimari that we have has created so many barriers for our own children, right? We don't focus on skill. We don't focus on knowledge that somebody has. We focus on that piece of paper that he or she is supposed to have. And if that piece of paper is not there, we do not acknowledge the knowledge or skill that the person may have, right? Set up professional assessment criteria systems across verticals and endorse anyone who successfully goes through them. Imagine this. What is the system we have for if somebody has gone abroad out of India to study medicine and come back to India? You can't practice in India with a medical degree earned anywhere outside India unless and until you go through an accrediting examination from an authority set up by the government of India, right? Why can't we have similar accrediting examinations for all subjects and courses? Digitalization is not needed. What is needed is you approve whether somebody has earned knowledge and skill through digitalization or otherwise. Qualifying exam, you pass this, you are accredited. You know what? This is the era where the license raj of education, higher education, needs to be dismantled. Otherwise, we will keep seeing this, that 20 years ago, we said our target is 1500 universities, right? 5 years, that is 25 years later, we say that our target is still not achieved. We are still at 993. We will never have that kind of money. We will never have that kind of capital, right? Give digital learning equal standing and recognition as any other form of learning, right? Don't look down upon it. Employers need also to support, to be open to online learning and give all candidates who have gone through online education equal credence, right? Conventional HAIs may choose to become part of this change rather than lobby against it, right? Digitalization to me is a change that can forever bridge the gap between haves and have nots of a country like India, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mhm.
Indeed, a very knowledgeable session because shared the very you know, uh, provoking and thought-giving statistics that you shared with the viewers. And it is certainly a concern and a problem and a worry issue that only 47% graduates are employable. That is the area where all the higher education institutes need to focus on and to develop the skills among the youth along with their graduation degree. As you said, BA is the most popular program, followed by BSc and then BCom. Then certainly along with the graduation program, the youth need to acquire some additional skills so that he or she becomes employable. And very truly, we are connected all through the online platform, and I have speakers from Japan, USA, Uganda, West Indies, from all countries. So this online platform has given us the opportunity, and it has bridged the gap of distances. And we have the best of the minds, best of the researchers, best of the professors, which are connected in this BICON. And on this online platform, very few are connected. Majorly, all our viewers are viewing this conference on YouTube. It's being telecasted live over there. So thank you very much, Professor Uma Shankar sir, for the profound knowledge that you've shared with us. And we have next speaker waiting in the line. So I
Thank you.
request the anchor to please do the announcements now.
Now I request Professor Pankaj Srivastav to deliver his talk on design and development of intelligent diagnostic system. Please welcome Professor Pankaj Srivastav.
So whether my slides are visible or not, please just confirm
Yes,
me.
sir, they are visible.
Okay, it is visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So let me begin with this talk that how this analytical tools that is responsible for this medical analytics domain that I'm going to share with all of you. So, you know, basically I'm a mathematician, but working in the domain of the medical science and utilizing this mathematical input to visualizing the aspect that is available in the medical science. As it is popularly quoted that mathematics is the language of nature. It is the language of nature. Definitely, it is capable enough to capture each and every activity that is happening in the nature. So, utilizing that one, I am trying to explain the medical analytics domain where we are bound to develop some intelligent system that is helpful for the society, that is helpful for each and every individual, and that is helpful and as far as and a source of inspiration for those guys who are pursuing their BTech program or BSc program or BA program, whatever it may be. Efficiency of learning doesn't matter. If you have interest, you can learn anything. So the topic that I'm going to concern here, that my main objective is under this medical analytic domain, that how can you detect a person's disease or whatever be the phase of the disease the person is currently passing through, that how we can detect through the machine that we are going to develop here. Usually a physician used to do on the basis of the knowledge of his medical degree and the knowledge whatever he has gained during his medical education. Whatever here we are doing, that is by our interest in the field of medical science, utilizing and fusing the domain of mathematical science with the medical science and exploring all these opportunities connected with the computer science or the information science, developing an intelligent system, and that intelligent system is capable enough to inform a patient or each and every individual. Just feed your data and get the actual status, whatever it is. So as the time schedule, just tell me, because this, if it is 20 minutes, I will finish it 20 minutes. If it is 2 hours, the same talk will continue for 2 hours. It doesn't matter for me. Please, the organizer, may I
Sir,
request you?
about 15 minutes. We have about
Okay,
15
okay,
minutes,
sure,
sir.
sure, sure. Don't worry, don't worry.
Thank you, sir.
Don't worry. So the issue that is concerned with here, that is the medical diagnosis domain. As we know that this medical diagnosis is a highly imprecise information system. No information is properly made available by the no information is made available by the patient to the doctor. Accordingly, this observation phenomena under the medical diagnosis domain varies from physician to physicians, and that's why the uniqueness in the observation never comes in picture, and that the dilemma always exists. So this is the medical diagnosis process that we are going to capture with the help of the mathematical tools and providing a development, providing an opportunity to develop a machine. How we can, let me have to share the information that I am having with us. So this, that so many themes I'm going to skip, because the most popular tool that we are using here, it is one of the tool is that is soft computing, that was introduced in 1994 by Lutfi Jadeh. And this tool is not a single tool, it is an umbrella of tools, and all the tools are having the flexibilities. If the tools are flexibilities, if the tools are having the flexibilities, definitely we are going to utilize in the various domain, and especially the medical science domain is a domain where the ambiguity, complexity, impreciseness, all themes are there. Clear picture is not at all available. So therefore, in this case, I would like to quote one of the famous physician. Actually, in 1926, one of the famous physician whose name was Ludwig Fleck, he observed that most of the physicians are not at all adopting or applying the scientific approach to diagnose a patient. They usually adopt the practice, the frequency of patient that the particular they have observed, the frequency of the disease that usually occurs in a particular season, or overall on the basis of their own intuition, they use to diagnose. The first level of diagnosis is usually carried out on this basis. If the patient gets treated, no problem at all. If he is not treated, so that another phase of the investigation regarding the clinical observation and other practices starts. Reason is due to the complexity feature of the interaction between the a medical practitioner and a patient. So that's why this in 1926 Ludwig Fleck observed that this is not a good practice, and due to that the bad name is being assigned to the medical practitioners. So the gap is that we are not unable, we are that the physicians are unable to adopt the natural language process, and that natural language is not providing a suitable field. That moment they used to discuss this issue with the mathematicians. That moment the mathematicians were uh, deeply busy in the pure mathematical domain that has nothing to do with the real life science. Especially suppose if it is concerned with the series, so series has nothing to do. If it is algebra, nothing to do with the medical science. All these aspects were not at all competent enough to capture these tools. So therefore, that moment Ludwig Fleck realized that something a different kind of mathematics is required. Something a different kind of mathematics is required, and that mathematics may be helpful for the medical persons so that the diagnosis process may be adopted. As you know that one topic is taught like biostatistics in the medical science. And remember, this paper is merely taught under the name of mathematics. And none of the physician or medical science students are going to be very well trained in this. They used to hand over the content to a statisticians and get the data and output, and then on the basis of that, they used to write the interpretation. So realizing all these drawbacks, the Ludwig Fleck realized something different kind of mathematics is required. And because he was not a mathematician, so he was unable to visualize that theme. Fortunately, in 1965, something came in picture, and that one formalized under the name of soft computing in 1994. And since then, the practice of using such kind of mathematics was adopted here. So I'm skipping a lot of slides due to the shortage of time. I am just coming to the content that is concerned. See, the mathematical domain that is under the name of the soft computing mechanism or under the domain of the uh, medical analytics, these various issues may be very well treated. So here I am going to test this domain of the endocrinology, and that is none other than the diabetes related issues. The diabetes, you know, it is a most popular and well designated disease in each and every family. At least one member is officially affected or infected or under the domain of this diabetic picture. So let's have a look that uh, that how this machine that I have designed, because this article has been published in March 2020 in a institution in the Engineering and Management Journal, that is a Scopus Index journal. So I'm sharing that the content here. So not at all going to share with you the various issues that is concerned. I am concerned with here the factors that is associated. You know that usually medical practitioners refer the fasting blood sugar, postprandial blood sugar, random blood sugar, oral glucose test, and HbA1c. These are the referred tests usually for the diabetic patients. And relying on the basis of that, they used to diagnose a patient what is the current status, and then the medication begins or the behavior and the recommendation to change the lifestyle. So in order to develop a system, because if here the system science students are here, or the faculty members who are working in the field of system science or engineering domain, or a mathematician, they may go through these details, how these analytical tools are utilized. So here we refer these risk factors, and these risk factors are this age, the HbA1c, fasting blood sugar, obesity, sleeping hours, stress levels, sensitivity to medical examination, and all these things. So these risk factors are being taken, and then we consider the case of the sigmoidal function and the Gaussian membership function. Remember, at 10th standard, all of you have been taught geometry, and that geometry, there are a lot of questions you have solved regarding the congruence property of a triangle without any application. Just merely under the name of geometry, you have studied all these things. But do you know that your ECG machine works on the basis of the criteria of the equilateral triangle? How many of you are aware about this fact? That this ECG machine that detects your condition of the functioning of your heart exactly working on the criteria of this equilateral triangle phenomena. So how these triangle and These figures are responsible for the development of the machine, development of the medical equipment. I think it is not taught at your, especially in the general mathematics course. It is not being taught in the engineering courses as well. I'm just giving a clue about it. For example, let us have a look on this triangle. This is a very elementary feature because here I am going to consider the two features that is concerned with the name of the sigmoidal and Gaussian. Remember, the entire nature is a non-linear phenomena. Remember this, entire nature is a non-linear phenomena. It is not at all a linear phenomena. If a picture designed on the basis, or if a machine designed on the basis of a linear phenomena, and on the basis of that machine, if you are try your best to capture a non-linear phenomena, definitely the result will not up to the mark. The result will have always a problem. So here just I am giving a glimpse that the selection of a tool, it matters on the behavior of their function, behavior of that tool. Whether that tool is a linear or a non-linear, you yourself will have to assess. For example, I'm just sharing here. Triangle is taught. Each and everyone is very well aware about the triangle. Okay, let us have a look on this triangle and how we can capture the behavioral approach of a blood sugar through the triangle. If a triangle is there, you know that the property of the triangle is there that it has 3 points A, B, C. The point A starts and reaches to the B point. A steep hike is there, and once it reaches at the top, then immediately it goes down. So let's try to compare this behavior of the triangle with the behavior of the sugar. The blood sugar increase phenomena, once you consume the good quantity or the consume or due to the poor lifestyle, just have a look of the behavioral changes of the blood sugar phenomena in the body system, whether it adopts the behavior of a triangle or not. If you are designing a system on the basis of a triangle, so let's have a look on the drawbacks. Remember, designing a paper that matters. Okay, that may be published somewhere else, but whether the paper that you designed on the basis of the tool is it up to the mark, or it is merely a formal calculations are there. Have a look on this. If you compare the behavior of the increasing behavior of that blood sugar by the triangle, so let's see, it increases whether the steep hike in the sugar level as per the nature of the triangle, is it possible? First thing, if it goes at the, if it reaches at the top of the sugar level in a human body system, whether it will go immediately go down. If it goes down directly, what will happen to the human body? Definitely the person will faint. But if you are designing a machine on the basis of this triangle phenomena, it means you are developing a faulty machine, because this triangle is a linear phenomenon. Similarly, if you take another figure, because these figures that has been taught all of you at your 10th standard under the name of geometry without any use, nothing else like that, I'm just giving a glimpse that these geometrical part are very much useful, are very much responsible for the development of the medical equipments. Let's have a look of another figure, that is your trapezoidal. Trapezoidal is none other than the disturbed shape of a triangle. So if it is a disturbed shape of triangle, so definitely it will goes up, stay for a moment, and then goes down. Means if you adopt the behavior of sugar level in the body system with this, with the help of this figure, this trapezoidal, it looks like similar to that, that it goes, steep hike is there. Remember, this is one of the drop. A steep hike in the sugar level, stay for a moment, then steep down. Okay, sugar level never goes down immediately. It takes some time. So the two figures that I shared, that is referred under the name of functions in a mathematical tool. Those who are working in the pure mathematical domain, they may realize that the topic that I'm sharing under the name of the linear system or a non-linear system, they are the faulty one. If you are developing your article, okay, that may be good for under the research publication point of view, but under the name of the designing point of view, that is a faulty. So now I'm referring here, just have a look at the shape of the bell. The bell, the bell shape is just like a curve. Gradual increase in the sugar level, goes gradually up to the top, stay for a moment in a curve shape, and then gradually goes down. Okay, this behavior looks like exactly the behavior of the blood sugar in the body system. So this figure is suitable rather than the triangle and the trapezoidal one. So here that figure I am mentioning here under the name of the Gaussian figure, and the sigmoidal it is another shape that we adopt because I referred that mathematics is the language of nature. Whatever happening in your body system, it is exactly following the language of mathematics. What kind of language of mathematics is there that you will have to investigate? I given a reflection of the triangle, reflection of the trapezoidal, and reflection of the bell. Now let's have a look another shape. This is the symbol S. Symbol S is just like a sigmoid curve that we call. It gradually increases and goes up to the top level and try to settle down to the maximum value that is there until or unless your lifestyle doesn't alter, doesn't change. So these two curves that I'm referring here, these two curves are following the behavioral approach of the body behavioral approach of the blood sugar or any mechanism concerned with your blood activity like the cholesterol, like your hypertension, like your any other issues like triglyceride, all these issues that is changing in your body system, they are adopting some mathematical figures, whether the mathematical figures are a linear one or the figures are non-linear one. Drawbacks I have already shared. So the right selection of the tool definitely will provide you an opportunity to develop the tool. So let's have a look that all these risk factors that I am sharing, all these risk factors are formally translated in the mathematical language, and all these risk factors once we following translated in the mathematical language, so definitely we comes to the output factor. The output factors that is will be there on the basis of the 9 risk factors. The 4 outputs will be taken care because we are developing a machine. So here the 4 output factors are whether the patient may be a normal one, or the patient may be a pre-diabetic, or the patient may be a diabetic type 1 or type 2. Out of these 4, at least one will be the position, one will be the phase of a patient. Have a look on this. These are actually we are all doing all these things since 2000. Nowadays, these things are called as a big data analytics. We are working in this domain since 2000. That moment, the tool that is so far nowadays very much popular under the name of big data analytics. So this big data analytics, have a look on this. Let's have a look. Suppose if there is a nine input factors I have taken, and each and every input factors have been classified in various layers. So remember, at the same moment, at the during the diagnosis of a patient, a doctor can memorize at least 10 or 20 maximum combination that may be possible. But here, let's have a look that more than lakhs of the data or permutation of combination of 9 risk factors with their respective layers is possible. Manually, you cannot compute. You will have to take the help of the machine, and you will have to take the help of these mathematical tools that I am sharing. So what happens once a doctor interacts with you, he is trying his best to develop a chain, the chain of your respective symptoms and the chain of all these respective risk factors. Means what is his age, whether the person is a middle aged or a woman or a man, what is the current phase of uh, the physical activity, how many cigarettes he consumes, what is the current lifestyle, whether the patient has a whether the patient has a family history concerned with the diabetic domain, what is the current phase of the blood sugar, fasting or postprandial blood sugar, what is the current phase of his uh, that is your heart rate, all these issues, triglyceride, each and everything he try to combine with your age and the family history. That we call it as a formation of a linguistic string. So once a linguistic string is developed and all the linguistic strings have been translated in the form of a mathematical language, so all the huge data may be very easily computed. I'm not going in detail. This is a kind of the algo part that we have, the consultation of the doctor, then the respective relational matrix, and then the interaction of the expert group with the patient and the medical expert, and all these things comes here. So respective tools comes. I'm just quickly moving to the respective steps of this one. Actually, here a deep means that is you call it as a big data analytics, as a huge calculations are there. So I'm skipping all these details. Let's have a look on this. This is the detail, the medical data of a patient who is a 63-year-old, whose HbA1c is 6.8, whose fasting blood sugar is 119, postprandial blood sugar is 152, obesity is 24.2, sleeping hour is 7. The sensitivity to the medical examination 120 days, physical exercise, this, all these things are there. So all the data will pass through the machine that we have proposed just now. And then this will be computed. And once it is computed under the mechanism that I skipped the slides because I have only 20 minutes. Hopefully I am crossing that time. Let me finish it quickly. So all these medical data will go through the algorithm under the name of the mathematical tools. So Gaussian or the sigmoid will be translated in that format, and then their computation will goes on. So the huge calculations are there. Depends upon the strength of your machine, whether the machine is or you are interested to calculate up to decimal fifth point or sixth point or up to the 10th point. It depends upon your choice. The bigger the number, definitely you will be closer the output. So it depends upon that one. So here, as we are developing here the screen, so the data I have minimized. So all these calculations are carried out. Let's have a look. Once we go through all these data, so the 4 output I have selected means each and every medical data concerned with a patient will go through 4 phases. And these 4 phases are here, that the normal, what is the value that has calculated, pre-diabetic, what is the value that has been calculated, type 1, what is the value that has been calculated, and type 2, what is the value that is calculated. Out of these 4, whichever is maximum, that will be the concerned output with that particular patient of whom we have taken, of whose data we are processing here. So here you observe that the highest value that comes as 0.7772. So that's why the data that I have taken for a person is none other than is a pre-diabetic level. Similarly, say take the second data, this second data, and we pass through all these calculations under the name of that once that is called as a big data analytics, or I refer it as a medical analytics. So 4 outputs are calculated under these one, and the highest value that is assigned here, it is 0.8100. So therefore, on the basis of this information, we are sure that the concerned person is none other than he is currently suffering from type 2 disease. So being a mathematician, how we can capture the computational approach of a physician that is happening in their mindset on the basis of their medical information, that how we are capturing all those things with the help of these tools that we are using here. And on the basis of that, we can develop a machine. This machine is here because not only one data, you may in this running machine, because it will work on a MATLAB software as per the algorithm that we have designed, as per the computation that we have done. You feed the data of the respective patient. Whatever is age, just feed it. Whatever is the HbA1c, feed it. Fasting blood sugar, you may feed it. Remaining entity that is concerned with the analysis, you can feed. And then the computational criteria is reflected on the extreme right. And then the final output, once it is indicated as a pre-diabetic. Similarly, the second one is there. And the second, the type 2, through this machine you can compute. So the observation is that the machine that we are proposing here under the name of this big data, under the name of the medical analytics, it is helpful for the user as well as for the practitioner. Means it is none other than it is a referral system that works in between a patient and a practitioner. A patient on his own simply feed the data and get an output, what is his current status. Even a practitioner, they may cross-check their diagnosis as well. Remember, the data that we compute, we discuss with the medical practitioner, and on the basis of their output, then we compare our output. If both the outputs are exactly similar or almost same, it means whatever effort we have made to capture a human mind, especially the physicians of a diagnostic mechanism. So this is an approach that through the medical analytics, how we can develop a machine that will be helpful to the society helpful for the each and every individual. So these are the some research work that I have already done. Most of the domain I have touched since 2002. We started publications, and 2004 the first paper came in the medical science. Then 2006 the first SCI article appeared. So that's all about my input that I want to share, because
Thank you, sir.
yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, indeed, it was really surprising that you mentioned that you were already working on big data since year 2000, and since few years, only 2 3 years, it's become the buzzword now.
Yeah.
But very truly said that the design and development of intelligent diagnostic system is truly useful for the society, and I'm sure the presentation would have benefited many students who are from science background and who are working on data analytics, also the IT students and the research scholars. So I request my anchor to announce for the next presentation, please.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we are moving towards our next technical session. For that, we have with us Ms. Kanako Yuneda, Dr. Sobha Lalita, Dr. Emmanuel Shubhankar, Dr. Sachin Gupta, Dr. Santosh Kumar, Dr. Madhu Sharma, and Professor Manvinder Singh as our invited speakers on this session. Let's start the session by inviting Ms. Kanako Yuneda. Ms. Yuneda is presently working as in the Overseas Department of Well Group. Topic of Ms. Kanako Yuneda's talk is Aging Society with DX Option to Work in Japan as a Caregiver or an IT Engineer. Thank you. Please welcome Ms. Yuneda.
Welcome, Yunida Sensei.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Kanako Onita from Japan. Now, first of all, I have a greeting from our president, Masashi Imura. He will make a greetings in Japanese, sorry.
はじめまして、ウェルコンサルの会長をやっております、井村と申します。
Nice to meet you. I'm Imura Masashi. He is the president of Well Group.
ビアミカレッジの皆様、こんにちは。当社は日本の大阪、京都、奈良、この3カ所で事業をやっております。
Well Group is operating a business in Nara, Kyoto, and Osaka area in Japan.
奈良が医療、介護、こっちの方を中心にやっております。
Nara is the main area of medical and nursing care facilities.
海外教育および、技能実習生、等の教育は主に大阪でやっております。
We are mainly presenting the overseas business in Osaka, for example, human resources from foreigners.
Ma'am, your voice is not very clear actually. It's very low.
変わります。時間がもったいないので、米田の方から説明させていただきます。よろしくどうぞお願いいたします。
Now I give you a presentation for all the students via college.
Thank you.
First of all, I will explain about our Well Group. Well Group is operating 34 medical and nursing care facilities in Japan. Now, 900 employees, including 60 foreign staff working in the group. Of course, Indian staff are working for us. Next, our efforts to accept foreign human resources. Well Group also runs Japanese language school for foreign students and do supervising organizations for intensive trainees and human resources company for foreign workers. Now we accept more than 250 students and more than 300 trainees and more than 30 engineers from, for example, India and Vietnam and China and Philippines. Now we are recruiting IT engineers from India. So I have to, I want to present how to come to Japan as engineers. We have Nihon software companies. Nihon software companies also belong to WELL Group and employs Indian system engineers who can speak in Japanese fluently. I'm sorry he cannot attend this meeting. Nihon Software also have a business partnership with IT companies in Japan in order to develop new human resources and educating online systems. Now, Nihon Software and other IT companies has business partnerships and create new IT systems. For example, virtual reality educational systems and RLP accounting systems and accumulation of big data. To work in Japan as IT engineer, students who have IT skills and Japanese language skills are able to work in Japan as an engineering visa. Where group can find employment. Students will work as an IT engineer full-time employment. But students have to gain the N3 level Japanese and the basic skill of IT programming. After coming to Japan, they can work for IT company in Japan. Students can accompany their family and estimated monthly salary is below. If the students cannot speak any Japanese, they can come to Japan as a student visa because WELL Group has a Japanese language school in Osaka too. They need to attend our Japanese language school 1 or 2 years. And after graduation, they have to gain the N3 level, at least N3 level. Then they can work for the IT companies as an IT engineering visa in Japan. Of course, during to attend the Japanese language school, they can get a part-time job as an IT programmer. And also, we are recruiting the nursing care staffs, caregiver staffs. To work in Japan as a caregiver, students who have IT skills and Japanese skills. Sorry, this is a mistake of us. Nursing care course for graduates from nursing care course of any college, students are required N4 skills and basic understanding of nursing care. They can come to Japan as a trainee visa or specific workers visa. They can work for the medical facilities or nursing care facilities in Japan, where group finds your accepting company, and they can work as a caregivers at least 3 years. Of course, they can work for the long time forever. Estimated monthly salary is below. Finally, I have to explain about National Federation of Skills Corporation. Their group has launched National Federation in 2019. The members are supervising organizations for TITP. TITP means a training practice program. Educational organizations, IT companies, and their companies which hope to accept fully human resources. So we can introduce many places of employment. Now that's all for our presentation. We are recruiting a lot of students from India and hope to accept the Indian schoolgirls and the boys and come to Japan and work for us as a caregiver or IT engineering services. Thank you for all guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sensi. And let me tell the audience that Well Group is our industry partner in Japan, wherein we have opened up two programs for the students, and already two students have been selected in care worker category, and the visa processing is almost done. I think the student, two girls who are going in care worker category, should be going to Japan in the month of January 2021. So indeed, we are very happy to share this information with our audience, and thank you, Well Group, for accepting our students over there. And as you have mentioned that you are opening up with the IT job roles also, I think that's a very good news for our IT students who are doing 3-year graduation degree in India at Biani College. And let me also inform the audience that at Biani College, we have Japanese language school also, wherein we are giving the facility to the students to undertake N5, N4, N3, N2 level of certification education at college itself. That means any student who's enrolling in Biani College can study Japanese language along with her graduation. And by the time you are a graduate, or say BCA final year, you've graduated, after 3 years you will be having a certificate of N3, and then you can go to Japan and start working at a salary of like 1,40,000 per month, as mentioned in the presentation given by the Well Group. So that's a very, very positive and a good news to all the students of nursing and IT sector who are studying in Biani Group of colleges. So thank you so much, and I think we are indeed very happy, and with the mutual relationships, we will certainly flourish. Both, it's going to be a win-win situation for Biani and for Well Group. So thank you so much. Thank you. We
Thank
can
you
move on
for
to
the
the next
participants.
presentation now.
Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Ms. Kanako Yuneda. Arigato gozaimasu, sensei.
ありがとうご
Now,
ざいます。
moving forward, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Subha Lalita. Dr. Lalita is working as an associate professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering in SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu, since 2015. Her main domain of research is natural language processing. Other than that, machine learning and Tamil computing. Dr. Subha Lalita's topic for today's talk is recent trends in natural language processing and machine learning. Please welcome Dr. Subha Lalita.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. A very good morning to all present there and to all the audience who are watching live on YouTube. Shall I start? Am I audible? Shall I start sharing my screen?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am,
ma'am.
you're
Yes,
audible.
ma'am, please.
Yeah. If there's any problem, do let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So as ma'am introduced, today's topic is going to be on recent trends in natural language processing and machine learning. So I thought of like aligning this topic in accordance with the conference theme, that is challenges and refoundation for entrepreneurs post COVID-19 in the new normal situation. Fine. So I thought I can start with this. Um, so what is the COVID lessons? So let's talk about the life lessons first. So life has posed challenges, so in many form. And what this COVID has taught us is that like we are supposed to face challenges at any point of time. Of course, attaching a small smile to it would really help. And yeah, technology is very important. So that's what COVID-19 has taught us. So think of no Google Meet, Zoom, or through which we are communicating right now, and Microsoft Meet, etc. So word would have come to standstill, right? Like there would not have been any teaching learning process. Many industries, software industries, or any industries for that matter, would have got stopped. So everything is going to an extent. Everybody is trying their own output to their level possible. So just because technology is helping us. So the good news is that the demand for technology is so high and very huge. So that's what we have to sense it. So the career opportunity, obviously, it is going to be very high because the technology demand is very high. So that's a good news for both entrepreneurs and for the job seekers as well. Okay, so I thought of delivering this session by asking few questions to ourselves and try to find answers through this session. So, what is the role of AI, artificial intelligence, has in setting up one's own career? And how is my topic, that is natural language processing and machine learning, are connected with AI? And to understand this, we should know understand what is AI, what is NLP, and what is ML, and what is the career opportunities, of course. So when we are learning something, so we got to end up in some career, so that's when we will think of even learning it. So what is the career opportunities that NLP and ML have for us? And yeah, so many students would be listening to this, like how students should align themselves to move towards these opportunities. So we're going to ask few questions and we're going to try to find answers for these questions. Yeah, so I thought like I'll change the first. I came up with those questions and I thought I can change the order of the question for a better flow. So I changing the highlighted ones, I will be answered first. So to understand this session, we should understand what is AI, what is NLP, and what is ML. Yeah. So what is artificial intelligence? That is in short called AI, and yeah, and natural language processing is in short called NLP, and machine learning will be referred in this talk as ML. Okay. Yeah, artificial intelligence. So what is why it is called artificial intelligence? Because it is not natural intelligence. So to put it simple, so it's a machine which is thinking. So any machine or a computer which is fed an intelligent artificially, or it is exhibiting some intelligence, so based upon the fed on artificial intelligence, that is called artificial intelligence. The techniques that are and the algorithms that are used or running behind those machines forms the artificial intelligence domain. Okay. And NLP, that is natural language processing, deals with these AI techniques that aids building machines to understand human speech and text. So, as a computer student or a teacher, so whenever we call a language, so one thing strikes in our mind is the programming language, but this language is different. The language can be of two types for a computer science student, right? A human spoken or a computer language. But this natural language processing is something like a computer is trying to understand a human spoken or a written speech or text, either in the form of a speech, because we are um, interacting with machines more these days than with humans. So, of course, we are expecting these machines to have some artificial intelligence in them to understand our speech and also the written text fed into them. So, that is what the techniques, what we use, the algorithms that are running behind those machines which are understanding our speech and text are called natural language processing machines, knowledge fed machines. And machine learning are the other side. So these are nothing but the algorithms that induces actually this AI, this artificial intelligence in a computer by using some data sets. So like we have gained so much of knowledge by through much of experience what we've gained through our life experiences. These machines will acquire knowledge only through the data fed to themselves. So the algorithms which are helping them to acquire the knowledge that are called machine learning algorithms. So, like we have for the weather forecast, like how they are predicting tomorrow's rain or tomorrow's weather, how it's going to be, any storm is going to be coming up, stock market prediction, what's going to be the stock values, or face detection. How am I even my face is being detected in many places, right? Like you would have noticed in your Google Photos, like we are all using our Android phones. You would have noticed in your Google Photos, like based upon the face of your friends and families whose photos are stored in your mobile, depending upon the face, it's grouping all the albums. You could have seen this. So this is based upon like face detection. It is capturing the features of a human face, the distance between the nose and the eye points and the upper lips and the lower lips. So these points are captured as features and they are used for face detection, human face detection. Biometrics, so which is recording our attendance. These days we don't have a manual attendance. So that is taking the finger print of us, and we are able to. So those are biometrics. So these are all ML algorithms based. These machines are all AI machines. So based on machine learning data that is fed to them already. So that is the artificial intelligence. Yeah. So this many would have seen. So now can you see a thread connecting AI, ML, NLP, and ML? AI is a vast domain, I would say. It's not constrained towards NLP and ML. NLP and ML are subdomains of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a bigger C. So inside that, NLP forms a small group. And NLP is only about the machines, artificial intelligent machines that are able to understand our speech and text. And machine learning on the other side, which can predict, like predicting forecast, I mean, weather forecast, a stock value market prediction. So whatever disease prediction, even we are going to talk about that. So those are ML algorithms. So these are all connected to each other. But yeah, so but ML is also subdomain of AI. NLP can be thought of as an application of ML. So that's how they are interwoven to each other. So this you would have seen. So today morning, I thought of asking Google this: what is the temperature today in Jaipur? So it gave me this prediction. So this particular Google search, what it is retrieving the images and giving me the answer, is both an NLP and ML machine. So that's how we can see this. What is the temperature today in Jaipur? I gave the query in a natural language. So like I gave my a human written a typed language. It is able to understand, okay, this person is interested in knowing the temperature today in Jaipur. So it understood my query. So that capability of understanding is nothing but natural language processing. So it is giving me this forecast today there. And you can see below, there is a prediction for the next 1 week. So that predictions based upon today's and the previous weather. So that prediction is based on the ML algorithm. So that is based on ML algorithm, but the understanding it made to understand my query and retrieve the answer, that is NLP part of it. And the Google Translate, I don't know Hindi, but tumhara naam kya hai? Pardon my pronunciation. So this translation, right? So Google Translation, many would have seen. So if you type one language, and that's a very, very intelligent research, I would say, I mean, product, I would say, from NLP domain it has come. So though it might look very easier, and you would have seen many funny translations also given by Google, but that's not very easy, because like one language has come from totally a different culture, but you're trying to translate that language to a totally different culture, right? So what we are, because English has its own grammar, so it's a fixed word order language. It forms a fixed word pattern, most probably like SVO, subject verb object pattern. That's what we call it as. But our Indian languages, most of the Indian languages are partially free word order languages. For instance, like if you translate I ate apple, so I don't know in Hindi, but it's in Tamil it is non appelé sapiten. So non appelé sapiten, I can change the word order. Appelé non sapiten, sapiten non appelé. I think it should be good. A whole it should also go well with Hindi as well. So I can change the order. The word order is changing frequently. But how these machines are able to map all these frequently change ordering? So Google is able to translate for almost all the world, all the languages across the world. And the good news is that like it is able to translate for most of the Indian languages. So Indian languages have a, and Indian languages are very agglutinative. So if you see the verb can give you almost all information. So the gender of the person, but that is not the case with English, right? So gender, how many people even did that particular action. So everything is, so it is very agglutinative in the sense the single word has so many suffixes attached. That's very difficult from the computer perspective to understand. So that's very difficult, but the machine has been able to do that. So that is AI, I mean, that is the beauty of NLP models. And the other picture, what you see here is the Alexa. So many would have had this, like we ask Alexa to play our favorite music. That's speech recognition. Have you even thought of it? Like it's even very difficult to understand a human to human speech conversation, right? So only if you know me for a long time, no matter how much speed or the pace I speak, you'll be able to understand my speech. So there's much of ambiguity. So what is the cost of Apple? So is it apple a computer or it's apple a fruit? There's so much of ambiguity even when there is two humans are speaking. That's where many misinterpretations arises, right? So and that is the case with between two humans, but think of the interpretations done by a machine and a human, and that's very difficult. So that's what, but the speech recognition is being done by these machines, and speech recognition is also a part of NLP models. Yeah. So yeah, so now we are done with the next question as well, like how are natural language processing and machine learning connected with AI? Yeah. Now, what are the recent trends we can foresee that have come up in NLP and ML these days? I just wanted to talk about that. A growth in chatbots and virtual assistants, right? So we want to order people and we want the job get done somehow. So that's been the culture these days, and we have chatbots for that, like speech recognition system. I said, right. So we were talking about these Alexa, Siri, Cortana, Bixby. So many companies have their own versions, and we have Google Assistants in our Android. Have you ever spoken? I would suggest you to speak with Google Assistants in your own mother tongue. So it give you one funny question I asked it, like, what is your age? Or who are your parents? You can ask it. It will give you a funny answer. So how it is able to recognize, yeah, the Google Assistant is able to recognize our mother tongue, Indian languages it can understand. You can try that. And yeah, the speech recognition. So there is a lot of, though these models, so what is the point I wanted to make here is that though these models have come up, there is a lot of room in research point of view and the career point of view if you have a closer look at it. So that's what is a crux. And speech to speech translation. So when I mean the previous speaker was speaking right in Japan and Japanese, and I think it's a Japanese, I don't know, and the other speaker was translating. So this can happen between this can happen automatically. So think of that. So that can save a lot of effort. So those things have a lot of commercial usage, and as well as from the research point of view, the faculty who wants to pursue research can also come up with it. Sign language detection, sign languages, right, of speech. I mean, who are challenging, who have challenge towards speech, and so they use sign language. So sign language detection are not very well versed for done for Indian languages. So that can have a lot of room. And product analysis. So these days with the pandemic situation, we shop a lot on Amazon and Flipkart. So before even we want to buy a product, we straight away go to the product analysis. So there's a lot of scope for product analysis. If you have an algorithm or an idea to capture the sentiment over the about the product automatically, then that really has a lot of scope. Opinion, yeah, opinion about anything, opinion about a political party, or opinion about a product, opinion about a movie, whatever it is, an opinion analysis. If you have an idea, you can market it, and you can I mean, start a startup. And depression, yeah, depression. The word depression, I don't know, like even in these among the college students, I find it very common. Depression analysis. Depression analysis can be done. So that's part of NLP. A combo of NLP and ML algorithm should be used. Uh, People in depression will definitely have a different kind of messages posted on social media like Twitter or Facebook. So these can be, I mean, sensed automatically, and they can be saved somehow. Like this will also, these kind of applications will have a social impact, and faculty who are interested in this can go for funding. So central government funding or something like that. This will have some room for opportunity. So that's what I thought of discussing on this. And intelligent semantic search. And so intelligent semantic search, why I thought of talking about that also has some opportunity in it. Why? Because like, have you thought of using Yahoo search anytime? Like we don't use it, right? Have you heard of the search engines Bingo, DuckDuckGo? We don't use them. Why we don't use them? They're not intelligent. They are not intelligent. I don't know. We've not tested that intelligence so far, but we just go back. Go back at the back of Google search. Why? Because the algorithm is faster, and the algorithm is able to answer your queries quickly. And think of Google, it is answering, retrieving the web pages, it is answering in a single word answer. You try posting a question, it will give you in a single answer. So question answering is there, and it is giving images, image search is there, video search is there, map is there, news, Google News. So a variety of it is catering the user demands in various dimensions. That's why we prefer Google. So this can the intelligence can even be improvised, so that where even students and faculty or entrepreneurs can work on. So intelligent semantic search, that definitely has some opportunity. Healthcare solutions, prediction of diseases, so even the previous speakers were speaking about that. So cancer diagnosis and COVID solutions, many of my students do a prediction model, like what is the prediction, what is the possibility of the death rate in this particular region. There are so many researchers, like if you just type on Google COVID researchers, like many are they are tried around the globe. So healthcare solutions and retinopathy, so this is done by Google. They are trying on this, like how ML algorithms can help cure retinopathy. So there is a possibility, there is a lot of business value involved in this healthcare solutions also, when we look from the machine learning and NLP perspective. Agricultural solution, yes. So next generation, I don't know, there's going to be a lot of doubts. We are doubtful about agriculture. And next generation, we don't have much education about agriculture. So maybe these ML algorithms can ease in that. Analysis on crop, so we can use the data collected already, and we can do some prediction. So even we tried on predicting the crop diseases and soil moisture content. So before even venturing on some cultivation there, we can predict some what that soil could give us. So those agriculture solution, there is also a market value and a business value involved. So people can venture on that. Better biometric systems with face detection. So these days, previously they had our fingerprints. Due to this pandemic, we just keep our ID cards to record our attendance here in our college. So maybe like face detection can add some more security. Maybe low-cost models can be invented. So that has a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurs. Yeah, career opportunities, ventures. Speaking about all these recent trends, so I've only cited a very few. So students, faculty, and who want to venture in research and start some career, so they can start a startup. Even our I'm very proud of that, like to say this. Few of our second year students, third year students, they convert whatever difficulty they are facing, and they convert that into a business model. So one of my students, what he did was like he was waiting to get Xerox. So he does not want that to have a long queue. So what he did was like he started like this Uber kind of app for this Xerox. So he created an app. So through that, like students can to that shop person, if they give the Xerox, he will notify them how much time, what is his token number, how much time it will take for his turn to come. So for this, like he will be paid for each and every customer. He will be paid one rupee. So there's a lot of, and the other student came up like during the examination, they will be in the verge of like asking the expert advice. So last minute preparation. So they also created an app like who are the experts in this particular domain. The senior students. So they can help them. So they created their difficulty into business models. So likewise, students can also like better. Students have better ideas than me. So they can come up with many innovative ideas, and they can start up their ventures. So what is the demand? So what is it? We have to sense the pulse of the demand in the industry, and we have to join hands with the equal-minded people. That's very important. So who are passionate and who will work in the same pace. So we have to join hands with them, and then we have to start up the ventures. And we should be able to take risk. Of course, there will not be so much of monetary benefits initially. So we have to put up with that, and then we should be able to overcome that and take risk. Yeah, follow our passion. So the entrepreneurship, I think I don't have a passion towards to become an entrepreneur. I have a passion towards becoming a teacher. So, but people who are passionate towards becoming an entrepreneur, so they should follow that passion. So if that is there, so the rest of the thing will fall in place. Yeah. So how students can align themselves towards these career paths? So here a lot on AI. So the lot more good things you listen to. So that's what you become. So listen a lot on AI, explore more on AI. So you'll get that interest and you will start. So no matter like you'll be lagging or you've not at all formed any foundation, no worries, but you can always start from today. So dig in more. So learn programming languages, Python. So everything you lay a strong foundation. It may take a lot of time, but don't worry about that. Like one day you will pick up your pace. Online courses, you can get the advice of your teachers, and online courses also, there are Coursera, NPTEL, Udemy, and you can Python is very easy, right? So these days, like there are so many platforms. You can Google Colab is there. Through Google Colab, you don't need any installation, you just need internet connection. You can start typing your first Python code. And scikit-learn, I think that's hidden, I'm sorry. Yeah, so scikit-learn and NLTK libraries. Scikit-learn is an machine learning library that is coming with Python, and NLTK Natural Language Toolkit, that's a library in Python available for developing NLP tools, small tools. You can start learning your Python and slowly use these libraries. These libraries are very easy. They have made the life of data scientists very much, because like you do 2 plus 3, these libraries will help you to import whatever algorithm you want. Just you need to import them, and you just need to learn how to load your data sets and go for prediction. And you have to have the strong foundation of the algorithms also, that you can get it from your teachers. So what I would like to do to say is that, like, lay a strong foundation on what you want to be. So through follow that path, maybe that can lead you to the right goal. So few of these works I thought like I can cite. Information extraction we tried from biomedical and agricultural text, and we also named entity extraction, like extracting. So that's beyond the scope of this talk. I don't want to confuse people. And we also tried some extracting some information automatically from Tamil literature, ancient literatures, Tirukural, Kurundogai, and yeah. So that's what that also we tried apart from this. And we tried building a search engine for Indian languages. We tried it for Hindi. That was funded by our institute, that is SRM, Institute of Science and Technology. And we also, I've previously before joining here, like we were building a search engine. So that was Indian language search engine built for 5 Indian languages, that funded by Indian Ministry of Electronic Day-2, funded by Day-2. So this was done by 11 institutes across the India, so joined by IITs and Anna University. So that these are the few of the works we have done. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. So I thought of like showing this patent we recently. This is the last slide. Patent. So we thought of patenting this idea of like automatically generating stories for kids. So this comes under this is a combo of we tried this idea and this got patented recently. So how a story can be automatically generated by kids. Kids want innovative stories, right? They don't want to hear the same old crow stories. So they can try their innovative stories by just interacting with the system. So we patented this idea recently, a computer implemented story generation system and a method thereof. So these are the yeah. So that's what I wanted to say for today. Thank you. Any questions we can go for, or thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very informative, in fact. I think the students who've been watching us live on YouTube will certainly be
Yeah.
benefited. Most of the questions will come on YouTube, and
Okay.
we'll try to resolve them. Because in
Okay.
the Zoom, we are having a closed group so that we can,
Okay. Anytime they
take
can email,
answers.
ma'am, if they have any doubts. No problem. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us, your time, valuable time. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we move to the next speaker, please?
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite Dr. Sachin Gupta. Dr. Gupta is an assistant professor in Mohanlal Sukhadiya University, Udaipur. Dr. Gupta completed Executive Development Program in Advanced Financial Management from XLRI, Jamshedpur. Dr. Gupta did his postgraduate certificate program in finance from IIM Indore, completed UGC sponsored diploma program in IFRS from Ramanujan College, University of Delhi in association with IAA, All India Accounting Association, NCR chapter. Now, please welcome Dr. Sachin. His title for today's talk is Challenges and Opportunities to Start Ups Post COVID 19.
Thank you, ma'am, and very good afternoon to all. So, first of all, I would like to give many congratulations and well wishes to our organizing chair, Dr. Manish Biani, sir, for organizing a virtual conference on a very important topic. So, thank you, sir, for organizing such a wonderful conference on a very important topic on new normal, industry academia in the post COVID 19 era. So thank you once again for organizing such a conference on a very interesting topic. And many thanks to all the conveners who committed their efforts for the smooth conduction of this conference. So many thanks to all. So as I have been given 10 minutes time, so without wasting so much time, I would like to speak on my topic, that is challenges and opportunities for startups post COVID-19. So, as we all know, that startups can be considered a key drivers for socio-economic growth and act like a catalytic agent for radical innovations. So, in this situation, what we generally see, we see that during pandemic, we can see that how young startups and entrepreneurs firms have reacted fast and flexibly to the pandemic and have been serious in helping many countries in shifting towards fully digitally work health services and have provided a great innovation in various goods and services. So this topic I think is a very interesting topic because nowadays what we see, I have given my one practical example in my abstract when I submitted to this conference, that I gave one contemporary example of Mumbai-based startup which is offering emergency rides to medical patients, uh, frontline helpers, and to many other needy people. So why this example? I would like to indicate that yes, for sure, startups play a key role in economy, but the COVID-19 crisis is reducing their creation, presenting challenges in front of them for their survival and limiting their growth. So the question arises over here that what are the limitations, what are the opportunities, and what are the challenges are in front of uh, startups and entrepreneurs. So as a thinker, as an academician, my role emerges that by taking some more important steps, these can be mitigated, these can be reduced, and there is a severe need to support existing startups for the creation of new firms and new developments for the economic growth. So policymakers should tackle short-term challenges that can support short-term liquidity and availability of funds. And the most important thing that I can estimate nowadays, that they should foster the ability of startups to grow new business opportunities. So barriers should be reduced in order to boost up entrepreneurship skill among entrepreneurs. Various incentives should be provided to startups and boosting entrepreneurial potentials that will definitely will help them in speeding the economy, in speeding up the recovery and in the progress of startups in the long term, as I indicate. So it is a big challenge in front of startups as they have become even more financially fragile and need a great support for their short-term liquidity needs, which is now critical for their survival. So this pandemic has its own challenges, evil effects, means this period of crisis is not only a challenge, but also provides various new opportunities for entrepreneurs as startups can help in addressing the constraints created by difficult health on economic conditions and responding to changing preferences and needs. So there are ample of opportunities for startups like telemedicine, like remote personal care, medical equipment, home delivery services, food processing services, teleworking services, online education, etc. So what I suppose, what I give here, I give used to give my suggestion that policymakers should therefore consider interventions at raising awareness of these opportunities as well. So we as a policymaker should promote improved understanding of policies that can better support startups in the post-COVID-19 era. New normal, and for this there should be a platform which is to be provided to various policymakers, development planners, and startups to share knowledge and experience and collaboratively learn from each other. So these are some challenges and opportunities in front of startups, and we should definitely mitigate these problems in order to improve entrepreneurship skills and boosting up their talent. So this is all about my deliberations for today's topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Emmanuel Shubhankar. Sir is a head of computer science and engineering. Okay, so let's move forward and wait for Dr. Emmanuel Shubhankar, and let's move forward to the next speaker. So now I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Kumar. Dr. Santosh Kumar is an assistant professor in MNIT, senior member of AIEEE, senior member of Signal Processing Society, member of Biometrics Council, along with the area of interest in image processing, pattern recognition, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, artificial intelligence, and video processing. Dr. Santosh Kumar is among us with his session on change detection in video using deep learning. Please welcome Dr. Santosh Kumar. So before moving forward, I would like to tell you that we are having a delay in making the speakers connect with us. So before that, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to some achievements of Biani Group of Colleges. Firstly, I feel very proud to say this, that more than 1,000 viewers are watching this conference live through Facebook and YouTube. And it is my great opportunity to tell you this, that in Biani Group of Colleges, we have study-based material website that is gurukpo.com. Its app. And the app name is Guru KPO Plus and its newspaper is Biani Times, founded by Professor Sanjay Biani. GuruKPO.com comprises of study material and educational videos that are available free of cost from class 12th to university level. Guru KPO Plus is an e-learning app. That app offers comprehensive learning programs that are related to management, commerce, science, information technology, biotechnology, humanities, journalism, law, fashion, nursing, healthcare, pharmacy, etc., along with training in soft skills. This app is also offering free live classes by the best educators. With this, I would also like to tell you this, that Biani Group of Colleges provides facilities to overall development. We are having Biani TV and community radio station, that is Radio Selfie 90.8 FM, to nurture the students. The institution publishes Biani Times news paper every month. Biani TV has its own features with many documentaries, series of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sanjay Ki Nazar Se, and The Counselor's Show. That was all about the achievements of Biani.
In fact, I'd like to add a few things to that. That along with normal education, the higher education and the professional programs that we are running, we also have many motivational and life skill courses, which are mandatory, I suppose, for every human being today. And we are offering these programs on Guru KPO Plus app. You can download Guru KPO Plus app from Play Store, and you can register through your mobile number and email ID, and you will find that there are many courses like certification course on stress management, career and parenting, which is very good course. And it is like a 10 days short term course, like you have courses on MOOCs. Similarly, these short term courses are planned on the online platform. Then we have certification course on life and family management through Ramayana. It is also available on Guru KPO Plus app. Another certification course is on self management through Gita. Then there is a program for 10 days which is on health through yoga and Ayurveda. We have certification course on awareness, consciousness, and spirituality on available on Guru KPO Plus app. So you can download that from the Play Store and register yourself. And at a very very nominal price, I think you can just attend these programs sitting at your home. And I think we have been joined by Emmanuel Pillai sir. So welcome, sir, and it's been a great honor and privilege to have you on this online platform also. You've been kind enough to always associate with us. I remember you had come here for we had a workshop, 5 days workshop on big data. That time also sir was here. And so I really, sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yes sir,
Thank,
yes, and now
thank
we
you.
can hear you. So I'd like to welcome, and we can start your presentation, sir. I'm sure a lot of viewers and the research scholars will be benefited by your knowledge.
Yeah, I wanted to keep it very interactive. So thank you for inviting me for this workshop and the good work that Biani Group is doing, especially the Japanese collaboration and this conference every year. And also various topics on which things are being addressed. And especially when we are looking at this new normal this year, and we look at various situations, and it is actually a very what you call negative scenario in the sense of the health issue, in the sense of some people dying. But if you look at the way how we all have responded, and the way the conferences are being held, the way the classes are being held, the way faculty are working hard, students are somehow managing and attending so many learning ways, and maybe a lot of physical interaction is less, a lot of sport activity is less, but we are trying to find out alternate mechanisms. And I think that has really given us a wonderful opportunity for all of us to take on the challenges. A lot of companies especially have responded that people, we will try to remove some people from the jobs and all, but now they are recruiting again. So as you see, this new normal, as we are all calling it, is also opening a lot of challenges. And what I want to do is a brief survey of the technologies which are coming in hand and how they are going to actually help us in addressing some of the requirements. And one of the major thing that has happened is a lot of things have now moved to a virtual world, and internet is still playing a major role. So first thing that I would like to bring in is this the mechanism of moving things to virtual, which has helped a lot. Earlier, I could imagine if this kind of a workshop had to be conducted, about 100 people would be running around,
Yes sir, very
right,
true.
trying to make arrangements, receive people. Some drivers are going picking up, and in fact I was remembering the last time when I came, many people calling me, sir, are you ready, can we, did the vehicle come? And I was in the vehicle, and once I come, somebody was receiving, taking me to the director, and then bringing me to the hall and sitting in the hall. So many people were involved. Now you see, this whole thing, the same thing is being done. Of course the effect may be slightly different, but we are able to do that. And technology has facilitated, of course, maybe Zoom, or maybe Google Meet, or Geo Meet. Now so many mechanisms, and I have most of their apps on my mobile phone also, where I'm able to interact and use all these applications. So the response is, there has been a solution, a way out. So the new normal is presenting a challenge, but technology is has given us a way out. Classes are not being held. Of course, I am a little concerned about some of the schools in the village environments, where especially MNIT was involved with 5 villages. Biani Group also is involved with many villages with social
Yes,
action, and
yes,
we have this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan project, and some of the schools are suffering there. because they don't have a mechanism where they can have an online course, or the parents can afford a mechanism like that. That is a real struggle. But still, in some of the villages where pandemic is not really there, teachers are still managing to take classes physically. But by and large, there is a response to an alternate mechanism. My core research is in cloud security and cloud computing to start with. So the huge resource that is required, in fact, many of the students were not able to come to the department. We were some faculty, because we are on the government service, we were asked to report to the duty as head of the department. I was supposed to be in the department, address some immediate files, or maybe attend to emails, some of the things. Of course, I could do it from home also, but we were opening the office. And then students were saying, sir, how will we do our dissertations? Then, because we had these options of cloud environment, and cloud computing came in handy, where we could give them resources from the institution to be accessed over internet, and they were able to run. And some GPUs facility was created. We could set up. Of course, they just came in before the pandemic, and we just set up that servers, but we could not give the access to students, and students have not physically, till date, they have not physically accessed physically, but they have accessed from sitting right from their homes. So, the challenge is there, but the technology responds. So that is what I want. A variety of things I want to discuss today. Hence, I did not prepare the slides, because slides will take away focus from the thought. So please note down whatever I am sharing with you. Maybe I can send you the write-up a little later. I could not send the write-up. Of course, many times I was reminded, but because of a lot of administrative things, I could not really sit down and put them down and give it to you, right? But at the same time, of course, I will send it shortly, and they can be circulated to the participants. So now this kind of a cloud mechanism, of course, if you are not having the resources in the institution itself, I can suggest Google Cloud or Amazon, where they give a initial 1 year subscription, which is by and large, I think $1 or something, which is very negligible. Or in fact, they charge that $1 also to test whether the account is valid or not. Maybe you should be able to get hold of some cousin. Maybe if you're talking about some of the students who are here, you should be able to maybe your parent or a cousin or uncle or aunt who has a credit card. If you can get them to help you, you can create an account. And once the account is created, they won't charge. They will give you some subscription free, and you can use it. And you can run some big simulations which require a lot of resources. You can get it. In fact, we were working on Hadoop environment. Of course, I am come to that a little later. Hadoop we wanted to set up, but we did not have the servers with us in MNIT Jaipur also. So what we got this Google Cloud cluster. I created an account for myself, and I shared that with students, and they started taking it. And excuse me, I'm in a class. Can I call you back later? So in this case, we had this Google Cloud environment, and we set up this cluster. So in our MNIT now, we have set up a VMware cluster on the data center, and we are able to manage this mechanism, and we are able to work out this situation in this way. Right. And of course, there was a requirement for GPUs, which I will also share a little detail on why GPUs are needed. But GPUs could not be facilitated directly. So sometimes there were network issues, sometimes there were some problems like that. So Google came up with a mechanism called Collab. Collab is basically another mechanism where you can collaboratively work. 3-4 people can work together, right? And set up a mechanism, and there the GPU access could be given. GPUs are graphical processing units, which I will come up later. But this remote access, right? And a similar way of doing it. So the first thing that I talked about is where we could communicate, and maybe we wanted to have a class discussion and all. We could have it on what was called Microsoft Teams. Of course, now we are having this virtual class on what is called Zoom. And of course, there are variety of options and alternatives available, WebEx and other things, right? So technology has responded to look at the problem to be solved. Online examination was another issue. and Google came up with Google Classroom. Microsoft Teams had this facility of trying to come up with how to conduct the exams, and we are all doing it now. Otherwise, we could also do the simpler way of asking, sending a questionnaire by email and asking them to submit the solutions by email. We could mark the time you have to submit before this time. And of course, in fact, I slightly innovated on Google Classroom. I gave question every half an hour, because if I gave all the 4 questions at one time, people would copy. So maybe I felt, chalo, even then people will copy. But then to restrict them, I said, okay, let me give you 4 questions, 1 question in every 20 minutes. And you have to submit the question, then you'll get the next question. Right. So Google Classroom helped me to manage the time slots and time schedule and the submission schedule as well. So I could close off after 20 minutes. I will close the mechanism. So this is what could actually happen. Right. So this was the kind of thought process that we tried to pick up. Right. So Google Cloud helped us to work out while students were not able to access the physical computers, they could access the computing resources of the institution and could manage it. If our resources could not be accessed, our computing resources could not be accessed, they could go directly to Google Cloud or Google Colab and work out these things. So that was something which was exceptional in that sense. Then obviously new technologies like big data analytics. Now huge data is to be stored, and then an innovative approach. Earlier we were taking the programs the programs were running on the CPUs, processors, and we had to take the data to the system. Maybe through if you had C program or Java programs, you remember, we would enter it on our computer screen and give the input. If the input was slightly higher, you had to give it using your what is called a file. A file would be passed, and then you could run the system on the system. But if the data was huge, okay, let us say it run into few GBs, okay, you could still store it on your hard disk, and then your program could the data would be fetched to the program, and on the CPU the execution could be done. Now when the data runs into few TBs, as we look at Facebook data or WhatsApp data or email or Google searches, all of these, many times when I used to search on Google search, I was typing something, Google will suggest me 10 or 12 options, right? Where are those options coming from? I had all a big question. Maybe somebody was suggesting, okay, these were the previous searches you did. Okay, maybe if I do a new search today, something new happened. Yesterday there was an earthquake in Alwar. Maybe I'm searching for the Alwar because I have never searched for what happened, what is the status of earthquake status in Alwar. I have never searched earlier, but still if I type Alwar and some Alwar earthquake and all, some of those things will come. Where are they coming from? So if they are coming from somewhere, they are stored somewhere. So if you're looking at Google searches and the Google instant suggestions, they are all stored somewhere. So huge data. Where are the huge data stored? How can I store it in a single machine? How can I analyze them? Is a question that we can look at, right? So the thing was responded that how can I move all these data to a location where I can analyze it and send it back? Because data is the new oil. In fact, I was watching some movie recently, and there was one actor who was making a statement. I deal with very costly items. He was a jeweler, but he says more costlier than all the items that I have, I also deal in one more costly item. It is called data. So data is something which is the new oil, people say, right? Oil is what made all our Arabian countries very rich, because of huge oil refineries and the oil products in their land, right? So they export oil and get a lot of foreign currency, and they are very rich, right? So what is the new oil? Data is the new oil. So that is where I want to analyze data. I will get, we have this knowledge of, we have this thing which we teach in database management system. Data is there, raw data. If it is organized, it becomes information. If it is put in a particular context, it becomes what is called knowledge. And knowledge, when it is applied, it becomes wisdom. And wisdom is money. And I think if you are more wise, you can make more money. I think that is what I would say. Of course, if you are wise also, you become very true human being and a good human being. That is also there. But at the same time, if you are wise, if you are intelligent, if you're knowledgeable, you can make money, or you can convert that knowledge into money. In fact, one of the favorite researcher that I know, or an administrator, I would call it, Mashelkar, Professor Mashelkar, who was also the Director General of CSIR Labs. He made a very powerful statement. What is called research converts money into knowledge. Research converts money into knowledge. So you spend the money on a research scholar, he converts his work into knowledge, right? So then he said innovation should convert knowledge into money. So your research should not stop with knowledge. That's what he said, right? So now the whole issue is this data is the new knowledge, is the new information, new oil. It has lot of potential. Now this has to be converted into money. So it has to be analyzed, right? If you know, so basically, yeah, somebody is agreeing. Yeah, what I am saying is research converts money into knowledge. Now we should not stop there. We should convert that knowledge back into money. So how will it become money? How will it become money for India, or how will we earn money for our? So we need to convert that into a product, into an innovation. So that is what is the challenge of emerging technologies. If I understand, my interest was in security. If you somebody has introduced me and they said privacy, forensics, and security is my forte. But where do I apply it? I apply it to different technologies. I started with cloud computing. Why did I enter cloud computing? Because I wanted to work on cloud security. To work on cloud security, first I had to understand cloud. I wanted to work on big data security. I had to understand what is big data. I wanted to work on IoT security. Now, all these areas are what I am working with, and I have security applications coming up later. But first, I develop, I understand, I build that knowledge. Now, currently, what I'm working on is a blockchain, right? So I will come to that shortly. So let me complete big data. Now, to analyze this huge potential, in fact, I shared last year also a little bit on big data analytics. What we need to do is we need to, just like we were converting money into knowledge, and knowledge back into money is one mechanism. We were doing the other way around. We are only stopping with generating knowledge, publishing papers, and stopping there. We are not going to product. But looking at the other way around, right? If you look at analytics earlier, we were bringing data to the processor so that the processors will, or the program will analyze it and give us knowledge, give us results. But then moving this huge data was difficult. And hence, now the mechanism has changed, where now data moving is costly. Because data is costly, data movement is costly, storage is cheaper. But moving data, transmission of data is bandwidth. Bandwidth is money. So we need to save on that. So what we need, people said, moving the data is huge because data is running into terabytes and petabytes and exabytes now. To move all the data to make the program run on it will be costly. So why not take the program to the data? Wonderful thought. It was maybe a user who asked, sir, why should I take my data to your programming processor? Why don't you bring the processor to my program, to my data? Why don't you bring the program to my data, local processor, bring the program and execute it here? Wonderful. And that is what, if you remember, or if you are aware of, the concept of MapReduce, concept of parallel programming has come in. And then what has happened? Instead of 10 TB data putting on a single system, not possible, because your laptop, presently the laptop that I'm speaking, has 1 TB of data. So 1 TB of data, if I have 10 TB of data, I cannot do it on a single machine. I put it on 10 machines. Now on 10 machines, if I want to evaluate the same program to run on the 10 TB of data, I can write a single program, will take a long time. But if I do parallel processing, 1 TB of data is there on one machine. So I send 10 programs, 10 copies of the same program. All the 10 are running at the same time. What happens? What would actually have taken 1 hour to run on this 10 TB of data will now be over in 6 minutes, because 10 systems are running parallel. After the result is coming 6 minutes, compile the final result maybe 6.5 minutes, right? So you are saving time. 50 minutes, 55 minutes of time is saved. That is huge resource, right? So when there is a problem, we need to look at a solution. Always problems are coming. Problems will keep coming, because now you see the resources at one point of time, one system was not sufficient. So we put up a cluster together, right? And you know about the great Hadron Collider experiment, which is a big experiment, right? And a lot of resources have come together from various universities to prove that experiment works or doesn't work, because a single university could not give the resources. Please read the GCH, Great Hadron Collider. They want to find out whether a God particle exists, or in fact, the scientist who, he was a bit little arrogant fellow maybe. He said it's a goddamn particle. I mean, negligent of the act of God, because they are trying to prove that the Big Bang theory happened, because Big Bang theory disproves the existence of God. Anyway, that's an experiment, and we should value the thought process behind it and whether they can prove it or not. But what happened? The resource that was needed was coming from multiple. How could they put it together? How could they collect the resources over various cities? Coming together, the resource power was coming together. In fact, when I teach cloud computing, the initial introduction that I talked about, John McCarthy in 1961 made a statement in US Parliament, and he said someday computing will be given, will come to homes as electricity. Computing will come to homes as electricity. I think if I was there in his address listening to that, I would have laughed my array, such a big joke. How can computers come as cables into our homes? But today, 50 years later, it is a reality. That is the vision of such people. And he was giving that as a professor in MIT, and wonderful. That's the vision. And maybe our present new normal, which we look at, wearing masks, washing our hands, all these things. But can we come up with some solution? Right. And of course, a wonderful thought process that has gone. People could track how many COVID patients are there, how many are being recovered, and how many are now still suffering, how many have lost their life, how many medical doctors have lost their lives, how many nurses have been affected. The whole statistics, where is it coming from? This is huge data analytics in the background. And in fact, there were some predictions which were given that the corona is growing like this, and after some time it will come down like this. There are some graphs. Now also you can go. A lot of universities have done a prediction of how the what do you say, the virus is spreading, and how it is being handled, and how it will be sorted out. So the solution of big data analytics is giving. Now, how would you appreciate another technology that is coming up, that is called Internet of Things? Now, what is Internet of Things? Internet of Things is internet anyway. So what is internet? Internet is a network of networks. Now, what is Internet of Things? What are things? Things can be anything which can be connected to the internet. Okay, so how can I connect to the internet? So if I want to connect to the internet, I must be a digital equipment. I must myself, or the thing must be something which can respond to a digital signal. Okay, and an RFID. What is an RFID? Or on the books you have a barcode scanner, right? You scan it, or maybe you go to Reliance, or you go to Big Bazaar. You take the some of the items, and then you scan it, right? The barcode scanner gives you all the details, and it gets attached, right? So just imagine a scenario. Maybe if you're looking at a COVID test these days, how worried we are, right? If somebody is having COVID symptoms, how will he go to the testing center? Will the testing people come and do it in his home? If they come, how difficult it will be for the person who is coming to take the test, right? Because he will put all that PPE kit and equipment and all that. And while he's taking the sample, people are worried, right? It can spread, or if it leaks out, or what happens, right? So just imagine if all these things can be mechanized as a thing, right? Now, that is where the technology has responded when uh, what is called the body area networks, right? Bands, or wireless body area networks, W bands. Body area networks are having some small sensors on your body, which will actually read all this information and make a conclusion about your health status. In fact, of course, in COVID, things have not been used, but in US, for medical emergencies, this has been used, because health insurance is a big business in US, right? And to ensure that a person is safe, a person, if he goes into the hospital, insurance companies will have to pay more. So they continuously monitor a person before his health deteriorates, because after health deterioration, it will be more costly. So while it is deteriorating, people want to track. so that an earlier prevention will be better than cure. So what they do, they immediately take the patient by force and put him in the hospital, right, to save that treatment money, which will be more costly because of he has an insurance. So what happens, people are being monitored. Now you have heart sensors. There is a small chip which is placed, and it senses. I think in one of the movie also they placed a sensor in the human person, right? And then that fellow is tracked, that whatever that fellow is speaking is heard over a wireless connection, right? It was amazing what kind of technology is going on, right? So wireless body area networks can create an internet of things environment in this new normal. Maybe such kind of mechanisms can come where sitting in your home, by scanning your parameters through sensors, people can determine whether you are COVID positive or not, and they can subscribe and give you medicines over the internet. Of course, now I have had many consultations with my doctor over telephone. I had to book the telephone call. EHCC provided the best hospital in Jaipur. It has provided this facility, and I could call them on the phone, and he could give me my consultancy on the phone, and he could give me the prescription, so I could get the medicines and continue my medication, right? So just imagine these kinds of facilities where let us say when you go, you don't have to type your login, right? You come before your system scans your face and detects you. Like many of the people have iPhones, and they have this mechanism where they have the early morning when they want to log in, they have to show the face to the iPhone, and iPhone detects the face, and then they log in, right? So you have these kind of mechanisms. So just imagine you are moving, and your door opens, your home door locks, the security system turns on once you come on. You don't have to lock your house, you don't have to open your office, you don't have to sit before your system, enter your password. Everything is automatic. Just imagine the amount of comfort, right? And you are feeling a little stressful, suddenly the air conditioner starts on. If you are sweating, you do something like this, the AC turns on itself. You're feeling a little stressed, there's a piped music which starts off. uh, kind of earlier was a time when one person was using one computer. Now we see we are surrounded by devices, we are surrounded by sensors. I was in a hotel in Jaipur. I was surprised. I stepped out of the lift, and suddenly it was pitch dark. It was around 8:30 in the evening. I wanted to meet one friend of mine who was there in the hotel. It was pitch dark. I was surprised. How this prestigious hotel, there is no power. I just stepped out of the lift. The lights were all turned on. Then I turned towards, I saw that board where the hotel room was. I started moving that side. All the lights on the other side switched off. While I was going towards that room, one light behind me was getting turned off. Just imagine the kind of saving that they will do. And what is it? It is the requirement. Maybe I had been to on a what is called smart campus inspection. AICT conducted one competition among smart campuses, and I went to Bangalore, and I had attendance was taken using a smart card reader. Not smart card reader. What was thumb impression? A teacher had to take that thumb card reader. It was a remote one, wireless, and he would go and put his thumb impression that I am taking the class, and he would send it to the students. While the class is going on, all the students will mark. They can't give a proxy attendance, and the teacher will come back and give it to the head of the department. So the head of the department at the end of the day knows how many classes were taken, who attended the classes, who are the students who are absent today, and there is no way you can defeat it. Just imagine the kind of technology that is coming up. So when there is a requirement, the technology comes up. And in fact, we have so many frauds going on in banking mechanism. That is where blockchain has come in. And of course, I will take 1 or 2 minutes and I will conclude because I think my time is up. Blockchain is a mechanism which is called open ledger. And I have thrown across so many technologies at you. I'm sorry for that, but because this is how it is. My topic was also emerging technologies for this new normal. So as the normals will keep changing, maybe another problem may come up in the next 1 year or next 10 years. Maybe some other thing may come up, but technology must respond to it and solve it, because problems are there to be solved, and research is basically trying to solve problems. Okay, so if we are not addressing an issue, if we are not showing that we are doing something better than what it was earlier, we have not moved ahead in knowledge, and a lot of things have changed. So this blockchain gives a very good use in creating a trust mechanism. how it creates a trust mechanism. This ledger is created which is open. Just imagine your bank ledger if it is open. ICICI Bank ledger, and of course ledger means now students, researchers don't understand, because when I used to take my bank account, I used to go and deposit money when I was a engineering student. My bank, that person was depositing money, would pull out a big book, right, and open, and then like a dictionary he would open depending on my account number, and then he would open my account number, and then he would make an entry there, and then he would make an entry in my passbook, and then he would give me the money. If a check would come, then he would enter all the details, and then he would give me the money. So this is the kind of mechanism that used to happen. Now that ledger is now automated, and now all the computers are doing it. So hence nobody is writing anything. Everybody enters the details, and then the money is paid. Now you don't do it. Now you do it online, and you make all the transactions yourself. Now DDs and FDs are gone. NEFT, IMPS, and all these things have come. Now just imagine if this ledger is open. Your ICICI Bank is open, public, anybody can see it. That is what is blockchain, a public ledger. But the beauty of it is your account is open, but your name is not open, right? If nobody knows your account number, nobody is able to see your name, but only able to see the transactions, then you don't have any problem, right? So what happened is blockchain came in as an open book ledger system where transactions, financial transactions can be made. Like a rupee is converted to US dollars, you can have a Bitcoin or a Monero or an Ethereum or an Ether. You can convert it into dollars or rupees and things like that. So this creates a mechanism to create a trust. So I have used blockchain for various things. It is used now, smart contracts, to store your educational degrees. You can store it there. A lot of things apart from financial this thing, because from an Indian perspective, we only look at the financial use of it. Only cryptocurrency is what is seen, but there are huge applications of blockchain. Please refer to them. One of them is trust, and I have used it in one of my students' research where we are trying to create a trusted IoT system, and we have used blockchain for that. So as you look at the new challenges, these new technologies will help you in taking this forward. So I hope I have thrown light at few technologies and few evolving architectures. And one of the things that is coming up is quantum computing. Just one word and I will conclude. Quantum computing gives you enormous power, like clusters. GPUs give you huge power to perform deep learning applications. Machine learning is gone, deep learning has come. So you need huge power. And in fact, to break blockchain, you cannot break blockchain. That's why it's very trustworthy. But if a quantum computer is realized, quantum power will give you huge power. You can break a blockchain. You can break some of the algorithms which are building using deep learning. So these are things which are coming up. Now, then again, we need to think of how to overcome the challenges of that new normal. So hopefully I have just ignited that passion to look at what are new normal. Not only COVID is the new normal. Any new challenge is going to be a new situation for us, and we need to respond with technology. I wish we take up that journey, because at 35 years I started my research. Till that time I was teaching. I was a normal teacher like you. From then it changed my scenario. I did my PhD in IIT Roorkee, and they taught me how to attempt problems, and then I took risk. Then I did my research with cloud security, then IoT security, then big data security, and variety of things now going on. And slowly I'm moving into blockchain, and blockchain presently one student is working, and now moving into quantum. So I want to challenge you to take up those challenges. Don't be afraid. If we are afraid, India will be lagging behind. If researchers and teachers are not afraid and try to understand and grasp new technologies, then any normal that comes, we will not be afraid. All the best, and best wishes. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for enlightening us. In fact, all the buzzwords that we keep hearing were non-IT people, certainly, but I think the students who are listening to our conference online would certainly be motivated enough to learn about the words that you've given, like deep learning, quantum computing, IoT, and machine learning. We've been hearing for a long time, but I think from here it gives me an insight that there is a actual need for organizing some student learning program wherein it could be done through, a 10 lecture series or some long duration program, wherein we can, motivate the students to learn these new technologies, because these are certainly not part of the curriculum. And by the time the students pass out, they are probably studying the obsolete syllabus. The new technologies are not covered in the syllabus, so it becomes very necessary for us to organize these kind of conferences, workshops, and many student learning programs through which we can educate the student, enhance their skills to make them employable. So we'd certainly love to have you in the campus, or maybe on the online mode. We can organize some long term workshop or sessions wherein we learn in depth about the quantum computing and your big data analysis.
Sure,
So
sure.
thank you, Sir, for a wonderful session.
Thank
Truly
you.
blessed to have
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Shubhakar. I'm glad to introduce our new invited speaker, Dr. Santosh Kumar. Dr. Kumar is an assistant professor in MNIT, senior member of IEEE, senior member of Signal Processing Society, member of Biometrics Council. Along with this, the area of interest that Dr. Kumar has is of image processing, pattern recognition, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, artificial intelligence, and video processing. Please welcome Dr. Kumar. His title of talk is Change Detection in a Video Using Deep Learning. Dr. Kumar, we can't hear you. You're not audible. No, sir, you're not audible. Mhm. Sir, I think there is some issue because you are not audible. I can see your presentation, but your voice is not audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir, now you're audible.
Yeah. Uh, Welcome to all. Thanks for the BICON group for inviting to this conference. So just now I heard about the lecture by Dr. Emmanuel Pilli. He is one of my senior, who is inspiring personality in the department. Thanks for the invitation, BICON group. Myself is Dr. Santosh Kumar Viparati. I hope you are able to hear me, right?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So in current era, especially for the COVID-19 situations, we cannot able to conduct the classes, or we cannot able to organize the conferences in a physically. So we need to opt the choice of a virtually. So now the question here is, whenever we are trying to gather or monitor some of the things through virtually, we need to analyze the content. Otherwise, some of the security violations may going to happen. So in recent times, the deep learning or artificial intelligence attracted the most of the researchers in the world to work in the field of computer vision due to the effectiveness, or due to the rapid growth of AI, especially in the deep learning in these particular fields. So image processing or a video processing, these two are going to play a very significant role in most of the security approaches. So as a prerequisite, we would like to discuss some of the concepts on a moving object detection, or it can be considered as a change detection. So what is the meaning of a change detection, or why we need to go for it? Why we need to go for a video processing? The reason here is the change detection. The name itself is saying that wherever the changes are there, we need to detect. Because if I'm going to give you an image, definitely it will be very difficult for you to say, is there any changes are there or not? But if I can able to provide you a video, definitely we can able to see a changes, right? But if you can technically see how you can able to visualize these changes, the reason is whenever we are going to play a sequence of frames together at a particular speed, then we can able to see a movement. So in the computer vision, especially with the change detection concepts, we need to evaluate frame by frame processing so that we can able to estimate is the changes are there or not. So the main motivation of this moving object detection is to do some temporal information or to analyze something with respect to time. We need to process something with respect to time. So you can able to see it here. There are some objects or there are some vehicles or persons are trying to move on, they are trying to move, and through SSC cameras we can able to capture the video. But how we can able to detect is the challenging question. So in the literature we have two different type of approaches were there. One is pixel based segmentation, the right side whatever you can able to see it here. So here you can able to see that background is in the black color and the foreground is in the white color. So foreground here is our target is what is moving is our foreground. So with the help of pixel based segmentation concepts, we can able to do this particular process. How we can able to do, we will see. And you can able to see there is another type of a strategy which recently attracted the most of the researchers is you can able to see this here. The left side there is a woman which is walking, and the second one is objects which are moving from the stationary view and sorry, from a aerial view, and some of the vehicles are moving and some of the vehicles are stationary. So here the challenging, I hope you can able to see this particular screen here. I hope you can able to see it here. There are some cars which are stationary, which are not at all moving. But there are some cars, there are very tiny objects, because from the aerial view, whenever you are going to see from a top view, you can able to see a vehicle in a smaller size. Now your algorithm need to detect out of these tiny objects, which one is moving, which one is not moving. This is another challenging aspect from in recent times due to the availability of the drones. This particular field was attracted the most of the researchers who work in this particular field. Now, how we can able to solve or how we can able to do this type of problems or how we can able to adapt the technology is another interesting problem. Let's see this particular part. As I told you that this is a moving object detection or a change detection. The first one is we need to estimate how a particular background is looks like. So for that we need to estimate background. So we need to adopt some technology, some technique in such a way that the background has to be estimated. Once the background is estimated, then you need to identify what was the saliency may. Saliency means where with respect to a background, is there any changes or any prominent informations are there in the future frames. The technical term we can discuss in different manner. At a time called t, if I can able to see a change with respect to a t-1 frame. So here our t-1 frame is a background model. So we are going to estimating the background model from the sequence of frames. Then we are going to comparing the current frame with respect to the background model so that we can able to find out the saliency information. That is called important information. That is called motion saliency. Once the motion saliency is over, now how we can able to move to the next level? That is called foreground segmentation is our ultimate target. So why we need to apply these particular background estimations, or why we need to go for these foreground detections and all? Because there are n number of applications are there. There are n number of applications. These are all surveillance or security applications. The first application here is intrusion detection. So in your campuses, in our or in my campuses, there are some areas only authenticated people needs to be entered into the system or enter into the premises, but somebody else will going to come. Generally we are going to use a biometric system, but someone who is trying to violate the rule, if that is his intention, then how we can able to stop or how we can able to trigger an alarm is a important aspect. And in every areas you can able to see there are surveillance cameras, but all the surveillance cameras are useful for the post forensic purpose only. Once the event is over, then we will go and evaluate what actually happened or how it can happen. But as the technology of AI is grown in such a way, Why can't we make an alerting system? These particular type of thoughts which attract the most of the researchers to work on. So you can able to see it here. There is an intrusion part. Similarly, for the traffic monitoring, here some of the vehicles are which are violating the rule. You can able to see it here. The in a single line, they need to go in a single line, but they're going in a diagonal. Again, they're coming into the line. Now, it comes to this interesting problem, violence detection. In the violence detection, let's see the challenges here. Suppose you have a gun shop. That means you have already guns in a shop. So whenever you're going to sell a gun or any other things, the selling and showing an object is a normal activity. But in this particular picture, if you can able to see it here, a person is trying to aiming to shoot. So the aiming to shoot is one type of an violence activity. Now, how you can able to make a system to understand that the previous case of showing a gun to a customer is a normal activity, but in the reverse case, aiming to a person is an abnormal activity or is a violence activity. How we can able to define? Because all activities are look similar. This is another challenging problem, because most of the times the normal activities will be there, and very oftenly a abnormal activity may going to appear. So that was another challenging part in the particular problem of violence detection. And you can able to see it here. And anomaly detection, and forensic analysis, and detection of base tracking. You can able to see it here. If you would like to know the behavior of a player, how he is going to play, irrespective of any other game. So what we need to do is, first of all, we need to analyze what was the movements, how the particular movements are happening with respect to a particular person, or what is your region of interest. With respect to your region of interest, you can able to analyze how he's trying to move, or how he's going to hold the ball, or how he's going to throw the ball. So each and everything we can able to find out, and we can able to connect a trajectory, create a trajectory, so that further we can able to analyze. This is a forensic analysis is one of the another interesting area. As I told you, if any event is happened, generally we are going to in the forensic purpose, we will going to estimate the previous 1 week or 10 days of footage. So whenever you're talking about a 1 day footage, it will be, let's assume 10 GB of data. If you're going to analyzing for the 10 days of footage, it is 100 GB of data. Now can you imagine 100 GB of data? Can a particular human can able to analyze continuously by frame? It was a very tedious task. So a human intervention is always required, and which leads to the false results. Therefore, we need a AI-based system which can able to solve our particular problem. This is another interesting area where the AI or deep learning can, we can able to use it. Now, the crowd monitoring system. In the recent time, due to the COVID especially, monitoring a crowd is one of the biggest challenging area. Now, again, the further challenges will come. A crowd is gathered in a mall to watch an event is a normal activity. But the similar crowds are gathering at a particular location due to some mischievous things were happen. Then that was an abnormal activity. Now, how you can able to define, because you are analyzing on a crowd monitoring, and how you can able to take a decision that this is a normal activity or the same crowd gathering is an abnormal activity. So now these are all the things which are going to give a challenging scenarios to the researchers to develop a solution. Now comes to this drone part from aerial views. So you knew that nowadays availability of the drones, just we can pay 25,000, we will get a drone with a camera. So as the availability of the drones are very cheaper, so we can researchers are trying to use the drones in various aspects. Of course, yes, for the utilization of the drone in India is a little, we have many restrictions are there, but still many of the people are trying to get the licenses and they're trying to use it. So the usage of drones are having many number of applications, but proportionally there are some challenges are there. So you can able to see it here, especially for the disaster responses. You can able to see it here in the disaster response. Here you have a very small objects are there. It's called vehicles. From an aerial view, how you can able to identify this is a vehicle or a simple truck? How we can able to verify? Because it will going to give a similar intuition for the truck or top of a building in a rectangle shape and a vehicle shape. Both are look similar. So how you can able to analyze, how you can able to handle this tiny information is another interesting problem. So in recently, most of the researchers are working on the aerial view because due to handling these particular challenges. Similarly, remote monitoring and crop monitoring or terrain inspections, these are all the fields which are attracted the usage of drones with the combination of computer vision or with the combination of AI, especially with using deep learning. Of course, there are a number of challenges are there. We will going to see those things later on. So, as I told you that moving object detection or a change detection, there are some challenges are there. These challenges still persist. Therefore, the research is still going on. There is no end solution yet because of some of these challenges. Few challenges we can able to see it here. Camera jitter solution. Camera jitter means at a particular, there is a camera. That camera is going to be vibrated due to some external environmental conditions. It can be vibrated because of the noise. It can be vibrated because of the wind, or it can be happen for anything. That's a camera jitter problem. And you can able to see here, you can able to see it here. I hope you can able to see the screen here. The green part is in the current frame and the future frame. You can able to compare these two frames at this green position, the pixels are remain same. But at the red color point, you can able to see it here, there is a blurredness which is there in the right side because of the camera jitter problem. So whenever you're going to take the difference between these two images at this particular location, you will definitely will going to get the non-zero response. So which indicates that there is a motion because a background will always remain same. So how you can able to define this is the same. Whenever you're going to take a difference between the two frames, the difference should be zero because it's a background condition. But because of this camera jitter problem, at this particular location, there will be a change and which leads to a foreground motion. But technically it is not. So this is a problem of a shaking of a camera. How we can able to handle such type of problems is another interesting problem. Now dynamic background. Now you can able to see this is a very quite common problem. There is a lake, you are one side of the lake and the vehicles are there other side of the lake. Now you see, so there you are trying to capture a video. This is a car which is in a bounding box of green color. This is the actual motion because it's a car which is moving. But in foreground there is a fountain. As of the movements of the fountains which creates an illusion of a movement. But technically you knew that it was a simple a stationary fountain which is working. But it is not an object. It is not at all moving. It is a stationary, but it is in a working condition. Now, how you can able to make the system to understand that this is a simple fountain? It is creating a just disturbance, but actual true object. It is not an actual true motion of an object. So how you can able to make the system to understand this is a non-stationary background or it is an actual background. So this is another interesting problem. This is a dynamic background. Now, very quite common for the in real-time scenarios. One is illumination conditions. If you can able to see here the illumination conditions in the same location at the same things, you can able to observe the red color bounding box in the left image. As the time goes on, the lights at the particular locations are getting off. So as the lights are getting off, then intensity at this location is also going to be down. Now, if you can able to take the simple difference between the two frames now at a time called t and a time called t plus 20th frame, there will be a difference because of this lightning conditions. Now you need to take a decision that yes, these are all the changes not actually due to the motion. This is due to the lightning changes. This is a common general scenario. We need to handle such type of challenges. Similarly, you can take this is a very quite common problem, which is general will going to occur. The foreground information, the background informations are remain same. Color information maybe you can consider. Here the background is red color and the foreground is also in a red color. How you can able to handle these particular problems is another problem, another interesting area where we need to handle develop an algorithms. And you can able to see it here in the right side here. There is a flight which is in a bounding box green, and the background is also white. It is very difficult to see a particular object at this particular location. You can able to see it here. So now, even though how you can able to handle this is another challenging problem. So like that, we have various challenges are there in the field of change detection. This is very general natural problems, but these are problems which creates an illusion or intuition of a foreground, but actually it is not a foreground, it is not actually emotion, but it will create an intuition of emotion. So your AI system may going to fail because of this natural scenarios. So how you can able to handle such type of problems with the help of AI is another interesting area where we can able to develop a robust algorithms. And weather conditions, you knew that in winter is a very problematic, so we need to handle on this. And shadow is a very quiet problem. If you will move, the shadow is also moves. So from a mission perspective, there are two objects which are moving. The system will going to evaluate that shadow is also an object, but technically it is not an object, it is a shadow. So how you can able to detect it was a shadow, how you can able to ignore that shadow part from the original video frame is another challenging area. So like that, we have a number of challenges are there. So now comes to the aerial view. These are what are the things we have discussed till now is a conventional view, but now comes to the aerial view. In the aerial view, if you can able to see here we have different type of challenges. The shadow and all is a secondary issue, but more than shadow, there are some different issues over there. You can able to see it here. The first challenging issue is the tiny objects. The vehicle which looks are very, very smaller. How you can able to make or detect an algorithm to detect the tiny objects is a challenging aspect. And second one is we have a dense objects here. From the aerial you can able to see it here. Here many number of objects are there, because as you're trying to capture a video or an image from a aerial view, you can able to cover most of the area. So you can, there is a chance of availability of more number of vehicles, but in the conventional view you have a very limited number of vehicles. So this is another challenging aspect. So how you can able to handle this dense number of vehicles is another challenging area. And you can able to see it here in this particular picture. There are two vehicles. These vehicles are creating an illusion of a small patch. In a roads we have some patches. So these two vehicles are creating an illusion of a patch, but actually it is an object that is called a car. How you can able to handle these type of things is another interesting area or another interesting problem. So by considering these challenges, some of the works we have done and some of the things which are already available, we'll discuss few. In the traditional approaches, these are all the strategies or steps they used to follow. One is a feature extraction, another one is a background modeling, and one is foreground detection, as I told you earlier. Feature extraction means it will going to analyze what type of a features a particular frame or a particular video sequence is having. Then we are going to estimate the background by taking n number of frames, but maybe 50 number of frames initially. We can consider, and we can able to calculate a background how it looks like. Then we can able to maintain the background for each and every future frame. Once the background is over, then we can able to go for the foreground detection. Is there any changes are there? If yes, then we can able to further decide as a foreground. So these are all the traditional approaches. So in the literature, there are a number of approaches are there. But comes to the deep learning, the similar strategies have solved with the help of encoder decoder problems. But here the interesting problem is that different researchers have solved the problem in different manner. But ultimate aim will be remain same. That is called pixel-based segmentation to detect the foreground information. But the approaches they followed to solve the problem was completely little different than the existing strategies of traditional approaches. The intuitions might be same, but the way of solving the problems are different. You can able to see it in here. You can able to see here. The concept of encoder decoder will might be remain same. The way of they're going to use the procedures might be different, but the block what they're trying to use is remain same. But the way they're going to feed the features to the network is going to be again vary. Some of the researchers are following the frames as an input. Some of the researchers are following some subset of the frames, and single frame is also they are going to pass to the network. Some researchers are going to do the pre-computed background. Initially, they're doing the background with the help of traditional approaches. Those backgrounds they are going to feed it. Some of the algorithms are useful for the real-time applications. Some of the algorithms are used for the offline applications. So that is up to us what type of strategies we need to adopt to solve a particular problem for our research is another challenging area. So these are some of the data sets which are publicly available. If required, we can also develop some of the data sets. Of course, some of the data sets we have developed and which are available in this particular link, Business Intelligence Lab. These are the standard data sets which are publicly acceptable, CD19 and so on. This is how I am trying to talk about it. So this is a fountain. Whenever you're going to see a fountain, you're going to create an illusion of a motion, but technically it is not. So you have to develop an algorithm in such a way that this fountain should be ignored. Only the background object should be detected. So you can able to see it here. There is a small vehicle that is coming here. I hope you can able to see it here. There is a vehicle car is trying to move. So you can able to see it here. This is a ground truth where the vehicle is moving. This is a detected algorithm where the vehicle is moving. So in between, there are some strategies we have adopted. This is one of the paper which is accepted in the ICPR conference, International Conference on Pattern Recognition. The 26th international conference. You can able to see this more details on this particular paper on concept on this particular paper. The main agenda was to handle this change dynamics. So what are all the changes which are we can able to see it here in the background? You can able to handle those things. That was our aim. So there are some strategies we have followed or proposed. So these are some of the results you can able to see. To solve shadow issues, you can able to see there is a shadow. Shadow is a very quite common problem. To handle the shadow issues, we have proposed one algorithm, and it is in IEEE, IET Computer Vision journal. This is a concept of ANTI, which we have adopted the concept of local patterns, which is very popular in the traditional approach.
But it is my request that you conclude the session
Yeah,
immediately
please.
as we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah. So some of the concepts you can able to see it here. The aims of these are mainly for the shadow removal. So we have adopted some of the concepts of Hamming distance concept we have used, but Hamming distance is just a comparison perspective. But there are some strategies for local patterns. Is antithetic isometric cluster pattern. We have given some solution. You can go for it if students are interested. Yes, this is a major challenge or observation which we have made in the field of deep learning, and most of the researchers in the field, they are trying to adopt the second strategy, that is the scene dependent data division for the training and testing, but it was a little violation to the concepts of real-time application. To solve that, we have proposed there is another mechanism needs to be adopted, that is called scene independent data division strategies. So the more details about the scene dependent independent strategies, you can verify. This is one of the article, which some of the data division strategies which will going to signify the online applications, that means real-time applications. So some of the things you can able to see, and these are some of the strategies. Now I'm not going to discuss on this. These are the articles you can able to find out. So as I told you that scene dependent and independent. So the scene dependent will definitely going to outperform because it's a biased problem. Independent is an actual problem which is a very challenging to develop or handle such type of issues. So scene independent is important to handle real-time problems. So the advantages, disadvantages, and all we have clearly given in this particular article. This paper you can able to find out in IEEE transaction image processing and IEEE transaction on intelligent transportation systems. You can able to find the details more. Apart from this, you can, if anybody interested, you can go for this particular problem of MOR, a new concept which we have proposed from our MNIT. The new concept here is MOR, moving object recognition. In the literature, we have moving object detection is there, object recognition is there. So we have mixed these two terms together. Then we have proposed a new concept that is called moving object recognition. And here we have given a new concept that is called bounding box based change detection. Till now, the concepts are in pixel based change detection. You can able to see it here. But we have given a new strategy that is called bounding box based moving object detection. For the conventional as well as aerial view, you can able to see those things more details on the papers. So you can able to see this sample image where whenever the object is stopped, the information, the bounding boxes are going to be removed. So this is what I am going to talk about, this regular view and aerial view. So these are all the challenges we need to consider whenever we'll go for the area view. So one algorithm on X algorithm on regular view may not going to work on the aerial view, and one algorithm on aerial view may not going to work on the regular view. So we need to develop an algorithm in such a way that it has to handle both the challenges. So these are some prerequisites. Some of the data sets from the aerial you can see through this particular lab. Yeah, we have a limited time, so fine. If anybody having any discussion, maybe we can have a discussion.
I think thank you, Dr. Kumar. In fact, I was watching through your presentation and it was very, very interesting. I just could not move off my eyes from the screen. How the moving object detection and moving object recognition, the algorithms, how it's going to work. Technically, the programming part is certainly going to be very, very crucial. And I wish good luck to your team for developing this kind of an algorithm. And thank you so much. Probably we have the next speaker, Madhu Sharma ma'am, who's waiting in the queue. So I request Madhu Sharma ma'am to please, start her presentation now. Sorry for the delay because the other speaker, Dr. Pahwa sir, is already there. I can see him. A very good afternoon, Dr. Pahwa. I welcome you to the online presentation 15th, anniversary of BICON. So before that, we'll have Madhu and then Madam Madhu first and then Dr. Pahwa after her. So Madhu ma'am, welcome. This is your own institution. Very
Yeah,
congratulations.
thank you, Neha ma'am. Always I feel very like homely when I come to your institution. In fact, it was my institution also. And I was just hearing Dr. Vipati and Emmanuel sir also. They have opened so wide scopes for the research in front of everyone. They are really very. They have presented so everything so nicely. I haven't brought something very technical here. Just going to present or open avenues in the big data field, like as Professor Emmanuel has well stated that. Before entering into the research area, we need to at least know the basics of that technology. So I'll just try to open a few gates, few avenues for the students, those who are listening here. And definitely I would like to thank the organizers and the management of the Vyani Group of Colleges, those who have given me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, the
Yes,
management
ma'am.
also.
You can
Okay,
start
so
your
let
talk.
me
We have
just
10 minutes for you
yes, yeah, because
so
I
that.
think we are already lacking
Yes,
of the
yes,
time
yes.
here. Okay, so let me just introduce myself. Myself, Dr. Madhu Sharma, Assistant Professor from St. Xavier's College. I'm going to tell some thing about the security and privacy issues in big data and its management. So as we all know, we have entered in the age of the data. Everything we do online and whether offline, it leaves traces everywhere from cookies to our social media platforms. So how much this data is really big and how much do we process on our daily basis? So welcome to the zettabyte era. How big is really this big data? You can just see here that the smallest memory unit data which we store that begins from the 0 1 bit, and starting from that single bit, the data is now expanding its horizons towards the zettabyte, from kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte, exabyte, and now we are in the era of zettabyte, that is in the order of 10 raised to power 21 bytes. And like it is really growing exponentially with the time, and this collection is really huge in volume with a variety of data, with the its nature is really very speedy, it is having the veracity, and it is really valuable for all the business and all the industries. So like as this speed is really very high, the expansion is really very high of this big data, it's we may reach in few years towards the GOP byte, that is in nonillion of bytes. So we can expect that very soon in few coming years, maybe in 10 or 20 years. So there are few big data facts that if you see in the history that is 20 years back in 1999, around 1.5 exabyte of data was there in the world, and at that time only one in few gigabytes were considered as the big data. And but you just can compare within these 20 years, though we had only 40 years of the internet which has evolved here on this in this earth. Just in 40 years we have reached in zettabyte, but You will be amazed to know that in just in last 2 years, the 90% of the entire data which we are expecting that it would be around 59 zettabytes in this year. So just in last 2 years alone, we have just gathered, or we have got accumulated this much of huge amount of data. And I hope you can just imagine that, around 1 yottabyte of data, that is 1,000 zettabyte, that it takes approximately 86 trillion years to download that data. So this can, hope, give an idea that how big, or what is the volume of this big data. And another fact is that in this current scenario, or maybe just because of COVID also, this is before COVID, in fact, it was estimated that it would be around 1.7 megabyte of data will be generated with every second by every individual person. But it is not a big surprise that it might have got doubled, because it was predicted few years, 2-3 years back, that we are going to produce this much, every individual is going to produce this much of data. But now, the scenario is changing with this COVID situation. Everything is getting online. Even the teachers, or the one who are not even techno savvy person, they also have started utilizing the online platform. They have started sharing everything through Google Drives. They are increasing the bulk of their videos on the YouTubes. They are increasing everything. They are on the data. They are like adding everything into this big data. So like we can expect, it has been predicted earlier, by 2025, the every individual is going to generate 463 of exabyte of data. So this volume is going to be get expanded with every second and every day. See, there are just as big data is all around us, and let's see what is big data used for. There's a huge application of big data in every field, whatever is there around you. The big data has gripped everything. Say, like in education field, the smart credit system making, or online learning management systems, the MOOC programs, they are offering the very smart solutions to the students who are learning at their own pace. They are providing the facility of recording their behavior during learning, during what is their response during the classes. That is all being recorded, stored, analyzed, and accordingly their career options for those students are being presented by the big data analytics. So it has opened a great avenues in the field of education industry. Similarly, in big data has gripped in healthcare also. It is providing the facility of monitoring the health. As in current scenario also, we can see it offers lot of tracking features, that every individual's data is stored, analyzed, and the fitness and health of an individual person can also be monitored by the help of this big data tools and big data technology. In government sectors also, big data has occupied it has made its place. And in like government can take very good decisions for the public welfare after analyzing the situation in their areas, in their regions, like finding the situation of unemployment, employment, the situation of availability of electricity, or the situation of agriculture scenario, or what is the income, what are the tax evaders, and all this data just helps in making and finding the best decision in the public welfare. So on its big data is can be utilized in media and entertainment industry also. Like the media and entertainment industries make decisions by finding and grabbing the behavior of the users, the type of users which they are preferring in this industry, like what kind of item they are visualizing and for how long, and what will be preferred. On the basis of all this data, the data related to every individual watcher or a visitor or user of that media platforms, this all data is captured and then stored and then presented to the entertainment industries, and they just try to find that what next item they can propose in what zone and in which region for which age group. So this helps in gathering and predicting the things which they can plan for the next upcoming future. So then in weather forecast also the big data plays a great role in finding and predicting the natural disasters. Before that, in fact, everything can be arranged if we as we are able to find and predict these natural disasters also. In case of weather forecasting also, it helps a lot in finding whenever you plan to visit any place, you always prefer to watch the weather forecast so that you can just plan and do things accordingly. So there's a great role of just big data in finding these weather patterns. Say similarly in transportation industry also it helps a lot in finding the best shortest path and finding the most efficient fuel consumption can be predicted by finding the best routes between the source and destination, and traffic jamming can also be found through the data gathered through the satellites and the big data tools. And say, and similarly in banking and private sector, the activity nowadays, since it is really increasing, there's an increase in the cyber crimes also. In banks takes the advantage of this big data analysis tools, analytical tools, to find whether someone who is trying to access a particular bank is a hacker or it's a general user. The behavior of the at that access towards his account, that helps in finding whether it's a usual behavior or it's an abnormal behavior. This is all recorded and just fine, and an alert message is generated to the users as well as the banking personals. So it helps a lot over there also, as well as and proposing the wonderful schemes for the public benefit and consumers. So all this helps. There's a huge utility of big data in all these fields. So just let me just tell you what are the different types of big data. As we are just we need to discuss about the security and that privacy issue regarding the big data. So we must be aware that what kind of data is there in big data. So there are generally three types of data: structured, unstructured, and semi-structured or hybrid kind of data. So in case this big data comprises of both kind of data, structured as well as unstructured. In case of like a fixed format data, is there like record of employees, the record of students, all this is available there. And in fact, we do have the heterogeneous kind of data, that is say videos, images, different kind of text files. They are also available as in the form of unstructured data. But in case of big data, we do have the provision of storage of both kind of data, maybe semi-structured or structured both. So we do have both kind of files. Every it is a kind of wake data lake where we do have every kind of data available. So what are the problems in big data? As we are see every individual, as it is we have just seen, is creating data and they are appending into the lake of this big data. So we it is really very important for us to know what are actually the issues and problems in big data. So few of the problems listed here are that traditional storage, in big data, it is not easy to just store the data in the way we were utilizing the traditional storage mechanisms, and it really cost a lot. So this is one of the issue, and another issue is that lot of big data is unstructured here. So it is really very difficult to gather and just map the exact the links, and the data provenance is really very difficult here, that which data is related to what and what has to be analyzed, what can be analyzed through this. And it definitely, there's another issue, that is it violates principle of privacy. And as a lot of people, they do share their private data through social media platforms and other platforms, that they should be aware that their data is placed in the place where the privacy and security is not well structured over there. So this is one of the issue there. And it can be used for manipulation of customer records also. Someone try to alter the data, it can just create the wrong results also. And it may create social stratification, and it may be like it is not used, it cannot be used for a short run, maybe it is usually required for a long run analysis, and where you need to predict for greater things. And but sometimes these results are misleading also, and it can mismatch real figures also. So these are just few problems. Let's talk about the security and privacy issues about this big data, since big data security poses serious threats to any system, and hence it's a big challenge for the technocrats to just find the proper solutions and make the data secure, because every individual's data is available in the data store, and that is really vulnerable to fake data generation. Cyber criminals can fabricate data and pour it into your data lake and undermine the quality of your big data analysis. So that is one of the issue. Another is potential presence of untrusted mapper, as the map reduce is one of the method which helps in collecting. Then it provides the facility of parallel processing and then splitting the bulks in and mapping them and allocate to the particular storage options. And then accordingly, this allows to extract the data which is useful for the analysis purpose, that is being stored on the proper storage places. And in between that, hackers can tag those mappers code, and they can have access to those mapper code, and they can change the settings of the existing mappers. So this may result in unwanted analysis and unwanted data and may create wrong results. So this is another issue. And there is another trouble, that is with the cryptographic protection. In general, whenever data is transmitted through any media, either through cloud or through wireless media, encryption is always required. But since the quality of this big data is the advantage of this big data is the speed of accessibility. So if in this large bulk of data, the technocrats are going to encrypt and decrypt the entire data, it will really take a lot of time. That slows down the speed of accessing this data. So this is really a fact that this large data is available in unencrypted state. So it's not available in an encrypted state. So it is really a big challenge, and it is really the cyber criminals can easily hack this data. Then there's a possibility of sensitive information mining, as it is told that there are only points of entry and exits which are protected in this perimeter-based security, and there is no security specification within that data lake. So those the internal employees, even they can the internal insiders of the company or the data stores, they can sell that information, and that can really very harmful for the owners of the data. Then we do have another challenge, that is data provenance, that is mapping of the data with the historical evidences.
But this was to inform you that we are running out of time, so I request you to complete the session as soon as possible.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the data provenance means being able to reconstruct the complete history of each calculation or scientific result, including all steps that lead up to it and all parameters using immediate calculations. So here, if there is some alteration is being made by some criminals and unauthorized access is made into this metadata, that may just set up the entire data into a wrong relation, and that can really make it is really difficult to find that needed information, because it has altered the mapping between the different stages and different historical items of every chain. So this is another challenge. And then there is another thing, that is high speed of NoSQL databases evolution and lack of security focus, as it is really required that in NoSQL we do have unstructured type of data available, and this is really required, and it is ignored at some of the security levels. Another thing is that though it is always recommended by the that security audits are really very important, and it should be done at the regular interval of time. With the lack of time and resources and lack of qualified personals, this is usually ignored, and it really poses security challenges. So yes, there are lots of big data security issues and concerns, and yes, they can be quite crucial, but they are solvable. And the only thing required is to be carefully plan it and
Madhu ma'am,
just
can you please wind it up because
yes, yes,
we are
ma'am. It's
already late now,
while
है ना?
keeping security on high priority. So this is the, as we have just seen that during the COVID situation, big data has played a great role, and it has helped in gathering, analyzing, and extracting the crucial information related to the COVID-19 patients and tracking across different regions and countries, and help the government and all the related agencies to find the proper decisions at the right time. So thanks to all of them, and thank you all of you. Thank you, Yanni College. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madhu ma'am. Thank you for sharing the theoretical aspect of big data. And In the previous presentations, we had seen how it is being used, practically in his research. Dr. Pillai and Dr. Santosh Kumar had already expressed. So moving on to the next topic, we have Professor Manvinder Singh Ji Pava, who's from Manipal University. He's the associate professor there, and he will be talking on sustaining business in new norms, some tactics for personal and professional well-being. So we have another 10 minutes to go. Dr. Pahwa, I'd request you to start your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dehaji, principal of Biani College, I'm thankful to the chair of this conference, Dr. Manish Biani, who has joined from Japan, and a special thanks to the chairman, sir, who has given me this opportunity to just present before all of you this particular presentation which I have prepared. This is regarding, because in this new norm, the businesses have gone down, and
So can
because
you
of
be a
that,
bit louder, sir? Your
there.
volume is a little low.
Am I audible now properly?
Yeah, if you can just keep your volume a little higher. Yes, sir. Now it's fine.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So thank you for the feedback. And I was just talking about the businesses which have been going down, and how can we just be able to make it sustainable. So seeing it from that point of view, I have prepared a short presentation which I will be presenting in front of you over here. So this is regarding the new norms itself. That what are the new norms, and how we will be able to sustain with the businesses which are, because small business people are facing a lot of problem, particularly for their businesses and all. So this is regarding them. Let me just share the screen with you, my presentation with you. Yeah, I hope it is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, so nice of you, thank you. So this is about, because one of the Japanese concept also I will be talking about today, because that is one thing which is related. So when we are talking of the new norms, the norm is new, but the norm was not before. That's why it is called a norm, which has now become a trend, which we are facing these days, and which we are encountering with us. So what in this new norm, what the thing is, that personal well-being and professional well-being are interconnected. First, we have to think about it, because a person who is personally well, from his heart, from his health, from his soul, then only he can bring the professional well-being. And if a person is professionally well-being, then he will more be a personal well-being. Means these things, both the things are interconnected to each other. So what does this personal well-being comprise of? So this personal well-being comprise of connection. You can say we have to keep learning, then we have to give, and we have to be active, and we have to take notice of. Connection over here means the social connect, because sitting over here in our homes in this corona time, the connection, the social connect which we physically used to make with the people, that has already gone. So here the connect, we can just connect with the people virtually, as this conference is also going virtually, and this is being seen by many people on the YouTube itself. So this, what is a connect which is being established? It means that, means I will congratulate Jani group of colleges, to even those who have even continued this BICON this year itself, there being so much of uh, hassles, and beyond that also this is going on, and everyone is connected, and we are learning. So these are the things which we have to inculcate, that a person in this new norm keep on learning certain things, maybe online, maybe offline. We have to first go with our own personal well-being. We have to be healthy, we have to be active, and if we keep on learning, definitely new ideas come up in our heart, in our mind, that how we can be able to go ahead with our business. Further is to take notice. Taking notice over here means just taking notice of what is going on around us. And when we are taking a proper notice of it, that what is going on, and the things which we have learned, and the connection which we have established, this actually helps us in generating the new ideas, that how can we proceed further in processing our businesses further, because this personal well-being, as I have already told, it is connected with the professional well-being. So this helps us out in actually just seeing what we were not able to see before. Sometimes it is you can say, um, it is our means it is a hassle before us, that we are not able to see beyond. So these things, if we get connected, then this enables us to go beyond, to see beyond, and do the things whatsoever is required. So doing things means being active, and being active, the last point which is there, which is giving. So I will be coming on that point also. So being active is something, for whatever we are doing, we have to actively do it. We have to actually possess it, and do the things for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of our family, for the betterment of ourselves. So these are the things which a person should connect with. So these all things bring in certain good idea, which can be used professionally in order to equip ourselves to provide certain things to the world. Giving is something which is very noble. And in Sikhism itself, giving is one of the principles which are inculcated in our life, as such, that we have to give. We have to give our services. We have to give 10% of our income for the uh, for the for the society, or you can say for the well-being of someone, those who are not at all able to get. So whosoever is earning whatsoever, it is something which we have to give. And when we give something, there is a delight in our heart, and it actually creates a positivity amongst ourselves, that yes, we are capable, that's why we are giving. So these all things, a personal well-being is something which we get from all these things, which are connect. We have to keep learning, and we have to take notice of what is going on, and then we have to be active, and we must have a attitude of giving. Next is the professional well-being. So I just told that the professional well-being is connected with the personal well-being, and personal well-being is again connected with the professional well-being. So when we are able to see, when we are able to just look about that, how can we be personally well, then definitely it indicates towards the professional well-being, because we are now able to, we have to recognize that what are our talents, and those talents have to be that what is the passion. So if I am talented enough, so definitely there will be this, because this talent has come because I am passionate of something. So the combination of this talent and passion will make you do certain things, which by which we will be able to see some meaningful opportunities. And these meaningful opportunities, when these all three combine together, then we have a professional well-being, because opportunity will definitely give us the income, the talent is there, passion is there. And when we do the things which we are passionate of, or you can say, we sometimes make, it is a true saying, that make your passion your profession. That will provide you the opportunity, and that will give you a complete peace in your heart, a satisfaction in your heart, in order to proceed further, in order to process further. So professional well-being and personal well-being, both the things are very much required in order to have a sustainable business or in order to have a positivity in us. Now let us talk about certain business tactics during this COVID time. First of all things that what first we have to do is we have to think out of the box. So out of the box thinking is something which is required, means we are actually going to adopt the new norm. So according to the new norm, we have to adapt our business. We have to think something different. Something different means something which is in line with what is the present going on situation. So according to the present going on situation, we have to think of about what we have to do. For example, in the schools itself, now the new norm has come that we cannot go out of the home. For the schools and the colleges, the online education is being provided online. So this is something which is thinking out of the box, which actually is making us do the things beyond what we have never done before. So this is something by which we are actually means enabling ourselves in order to be with the new norm itself. So out of the box thinking from the point of the of view of the business is must, and it has to be there in order to proceed further, or in order to have a sustainable thing in the present time. Next is to adopt the new norm. So the new normal is there and we have to adopt it. Sometimes what happens that we think that it is something, or we means sometimes we curse ourselves that what has happened and we are not able to do the things. But if we try to think that this is what it is and we have to be with it, then the things open up for the future also. So this is to adopt the new norm. Next is the positive attitude. Positive attitude sometimes is something, a point of view of seeing certain things. So we cannot just say that we can't do. So we have an attitude of doing certain things, and those things have to be done according to the present requirement. If we try it, definitely we'll be able to do it. Now it is totally dependent on ourselves whether we are seeing the blessing in the disguise or disguise in the blessing. So accordingly, we have to see our business, that what can be done now and what are the means, a complete analysis of the business is required according to the present situation and the opportunities available and the resources available. So these all things have to be combined together in order to think that what can be done. Next is to sustain with the stakeholders. Nowadays, it has been seen that there has been a lot of retrenchment, especially in case of the small businesses. So at this time, when we are in this type of pandemic situation, and there is a possibility that yes, there will be less business, there will be lockdowns, we have to stay at home. So the business people, those who are in business, definitely will be in crunch, and this has it has been seen. So at the same time, this is, I think, the correct time to judge the people that who are actually working with us. So those people who are dedicated with us, those people who are attached with us, they have to work according to, or we have to see them working, and we have to appreciate their things. And rather than retrenching those people, at least if something can be maintained, or their expertise can be used or utilized in certain way, or full utilization of their potential can be done, definitely some outweigh will be there, which will make us mutually helpful. And that actually creates a synergy, that with the help of other, how can we be able to do. Even the synergy can be inside synergy also, it can be outside synergy also. Inside synergy means with the available people and the available internal resources which we have for the business, what can be generated, what can be the value addition. In the form of external synergy, what are the other small business which are getting affected, can all small businesses which are getting affected can join hands together in order to form a new thing. So that is one thing which is to be done, and that actually is again something which is called out of the box thinking. So there are new ways of doing certain things which are there. So we have to see that how we can just adopt certain new ways in order to take our business ahead. The norms have been changed. For example, the restaurants are there. So restaurants, there is a total, you can say, there was restriction from the government that the restaurants cannot be open. But at the same time, those favorite restaurants, those who are preparing favorite foods, can they be can there be any takeaway facility, or if someone who is sitting idle at home, how he can just help out someone else in order to take the business ahead, maybe from the point of view of providing the services at home, or you can say something can be there online itself, that whatever dish is required to be prepared can be prepared online in front of you. So there are various things, because online classes are going on where we are able to see ourselves. Had this conference been in the physical mode, we would have presented personally physically over there, and now we are doing it virtually. So there are many other things which can be done virtually, using the camera, using the mobile phone, using the mobility, using the GPS. So there are various things which are going on which have stopped in between. In between also there were certain things which were there, which were going on even when the pandemic was not there. So that is still going on. But are there some ways to improvise the things? So that is something which is to be taken care of, and which is there, which has to be seen from that point of view. What are the new ways of doing? Further is the diversity. So can the business, which is the existing business, can diversify itself in order to cope with the new norm? So the person who was having a rickshaw, or a person who was having a car, can he just deliver the things at homes, because he is already having certain facility with him, because passenger carrying is prohibited? So can there be something else by which you can say there can be some alternative way of earning, or alternative way of doing the things? So these all things are there. So business tactics, or these type of things can be enhanced if we have something that we are good at. So we have to identify what we are good at, and then what we love. So the combination of these two will tell you that what is our passion, and whatever we are loving, and that what the world needs for, and what is required by the world, or what is in demand by the world, actually will become our mission, or the purpose for which we are doing. Further, the things which is being paid for, and the combination of the same will make the things our vocation, means the things which are required by the world, and which is for which we are paid off, is the vocation. At the same time, that we are good at, the things which we are good at, and for what we are paid for, is something which becomes our profession. At the same time, there are certain deficiencies also. If we talk about this deficiency, here if we see, this is the combination of what we are good at, what we love to do, and what the world needs. But at the same time, because this is out of the preview of what we are paid off, this will comprise of some uncertainty. At the same time, when we are seeing this second point of this intersection, there can be excitement, there can be complacency, but at the sense of uncertainty will be there, because we do not have the other part, that is, we do not love it as such. Sorry, we have this particular circle, because this there will be uncertainty, because we are not at all able to sense that properly. So third thing is the comfortable but feeling of emptiness will be there, because why when there is a feeling of emptiness, because this is out of the scope of the love, because we do not love this thing, that's why it will be out of scope. Further, there will be a feeling of satisfaction also. There will be feeling of you can say in this fourth place, there is satisfaction, but feeling of uselessness will be there in this. So if we have a combination of all this, that what we call it is a ikigai, which is a Japanese term which has come out, that this particular term means that it is a reason of being, or it is a reason of being busy always, or happiness of being busy. So this is a book which is authored by this Hector Gracia and Francis Miralles, and this book particularly is regarding this concept which I have just now told you. And during this pandemic time, this concept of ikigai, or you can say this Japanese concept of ikigai, has to be adopted by each and every person in order to have the professional and personal competency. That is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. In fact, the concept of that ikigai that you gave really, it's nice that it always is the happiness of always being busy. And that is what I think we all adopted during pandemic also, when we were not allowed to go out, and we were all locked up in our homes, but still we had to deliver some knowledge and wisdom for our students. And I think Biani group of colleges took a big lead. We created more than
Absolutely.
thousands of videos during this, and we were the faculty members were all going live every day on Facebook and sharing their knowledge through that medium. So they nothing could stop us from sharing the knowledge with
Very
our
correct, madam.
students.
Even I'm receiving daily videos from Sanjay sir also,
Yes,
who
yes.
is
So
who
we
is
did a lot of knowledge
excellently doing.
creation during that time.
Yeah.
We designed a
So
lot of certificate courses for life management, stress management, through Gita, through Ramayana, and for yoga and naturopathy. So all these things which we could do during
So Gyani College
college.
has actually helped the world in order to have the personal and professional well-being. And
Yes,
this
yes, yes.
Ikigai principle, which has originated in Japan itself, because this conference itself is a collaboration with the Japanese. So I thought that this is the correct time to just put this term over here.
Yes, yes. You
And
touched the right string, sir.
yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
thank you, sir. I think the next session that we are going to have is about the oral presentations, and we have all students already waiting in the queue. I'm really sorry, dear students, that we have been, the session has been delayed for almost 50 minutes now. But we take up the presentations, and for that presentation, we have the judges, Dr. Pavan Singh Patodia, who's from Commerce and Management. He's the associate professor with Biani Group of Colleges, and the second judge is Dr. Poonam Sharma. I request both of you to please switch on your videos so that even the students can see you. And Dr. Poonam Sharma is the department head for information and technology. So yes, we are joined here by ma'am. And we have five presentations here. Chirag Chaudhary, we have Ms. Gunjan Chaudhary, Neha Dabai, Simran Sharma, and Shreya. So can we start with the presentations? Um, Chirag, please unmute yourself, and are you ready for your presentation? Mr. Chirag, switch on your video. I request the tech support team to please unmute him and let him start his video also. Okay, great. Yeah, we can see you, Chirag. Do you have a presentation, or you
No,
would be
ma'am.
just speaking
I would.
directly?
I will speak directly.
Okay.
As actually I'm on an audit and I just reached Udaipur, so it's it was not possible for the
Okay,
PPT.
no issues. Okay, Chirag, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is Chirag Chaudhary here, a student of CA final. As we all know that this transition period from COVID to new normal, we all we all struggled very much. So first of all, I would like to request you all to clap for yourself as we all struggled through this transition period. So let's start with a clap. I request everyone to start with a clap. First of all, I would like to thank Biani Group of Colleges for giving me this opportunity to present myself. And my paper is on new era of business for post COVID-19. The COVID 19 pandemic has presented the world with one of the most perplexing challenges in recent times. My paper shed light on the importance of utilizing this moment to help the humanity to be more resilient to overcome the obstacles that would lead us to a radical socio-economic transformation. My paper aims to examine the post COVID 19, that is, future of work, but through the prism of three pillars, which are very beneficial, that is, digital transformation, resilience of the workforce, and redesigning the workspace. And these are the key for ensuring a smooth recovery and the attendant opportunities and challenges. So first I would like to focus on digital transformation. So this is one of the most important pillar, because if we don't have digital transformation, then remaining two pillars are not of any importance. First, driving through digital transformation fueled by universal high speed and affordable connectivity, cross border collaboration with strong data security standards and government policies that support working in a remote economy. Most important thing is remote economy. As India is a developing country, so we treat it as a remote economy, and it's a very good thing that, and mostly the live example of digital transformation, as we all are doing this virtual conference, this I can say this is a part of digital transformation. So this is the actual this is a new era of business. And secondly, in the COVID period, I am proud to say that we never faced the crisis of scarcity of resources of basic necessity, mainly because our supply chain management is so effective that we didn't face any scarcity of resources. As we were thinking like there will be scarcity of resources, जिसको 1 kg वेजिटेबल की नीड है वो 10-10 किलो भर लिया. But why? That's because of the fear. That time there was a fear in everyone's mind that COVID hai, what will happen. But now it's we almost have overcome, still remaining, but it's quite okay. We are in the new normal. So I think this struggling phase has been converted into new normal, and it's better. It's better than the previous normal. New normal is better than previous normal. Secondly, building a resilient and healthy workforce centered on employee wellness and workforce development. What happened this transition period of COVID to new normal? In this, we everyone who is running a business, whether it's a small startup or a business tycoon, big business tycoon, everyone put a force on the workforce. They lowered down the workforce level. If in a company, if there are working 100 employees, they reduced to top 50 who who are capable to manage the work of the remaining 50. So this was the workforce management, and I myself faced these things, and even in the office. Third, evolving a new paradigm of office, that is redesigning the workforce. How we redesigned? We just moved from office to work from home, and a powerful digital command center that enables a work anywhere, live anywhere, all digital environment. So I think these three pillars will help to a new normal era of business. As in the today's first session, I
Chirag,
was
the
listening.
time is up. The 5 minutes are
Just
over.
just
Yeah.
1 minute. Just 1 minute. As I was listening in the first session, there was a ma'am. She highlighted highlighted a wording of Albert Einstein, that in the midst of every crisis there lies a great opportunity. So crisis and opportunity, these are opposite, but when we see from the crisis side, then opportunity, we see opportunity is a small part, but when we go towards the opportunity, then it grabbed the crisis. So this was the thing which I like to told. And okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to request Dr. Pavan Patodia if there is anything that you want to ask or if anyone wants to ask from the audience. Is there any questions? Okay, so let's move forward to the next presenter, Ms. Gunjan Chaudhary. Welcome, Gunjan. Please unmute yourself and please remember that you have only 5 minutes to do your presentation on your discoveries and research.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen. Can you please move my
Yes,
to the next?
you can come after the next presenter.
Okay, ma'am.
You can just solve your problem. So I would like to call Miss Neha. Miss Neha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neha Dabai, research scholar from Banasli Vidyapeeth. आज मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी challenges for डिजिटलाइज एजुकेशन इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ मैथ लर्निंग एप्लीकेशंस। जैसा कि आज हम देख रहे हैं कि कोविड-19 की सिचुएशन जो अभी दौर चल रहा है, इसमें हम देख रहे हैं कि जो सबसे ज़्यादा आज हम मैं इस टॉपिक के बारे में आपको बताना चाहूँगी, कुछ डिस्कस भी करना चाहूँगी। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि इस कोविड-19 के दौर में हमने बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस फेस किए हैं। इससे सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजेस हमें एजुकेशन सेक्टर के अंदर देखा गया, लेकिन इसका सॉल्यूशन हमारे सामने निकल कर भी आया डिजिटल एजुकेशन के रूप में, जो मैं आपको इस पीपीटी के थ्रू दिखाना चाहूँगी। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, व्हाट इज डिजिटल एजुकेशन? What is digital education? Digital education means digital learning and is the type of learning that is supported by digital technology. That means effective use of digital technology. जो भी हम ऑनलाइन लर्निंग करते हैं डिजिटल लर्निंग का एक पार्ट है। जैसा कि आजकल बच्चे घर बैठे क्लासेस वगैरह ले रहे हैं, ये सभी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन से डिजिटल एजुकेशन का पार्ट है। नेक्स्ट मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ नेक्स्ट है कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ डिजिटल एजुकेशन। बिना कंपोनेंट्स के डिजिटल एजुकेशन भी संभव नहीं है। जैसे फर्स्ट इज अ पॉइंट इज द कंटेंट। कंटेंट में इसमें आप देखेंगे कि जैसे ई लाइब्रेरीज वगैरह हो गई या आपके ई बुक्स वगैरह होती है, ये सभी कंटेंट का पार्ट है। एंड सेकंड द टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म, कि जैसे आप जो भी आप ई कंटेंट वगैरह देखते हैं, ये सभी आप जिस प्लेटफॉर्म के जरिए आप काम में लेते हैं वह भी टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म, जैसे कि आप मोबाइल गैजेट्स हो गए या आपका कंप्यूटर हो गया या आपके लैपटॉप वगैरह या आपके टैबलेट्स, ये सभी एक टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म्स कहलाते हैं। थर्ड इज द डिलीवरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स एंड नेक्स्ट इज इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स ऑफ डिजिटल एजुकेशन, कि किस तरह से आज के प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो में जो सबसे वो कौन कौन से हैं। जैसे आप हम बात करेंगे कि डिजिटल क्लासरूम हो गया, लर्निंग ऑन द गो, फैसिलिटेटिंग स्टूडेंट टू स्टडी एट देयर ओन कन्वीनियंस एनीवेयर एंड एनी टाइम, कि बच्चे आजकल कहीं पर भी अपने अकॉर्डिंगली कहीं पर भी अपनी स्टडी या अपनी जो लर्निंग है वो कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। उनके पे कोई टाइम की लिमिट की टाइम की बाउंडेशंस नहीं है। एंड नेक्स्ट इज मैथ लर्निंग एप्लीकेशन। मैं यहाँ पे आप पे मेन मेरा फोकस एप्लीकेशंस पे है कि आप सभी को पता है जैसे कि आजकल जो स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं या जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो मैथ्स को लेके उनमें फोबिया रहता है कि कैसे हम उसको पढ़े। उनमें एक डर रहता है कि मैथ्स बहुत हार्ड सब्जेक्ट होता है, तो क्यों ना हम इसको मैथ्स लर्निंग एप्लीकेशंस को के थ्रू बच्चों को हम जब इनोवेटिव एंड इफेक्टिव टीचिंग करते हैं तो बच्चे उस जो मैथ सब्जेक्ट को बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से लर्न कर पाते हैं और उसको समझ भी पाते हैं। जैसे कुछ मैथ्स एप्लीकेशन मैं आपको बताऊंगी, जैसे बायजूस, द लर्निंग ऐप, एक्स्ट्रा मार्क्स, ई पाठशाला, खान अकेडमी, अन अकेडमिक लर्निंग, मैथ्स ट्रिक्स एंड स्मार्ट लर्निंग। इन सभी एप्लीकेशंस या मैनी मोर और भी बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशंस है मैथ्स की, तो उनके थ्रू आप मैथ्स की जो लर्निंग है उसको इनोवेटिव एंड इफेक्टिव बना सकते हैं। एंड इस पर भी मेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एप्लीकेशंस। एंड नेक्स्ट मैं बात करूंगी चैलेंजेस की। अब हमने मैथ्स एप्लीकेशंस तो देख ली, लेकिन अब उसको यूज करने में बहुत से चैलेंजेस भी आते हैं कि क्या क्या डिजिटल एजुकेशन के अंदर क्या क्या चैलेंज है, वो मैं आप देखेंगे हम। कि डिजिटल इलिटरेसी, कि हमें ये तो पता है कि अब हमें ये तो पता है कि मैथ्स ऐप्स ये हैं, लेकिन अब ये नहीं हमें पता कि हमें उसे कैसे रन करना है, कैसे उसे यूज़ करना है, किस तरीके से उसे हमें वर्क करना है, कैसे उस पर काम करना है। नेक्स्ट आ गई डिवाइस मैनेजमेंट हो गया, या प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इंडिविजुअल क्लास, होल क्लास इक्वली हो गई प्रॉब्लम, एक हो गई इंटरनेट रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम, स्पेशली इन रूरल एरियाज, कि रूरल एरियाज में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम नेटवर्क की ही होती है, and lack of mechanism to monitor and evaluate the online system. And next, in mental stress and physical stress is a very big challenges in a digital education, क्योंकि आजकल बच्चे ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के अंदर एक ही जगह सिटिंग करते हैं, 6 to 9 आवर्स उनकी क्लासेस कंटिन्यू चलती है, तो उन लोगों को वर्कली वर्कआउट, फिजिकली वर्कआउट नहीं कर पाते हैं बच्चे, जिससे वो मेंटल स्ट्रेस फिजिकली स्ट्रेस दोनों में ही रहते हैं। एंड नेक्स्ट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी लिमिटेशंस ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन। जब हम बात करें चैलेंजेस की, तो वहाँ लिमिटेशंस भी होंगी। जैसे फर्स्ट है डिपेंडेंसी, एडिक्शंस, फिजिकल एंड साइकोलॉजिकल थ्रेट्स एंड नेग्लिजिंग ऑफ बेसिक स्किल, कि हमारी बेसिक स्किल्स को भी हम भूल गए हैं कहीं ना कहीं डिजिटलाइजेशन के युग में। एंड नेक्स्ट बात हम करेंगे सॉल्यूशन। जहाँ चैलेंजेस भी है लाइफ में, अगर चैलेंजेस भी होते हैं तो वहाँ सॉल्यूशन भी हमें ढूंढने पड़ते हैं और सॉल्यूशन भी हमें अपनाने पड़ते हैं। जैसे अगर हम डिजिटल एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, तो यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा सॉल्यूशन हमारे पास है लेस लेक्चर मोर क्वेश्चंस। टीचर्स शुड प्रिपेयर द स्टूडेंट्स फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन एवरी वीक। टीचर्स कैन प्रिपेयर ऑनलाइन गेमिंग रिलेटेड टू द पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट थ्रू लर्निंग एप्स, कि बच्चे टीचर्स उसको अपनी जो भी सब्जेक्ट है उसके थ्रू बच्चों को गेमिंग के थ्रू बच्चों को लर्न करवाए, जिससे उसका क्या उनमें अच्छी सी लर्निंग हो। एंड नेक्स्ट इज मैं आऊंगी कंक्लूजन पे। अगर हम इन सभी का कंक्लूजन देखें तो हम कह सकते हैं कि डिजिटल एजुकेशन आज के समय की एक बहुत ही बड़ी आवश्यकता है। साथ ही साथ आने वाले समय में भी इसके भारत ही नहीं संपूर्ण विश्व में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन होने वाला है। किंतु अगर चैलेंजेस है तो हमें अनेक सॉल्यूशंस भी निकालने होंगे और आगे बढ़ना भी होगा। जैसे at last it can be said that the digital education is the future for India that will take the country to a new pedestal of the social economic growth and prosperity. And मैं यहीं पे अपनी खत्म करना चाहूंगी अपनी बात को। And thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
नेहा से एक क्वेश्चन था मेरा।
यस सर।
आपका जो टॉपिक है और आपने जो अभी इसको डिस्क्राइब किया उसकी रिलेवेंसी एक बार बताएंगे हमारे को, क्या है? व्हाट इज द रिलेवेंसी बिटवीन योर टॉपिक एंड प्रेजेंटेशन?
सर मेरा मेन फोकस था मैथ्स एप्लीकेशंस को जो आगे डिजिटल एजुकेशन में, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि बच्चों को बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है कि जब हम मैथ्स को भी कैसे पढ़े, क्योंकि हम जब क्लास में ट्रेडिशनल मेथड से पढ़ाते हैं जब ठीक है बच्चों को समझ में भी आता है, लेकिन जब बच्चे अब कोविड-19 की सिचुएशन में कॉलेज वगैरह सब बंद है तो बच्चे आ नहीं सकते, लेकिन कैसे हम उसको डिजिटल एजुकेशन के थ्रू भी इनोवेटिव एंड इफेक्टिव बना सकें। सबसे बड़ा मेन मुद्दा हमारा यही है कि बच्चे मैथ्स को भी एक इंटरेस्टिंग सब्जेक्ट के रूप में रख सके, कि बच्चे उसको किस तरीके से अच्छे से लर्निंग कर सके, कि उसको हार्ड नहीं माने, क्योंकि जब बच्चे स्कूल कॉलेज में भी आते थे जब पढ़ते थे जब भी उनको ये था।
उसके लिए आपके सजेशन क्या है? सजेशन एक बार
सर मेरा
बताइए।
सजेशन यही रहेगा कि टीचर्स को जो मैथ्स लर्निंग भी है,
तो आपका ये जो टॉपिक है वो स्टूडेंट ओरिएंटेड है या फैकल्टी ओरिएंटेड है?
So I think there is some network issue from Neha's end. So let's move forward. Let's call Miss Simran Sharma. Can we have Miss Simran Sharma?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Simran Sharma and I'm a student from Biani Institute of Science and Management. Today, I am very delighted to embark my view on the point of digitalization of higher education. So let's start towards our presentation. But before entering in presentation, let's have an highlight toward what the content are going to be discussed in this presentation. The first one is the introduction. Why digitalization in higher education, its challenges, trends, and lastly, the conclusion. So here it begins. As Jenny Arlett said, technology can become the wings that will allow the educational worlds to fly farther and faster than ever before if we will allow it. Yes, exactly. This statement has been propaganda and appropriately fixed towards the recent scenario, as education plays an important role in the development of stable and civilized society. By polishing the human skills, developing the personalities of individuals, which in the person are the knowledgeable, competent, and skillful in the environment in the society. In the recent time, due to COVID-19, there was a vast flow of information, vast flow of knowledge, technology, and the people who were engaging in the digital platform in order to grab the digital education's environment. As in the scenario with technology as a catalyst, education is moving from a knowledgeable transfer model to a collaborative, active, and engaging model, lagging or besiding behind the traditional classroom approaches, where in the present scenario, digitalization in higher education is increasing day by day. As according to the survey in 2020, 44% of digital education platform has been increased as compared to the last 15 years traditional approaches. So now the question arises, why digitalization in higher education? As we know, technology has changed the possibilities within teaching and learning classes. Here, now we could all enjoy how we have a digital toolbox where the modes of teaching in higher education have drastically changed in 15 years. Yes, the approaches of the education system behind 15 years and today's approach of education in digital areas have no competition or the competitive classes thoroughly, while some old guard still says that the chalk and talk technology are rare in these days, where some professors do not use some modern technology or their room delivery, where abundant informations on subject is available on various digital platforms, where it could be like in YouTube, Facebook, Wikipedia, or Google. Mainly, it depends on the individual or the institution where they want to gather the digital platforms and educations, where the new ways of teaching have been boomed up and have included the development of new information and communication technologies. In recent scenario in India, there are many institutions such as IITs and IIMs that have in recent years opened satellite campus abroad. Yes, about 65% of faculty supports the use of OER, that is the open education's resources, and 63% of the students showed up their support in the competency based educations. So moving towards the next slides. As said, every coin has two faces, that is the head and the tail, where digitalization of higher education similarly have the two faces, that the challenges in the educations and the trends in the higher education. So for the first one, resources and internet connectivity relevant changes. One of the main challenges for digital education in India is poor connectivity in rural areas and some part of urban areas. As we all know, India have the maximum majority of rural areas, that is 65.97%, where the majority of population across India has still no access to internet, and a large population in rural areas are still illiterate. Secondly, shortage of trained and technical teachers, where a major obstacles in the use of digital education
Simran,
in
your
rural.
time is up.
Okay, ma'am. Shortage, where the major obstacle in the use of digital education in rural area are in the lack of knowledge and skill. Third, the language and the content related problem, where the poor maintenance and upgradation of digital equipments are lagging behind in rural areas. Insufficient of funds, where the government do not have any propaganda to supply the fund of resources in digital education itself. Here are the emerging trends which have not only occupied the digital education platform. The first one is the digitalized and flipped classroom.
Simran, you only got 5 minutes and that time is over. We need to move forward with the next presenter.
Ma'am, just for 1 minute, I would like to conclude my PPT.
Yes, please conclude.
Here are the emerging trends, that is the digital flipped classroom, video based learning, and the MOOCs and distant learning programs. Here, the conclusion: digitalizing education has no doubt changed our education system, but we cannot say that it has the diminished value of the old classroom learning. But the best part of digitalizing education in 2020 is what? That we have achieved 29% of increment in digital education. It's this pandemic or the new way opportunity proves to be a boon to our society. So here I would conclude my presentation over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simran. Now I would like to call Miss Shreya.
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, but I can't see your presentation. Yes, now it's visible. I can see your presentation. Please move forward.
Okay, ma'am.
Start with your presentation, Shreya.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Gupta and I am the student of Biani Group of Colleges. I am looking forward to talk with you about my topic on real-time big data analytics application, tools, and challenges. So as we know that new technologies make it possible to store, retrieve all of the data over the internet. Data is the new science and big data holds the answer. We have a data without information, but we cannot have information with data. So in this presentation, I will discuss about an introduction, how big is big data, 5 V's of big data, real-time big data analytics, tools of real-time big data analytics, applications of real-time analytics, challenges of real-time analytics, and by the end of the presentation, I will discuss about the future work and its conclusion. So let's talk about an introduction part. Number one, data explosion is an unavoidable trend as the whole world is connected more than ever. Data has generated faster every day and everywhere, and it will be created about 2.5 quintil bytes. The amount of data generated and stored in different sectors, that is images, videos, audios, or text and information which differ from industry to industry. Before going to the next point, did you know that how many data has been generated as we are talking right now? But in few seconds or minutes, user generates a lot of data by using some apps. As I told you in the previous key, that data has generated each and every day in quintals of byte. Before going to the next point, have you heard that when was big data started? Big data started in 1970s, and it is an upcoming technology in the market which can bring benefits to the business organization. The word big data refers to set the data and stores large amount of data which requires a new technology. Big data generates the value and processing in a large quantities that cannot be analyzed with traditional computing techniques. And big data may be the next big thing in the IT world. Now, next slide we have how big is big data. Do you know that how big is big data? So let's this focus on this informational chart. Twitter users sent out 285,000 tweets. Facebook processes almost 350 GB of data. Individuals and organizations launch 576 new websites. Google processes more than 2 million such queries, and more than 100 million new emails are generated. 72 hours of new videos are uploaded on YouTube. Walmart processes almost 15,000 transactions, and Express processes more than 3 lakh phone calls. So this is all about overall the data generation. Now we talk about each and every data generated in every day. 2.9 million number of emails sent every second, 375 megabyte data consumed by household each day, 20 hours video uploaded on YouTube every minute, 24 petabyte data per day processed by Google, 50 million tweets per day, 700 billion total minutes spent on Facebook each month, 1.3 hexabyte data sent and received by mobile internet users, 72.9 items products ordered on Amazon per second. So this is all about the overall data which bring each and every day performed by the users. Now next slide we have 5 V's of big data. There is a in the earlier years there is a 3 V's of big data, but now we have a 5 V's of big data. Number one, volume, huge amount of data. It will divided in terabytes, record files, etc. Variety, different formats of data from various sources. Values, extract useful data. Velocity, high speed of accumulation of data. And veracity, inconsistency and uncertainty in data. So that's all about the 5 V's of big data. Next we have real time big data analysis. As my topic has told you, let's focus on some key points. Real time data processing means we are performing an operation on data in just a milliseconds, and real time big data analysis refers to the process of analyzing large volume of data at the moment. Real-time big data is a software feature which is capable of analyzing large volume of incoming data at the moment it is stored with the IT infrastructure. And there is a correlation between the e-commerce and CRM in a real-time big data analytics. So this is a infrastructure of the combination of real-time big data analysis. Now next we have tools for real-time big data analytics. There are many tools in real-time big data analysis, but the most important three are Apache Hadoop, Apache Storm, and Apache Spark. In the first, I will discuss about the Apache Hadoop. Apache Hadoop is an open source platform for distributing storage and processing of big data. Hadoop
Shreya,
was
your time
developed
is up.
by, sorry,
Please come
ma'am.
to the conclusion. Your time is up. Five
Okay,
minutes are over. Yes.
number second is Apache Spark. It is a big data processing system and developed by Mete Zaharia at UC Berkeley. And next we have the Apache Storm. Apache Storm is a free open source and it was developed in 2011, and that's all about the tools of real-time big data. Now next we have the applications. These are the applications and the challenges. Here we go. The 5 challenges in real-time big data. So next we have a future in big data. These are the futures in big data, that data science will be in high demand, and future development of telemetric data means recorded and in telecommunication system it will be used. And so conclusion of my topic is that the amount of data increasing every day in the this big data, and lot of research is going in this field, data increasing in faster rate, and big data is now in future research, and reality of big data is a huge profit. Hadoop is the most emerging framework as we know in the previous slides, and it's growing up and up the big data is. So thank you for that, and thank you so much for your valuable time.
Thank you so much, Shreya. I would like to ask if there is any question from the audience or from the judges. Any question? Poonam ma'am, do you want to ask something?
No question.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I would move forward with the next speaker, that is Miss Gunjan Chaudhary. Can we have Miss Gunjan Chaudhary? Welcome, Gunjan. Please start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So desktop.
Gunjan, it's okay. You take your time. By that time, I want to tell you that at Biani Group of College, one finds a perfect blend of professional and technical education with environment for research and innovation. Our faculty members are committed to providing a world-class education to the students. We train young minds with an ethical and social vision. We instill in them a positive value system that shapes their attitude, outlook, and conduct through our personality enhancement program and skill enhancement program. The focus is on achieving the professional excellence and impart the real time knowledge. Now, let's move forward and see what our presenter has. Gunjan, yes, you can start. Thank you.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone. My topic is challenges of digitalizing education for entrepreneurs due to COVID-19. We are passing through a very tough and unpredictable phase in our life. COVID 19 has changed substantially the way we live. In live with COVID era, many alternatives will be forced to develop to substitute the old style functioning of man, machine, and knowledge delivery. And the education sector too cannot isolate itself from such alternatives. Virtual classrooms have already become a reality. This trend of EdTech, which means combining education and technology, has gained momentum nowadays and has become a hot potato due to COVID 19. But it is posing some serious challenges too. The objectives are to know about the challenges faced by the entrepreneurs in digitalizing education and to know about the solutions to overcome these challenges. My first challenge is the growth is great because the industry is on everyone's radar. But at the same time, it means edtech institutions face a lot of competition with cut edge offerings. Digital divide. Digital divide is a term that refers to the gap between demographics and regions that have access to ICT and those who don't have access. So this digital divide due to the non-availability of high-speed internet in rural and remote areas is a major hindrance in digitalizing education for entrepreneurs. The F word of business world. Funding and the first is one big concern of all the entrepreneurs. The cost of digitizing an institute is always higher than what is anticipated. And hiking of the fees is inevitable, which leads to furor amongst the parents. My next challenge is resistance to change. The biggest impediment to technological change has never been the technology itself. Rather, it has been the people affected by the change. The teachers, administrators, librarians, and parents are all stuck in old ways of learning. That is the classroom blackboard approach. The challenge lies in trying to get them to adopt to digital ways of learning. The next challenge is infrastructure. Most institutions do not have IT infrastructure that can support large scale ebooks and digital curriculum. Next is financial backwardness. A large section of the society still cannot afford to buy good quality smartphones or laptops, which is a necessity for the online educational system. But the question arises how to overcome these challenges. So here are the solutions. First is to overcome the challenge of explosion of edtech industry. Edtech institutions need a differentiator to succeed. To outshine others, one should have unique study material by expert faculties. This can be the USP of your institution. To overcome the challenge of digital divide, if the students cannot attend online classes due to the non-availability of internet in their areas, then recorded lectures can be provided to them. To overcome the challenge of high cost, the cost of digitizing the institute is high, but on the contrary, it will save high cost of electricity of classrooms. Moreover, these cost of setting up is one-time investment. To overcome the challenge of resistance to change, communication is the key to incorporate a digital learning program effectively. Communication will enable to accept your digital learning program quickly. It is important that the trainees need to know what benefits digital learning offers them. Next, to overcome the challenge of infrastructure. If an institution does not have IT infrastructure, then one can avail the facilities of third-party service providers as only some charges would be paid. Last but not the least, to overcome the challenge of financial weakness, along with the libraries, computer labs should be set up so that students who don't have smartphones or laptops can utilize this facility. Now, here's my conclusion. The challenges for digitalizing education are explosion of edtech industry, resistance to change, funds, digital divide, and infrastructure. And the solutions are unique study material, communication, outsourcing infrastructure, recorded lectures, setting up of computer labs, and one-time investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gunjan. So now, before moving ahead, I would like to say that Ms. Neha wants to present the presentation again as she was facing some technical error and her presentation was not visible. So we have approved her to present it again. So can we have Ms. Neha?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Neha, please start.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neha Dabai, research scholar from Vanasli Vidyapeeth. मैं आज मैं आपको चैलेंजिंग फॉर एजुकेशन डिजिटलाइजिंग एजुकेशन इन द कॉन्टेस्ट ऑफ मैथ लर्निंग एप्लीकेशन के बारे में कुछ डिस्कस करना चाहूँगी। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि कोविड-19
Neha, your presentation is not visible.
नॉट विजिबल सर, एक मिनट सर, नॉट विजिबल, स्टार्ट वीडियो। एक
Till that time, I would like to say this that we offer a wide range of courses along with skill course and Japan's technical internship program. The Center of Excellence for Digital Innovation at Bayani Group of Colleges gives you the exposure to the latest marketing trends and technologies happening in the industry. With this, I would like to say that Ms. Neha is ready and she can start with her presentation. Please, Neha, continue. Neha, please start. Neha, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself and start your presentation. We can see your presentation, but we can't hear you. You are not audible. Neha, please unmute yourself.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन, माय नेम इज नेहा दबाई, रिसर्च स्कॉलर फ्रॉम रसली विद्यापीठ। आज मैं आपको चेंजेस फॉर डिजिटलाइजिंग एजुकेशन इन द कॉन्टेस्ट ऑफ मैथ लर्निंग एप्लीकेशन के बारे में डिस्कस करना चाहूँगी। जैसा कि आप सभी को पता है कि कोविड-19 के सिचुएशन के दौर में सबसे ज़्यादा जो बच्चों की जो स्टडीज़ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई है। तो हम इसे डिजिटल एजुकेशन के माध्यम से कैसे इसको दूर कर सकते हैं वो हम आगे पीपीटीज में शो देखेंगे। First is digital. What is digital education? Digital education means digital learning कि जो भी हम ऑनलाइन लर्निंग करते हैं वो डिजिटल लर्निंग के अकॉर्डिंग ही के माध्यम से ही करते हैं. जैसे डिजिटल लर्निंग इज अ लर्निंग फैसिलिटेट बाय टेक्नोलॉजी दैट ऑफर्स स्टूडेंट्स सम फैक्टर्स ऑफ कमांड ओवर द प्लेस टाइम पेस एंड पाथ. एंड नेक्स्ट मैं इसकी बात करूंगी डिजिटल एजुकेशन के कंपोनेंट्स की कि कौन कौन से डिजिटल एजुकेशन कंपोनेंट्स है. 3 components द मेन components ऑफ डिजिटल एजुकेशन. फर्स्ट इज द कंटेंट. जो भी हम ई लर्निंग कंटेंट होता है, जो भी हम ई लर्निंग के थ्रू या ई लाइब्रेरीज ई बुक्स के थ्रू जो भी हम कंटेंट पढ़ते हैं वो ई कंटेंट का पार्ट होता है. एंड द सेकेंड इज अ टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म कि जो भी हमें ई लर्निंग का या बात करें हम ई बुक्स की या ई लाइब्रेरीज वगैरह की, जिसके लिए हमें प्लेटफॉर्म चाहिए होता है वो टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म कहलाता है. जैसे कि आप जो यूज़ करते हैं जैसे लैपटॉप हो गया, मोबाइल टेक गैजेट्स हो गए आपके, या फिर आपका कंप्यूटर हो गया. एंड थर्ड इज द डिलीवरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जो भी हम इसको डिलीवर करने के लिए काम में आते हैं. थर्ड हम नेक्स्ट हम बात करेंगे इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स ऑफ डिजिटल एजुकेशन की कि आज के दौर में सबसे ज़्यादा जो इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स है वो डिजिटल एजुकेशन के अंदर आया है. कि हम देखेंगे इसमें फर्स्ट डिजिटल क्लासरूम्स या फ्लिप क्लासरूम की हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे, या लर्निंग ऑन द गो, फैसिलिटेटिंग स्टूडेंट्स टू स्टडी एट देयर ओन कन्वीनियंस एनीवेयर एंड एनी टाइम. कि बच्चे आज के टाइम पर कहीं पर भी और कहीं किसी भी समय पे अपनी क्लासेस भी ले सकते हैं या अपनी ऑनलाइन लर्निंग कर सकते हैं, कि अब कोई बाउंडेशंस उन पे नहीं रही है, ना कोई टाइम बाउंडेशन ना कहीं जाने की बाउंडेशंस. एंड थर्ड इज नेक्स्ट इज द लर्निंग एट द स्पीड ऑफ नीड, एक्सेस टू ऑनलाइन लर्निंग मटेरियल एंड डिजिटल कंटेंट थ्रू वेरियस डिवाइसेस. अब यहाँ पे हमने इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स तो देख लिए, अब हम बात करेंगे इनके स्कोप्स की. अब स्कोप में स्टूडेंट हो या टीचर हो या एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल्स, इन सभी के लिए स्कोप्स हैं डिजिटल एजुकेशन में. जैसे हम बात करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स व्यू की, तो फ्लेक्सिबल ऑप्शन अलाउइंग देम टू स्टडी एज पर देयर टाइम एंड पेस, टीचर्स टू फाइंड इट कन्वीनियंट to prepare their learning plans well aided by technology. And next, education institutions see the rapid rise in enrollment and added revenue. अब हमने सारी स्कोप भी देख लिए हैं. अब हम बात करते हैं मैथ्स लर्निंग एप्लीकेशन की, जो इज द मेन पॉइंट ऑफ द पॉइंट टॉपिक. अब हमने मैथ्स जो एक सब्जेक्ट होता है वो बहुत ही हार्ड सब्जेक्ट माना जाता है. बच्चों को लेके मैथ सब्जेक्ट को लेके फोबिया होता है कि बच्चे देखना चाहते हैं कि मैथ्स भाई हम 10th तक ले लेंगे, 11th में हम नहीं लेना चाहते हैं. तो ऐसे बच्चों या जिन बच्चों को बहुत फोबिया है मैथ्स सब्जेक्ट्स को लेके, इनको दूर करने के लिए आज का डिजिटल लर्निंग के अंदर मैथ्स एप्लीकेशन बहुत ही मददगार रही है. कि हम देखना चाहेंगे, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि बायजूस द लर्निंग ऐप, एक्स्ट्रा मार्क्स, ई पाठशाला, खान अकेडमी, अन अकेडमी लर्निंग, मैथस्टिक्स, स्मार्ट लर्निंग एंड मैनी मोर. बहुत सी ऐसी मैथ्स एप्लीकेशंस हैं जिसके माध्यम से हम बच्चों को इफेक्टिव एंड इनोवेटिव तरीके से मैथ्स को पढ़ा सकते हैं, वीडियो लेक्चर्स के थ्रू या फिर कोई गेमिंग के थ्रू या पजल्स के थ्रू. नेक्स्ट हम बात करते हैं, अगर मैथ्स एप्स भी है या डिजिटल लर्निंग भी है तो हम चैलेंजेस दिखेंगे इसके कि क्योंकि डिजिटल एजुकेशन के अंदर हमें ये तो पता है कि ये चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन हमें उसे यूज़ कैसे करना है. जैसे यहाँ बात करती हूँ मैं मैथ्स ऐप्स की, कि मैथ्स ऐप्स हमें पता है ये हैं, लेकिन हमें ये नहीं पता कि उसे हमें कैसे इंस्टॉल करना है, कैसे रन करना है, कैसे उस पर वर्क करना है, एंड एक्सेट्रा. सो मैनी प्रॉब्लम्स एंड चैलेंजेस. एंड सेकेंड इज अ डिवाइस मैनेजमेंट एंड द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इंडल्जिंग होल क्लास इक्वली. इंटरनेट रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम स्पेशली इन रूरल एरियाज, की रूरल एरियाज में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स होती है. नेक्स्ट इज lack of mechanism to monitor and evaluate the online system and mental state and physical state. बच्चे ऑनलाइन डिजिटल लर्निंग के अंदर एक जगह बैठते हैं, उनकी सिटिंग 6 to 9 आवर्स एक पर्टिकुलर क्लास की रहती है. इससे बच्चे एंजाइटी फील करते हैं, वो अपने आप में कंफर्टेबल भी नहीं पा पाते, इसलिए मेंटल स्ट्रेस एंड फिजिकल स्ट्रेस होता है. एंड नेक्स्ट मैं बात करती हूँ, जब हमने चैलेंजेस देखे हैं तो लिमिटेशंस की भी मैं बात करना चाहूँगी यहाँ पे, कि डिपेंडेंसी, एडिक्शन, फिजिकल एंड साइकोलॉजिकल थ्रेट्स एंड नेग्लिजेंस ऑफ बेसिक स्किल्स, कि बच्चे आजकल बेसिक स्किल्स को भी अपनी भूल गए हैं. नेक्स्ट है, हम लिमिटेशंस हो गई यहाँ पर हमारी. अब मैं आपको सॉल्यूशन, क्योंकि जब भी कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है तो उसका सॉल्यूशन स्पेशली हमें खुद निकालना पड़ता है, लेकिन यहाँ डिजिटल एजुकेशन की हम बात करें चैलेंजेस की तो इसके सॉल्यूशंस भी हैं. लेस लेक्चर्स, मोर क्वेश्चंस. Teachers should prepare the students for the presentation every week. Teachers can prepare online gaming related to the particular subject through learning apps. कि टीचर्स को कोई अपने पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट को कोई एप्लीकेशन की तो इनोवेटिव एंड इफेक्टिव मोड में बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट, अब मैं बात करूंगी, अगर हम इन सभी कंक्लूजन को देखें तो हम कह सकते हैं कि डिजिटल एजुकेशन आज के समय की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है. साथ ही साथ आने वाले समय में भी इससे भारत ही नहीं
Neha,
संपूर्ण
your
विश्व
time
में
is up. Please
क्रांतिकारी
conclude.
परिवर्तन होने वाला है. तो सॉल्यूशन भी निकालने होंगे और इसका आगे भी हमें इसके साथ बढ़ना होगा. एंड लास्ट इज एट लास्ट इट कैन बी सेड दैट डिजिटल एजुकेशन
is the future for India that will take the country to a new pedestal of the social, economic growth and prosperity. And say thank you.
Thank you, Neha. I
Thank
would
you.
like to thank all the participants for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. Biani wishes you all for a very bright future ahead. Now, I would like to say that winners are not people who never fail, but they are people who never quit. With this quote, it is time to recognize the winners for the oral presentation. For this, I would like to request Dr. B.N. Gaur, Head of Commerce Department, Biani Girls of College, to announce the result. Sir, please unmute yourself.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। जजेस के रिजल्ट्स आ गए हैं। जितने भी प्रेजेंटर्स हैं उन सब का प्रेजेंटेशन काफ़ी अप्रिशिएबल था, मैं देख रहा था। लेकिन क्योंकि विनर हैं तो मैं एक बार रिजल्ट्स अनाउंस करना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले जो फर्स्ट रनर अप है उसमें है सिमरन शर्मा, एमबीए से, बियानी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट से। तो क्लैप फॉर दैट। और ओवरऑल सारे प्रेजेंटर्स में से जो विनर है वो है श्रेया, आईटी डिपार्टमेंट से, श्रेया शर्मा, आईटी डिपार्टमेंट से। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन बोथ ऑफ यू। बाकी सबका प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा था, लेकिन क्योंकि जितने भी प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं उनमें से बेस्ट अपने को सेलेक्ट करना था, तो जजेस के अकॉर्डिंग इन दोनों का नाम आया है। तो फर्स्ट रनर अप में है सिमरन शर्मा, एमबीए से, और ओवरऑल विनर है दैट इज श्रेया, आईटी डिपार्टमेंट से। थैंक्स अ लॉट ऑल।
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to all the winners. Now, we have been listening to the eminent speakers. All these valuable words, insights have given us a new perspective. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pavan Patodia, Assistant Professor of Biani Group of Colleges, to give his closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Pavan Patodia.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I, Pavan Kumar Patodia, on behalf of my colleges and the entire community, first of all, spread my sincerity thanks to the Lord God. I would like to propose hearty thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Kothari, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ICFI University, ICFI University, Jaipur, who gave his virtual time from his busy schedule to grace this BICON 2020 International Conference and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I am sure that all the participants have taken note of your suggestion and will be discussing within their organization the action to be interact at their level. I would like to place my hearty thanks to our chairman, Dr. Rajiv Biani sir, and Professor Dr. Manish Biani sir, Director, R&D and Organizing Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The organizing committee of